Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, ro.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Maybe look on, don't turn, maybe look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emiloko, OTD Emiloko, Baba Emiloko, Edaku Edi power. Emiloko, OTD Emiloko, Baba Emiloko, Edaku Edi war. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. 6 million million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been a Dangote.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún lè yé, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìdàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are wherever you are, and here we are. So here we are, here we go again. So here we are, here we go again. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So that's how to start it. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So that's how to start it. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. Hope the day has gone in the direction that you especially anticipated it or even expect. So you can't anticipate. So hope the day has gone exactly in the way that you'd expected it to go. So I can't get the words out. So hope the day went your way. So that the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't. I do that almost like a sing-along. It's not that we say commensurate actions in terms of so click on that like. If you have no reasons not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it. If you spend as much time on this platform as I know you do, then you owe that obligation to click on that like button. Whether you are an enemy or frenemy or whatever it is that you consider yourself to be, click on the like button nevertheless. So you spend all of that time. Do you know that some of you actually spend more time with me than you spend with members of your family? Some of the diehards, you probably spend more time with me than you spend with members of your family. So sufficient enough reasons then to click on that like button. So click on like, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already as well. So click on like and subscribe. The subscription button needs to be showing gray. So if it's showing red, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So do those two things immediately and right now. So click on like, and haven't done that, if the subscription button is red, click on subscribe as well. So do that. And then if you want to be an active participant, if you want to have your voice heard, click on this hyperlink right here. Pardon me. Let me bring it up. If you want to be an active participant, click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. It will put you in a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you onto the screen and then engage you in conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated, as easy as ABC. We're always canvassing for new voices, so you can be that new voice for the day. We should really be having a new voice a day. You can be that, because the conversation needs to expand. And the only way the conversation expands is if a new dynamism is brought in, which is usually brought in by a new voice. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. And then one other click, the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube stream and the star signs on the Facebook space. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats towards every single stream. So click on that dollar sign, super chat, super sticker towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5. So you can set us all on our way by being the first to do it. So click on the dollar sign and super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So do all those things, and then you'll be subsumed. You'll feel a glowing feeling of warmth all over your body. Your body will be subsumed by a glowing feeling of warmth. If you do all those things I've just directed, you will just feel that, that good feeling. You have that good feeling. So, pardon me. So you have that good feeling, but are certainly not having the good feeling at the moment are the occupants of SOWORE, who are wondering if the SOWORE Peter Obi days of anarchy is going to come to a close fairly soon before the country gets burnt down. So I have a confession to make. So I'm putting my hands up. I'm not sure if the green screen will let you see it. I'm putting my hands up. I have a confession to make. I've not paid a single attention at all to the protest at all today, because yesterday I saw sufficient enough to see that I saw sufficient enough to see all I needed to see. So I saw all I needed to see as per that protest, and I established all that I needed to establish. So I established one, that it wasn't a peaceful. I think we all established that it's not a peaceful protest. It's a violent anarchical protest. So that was established. And then the second thing that we established is that the protest is not about hardship or shortage of food or anything. It's entirely about politics, and the people pushing it, Peter Obi and Omoyele Sowore, that tells us then what the leanings of that is. And the article jumping in at the 11th hour, so that completes the trilogy. So that tells you then that it's nothing about the people and it's all about politics. So we established that as well. But the level of violence that we saw, and the pockets that we saw it told you that protest essentially has no oxygen. So what do I mean? We saw pockets of violence in the north. We saw, especially in Kano, we saw violence. And I think in other satellite spaces, a little bit in Bauchi, and I think a couple more places. So we saw that, but it was quite disturbing actually. And I think a few people actually lost their lives to that protest as well. But outside of that, we saw minor semi-incidents in Lagos, anything especially to write home about. So the major concern about Lagos, it looks as though, because if it didn't happen in the first day, then it's not likely to happen in the second, or if there's any subsequent day. So nothing to report from Lagos so far. That is to tell you then, what I did see actually in Lagos were the police handing out water to the would-be anarchists. So there it is. Maybe they are hungry after all. So we saw that. So nothing especially to report in Lagos. I saw some guy in Abeokuta complaining that nobody is coming out in Abeokuta to protest. And of course, we know that there's nothing going on in the East, because of course they instigated it only really for the rest of the country to pick it up. So nothing really to. Yesterday was really much. It was a spike and then a damp squib. So a spike and then a damp squib. So nothing to report from there. So unless anything is coming out today that I have missed, then we can say almost that and by the way, one of the arrowheads of the protest now is telling us that enough is enough, that they should just pack it in. Their lawyer is telling them stop this nonsense. All of it is enough. And Sowore is fighting him. So it has now gone into that space. So we'll give it a couple more days, but I suspect that there's nothing left to report in terms of that. In terms of that event, if was it even an event? A lot of people might suggest that it turned essentially into a non-event. So a lot of people might suggest that it turned into a non-event. So conversation still around that, of course. As the president comes out to speak, should the president come out to speak, should the president give that space, Atiku, Sowore, Peter Obi, should they give them that space, the satisfaction of flushing him out in front of to stand in front of a podium and address the nation? Because that would be somewhat of a victory for the political sponsors of this protest. So should he? I would suggest that he should not. Because of course the protest has essentially been contained. Give it to the end of the week, wrap up the weekend, have the cleaners go clean up the mess that's been made by these ne'er-do-wells, and just carry on with your administration. Ignore it. That is the best answer. That is the best answer to this sort of elements. Just ignore it. Ignore it. So they've had their, but because they cannot repeat it again, because I think the Obi Sowore thing, this is the strongest hand that they can play, and they have played it now. So they cannot now repeat it. And by the way, there are things going on in the underbelly. So I'm sure you are hearing what is coming out of Lagos, where they are asking a certain sort of demography to get out of the state. So we are already seeing the green shoots of backlashing towards now this protest that just took place. So everything in place. So everything in play. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, and follow the example that Ayo has done here. Super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So let me just play you a little bit more music, and then we kick it off with we start with the readouts, and then we go to the clips. And by the way, the room needs populating also. No one in here so far. So if you want the conversation, you would have to hop on. But first, this is a blast from the past. Let's listen to this. And there it is right there. I think that that little clip is actually quite germane to what it says, what's going on at the moment. So our meeting will be on the election day. Maybe that's the reminder to the space that you have lost in 2023. So the next meeting then 2027. But let's just get straight into it. Let's get straight into it. This is the lawyer for the Take It Back space, which is the arrowhead of the days of anarchy going on. Embrace dialogue with government, suspend protest. Adegboruwa urges youth. So there it is right there. He has seen enough. The brigandage, the excesses, the savagery, and just the ne'er-do-wells on the streets. He cannot abide that anymore. As the hashtag ends, and as the hashtag End Bad Governance Nationwide Protest enters the second day, human rights lawyer Ebun Olu Adegboruwa has asked youths to suspend the demonstration and embrace dialogue with the. Let's do that again. As the hashtag End Bad Governance Nationwide Protest enters the second day, human rights lawyer Ebun Olu Adegboruwa has asked youths to suspend the demonstrations and embrace dialogue with the government. Though the intention of the organizers was to achieve peaceful and well-coordinated protest, it would seem that fifth columnist, so there it is right there, fifth columnist is to tell you that there's been an interference with it, but of course, we know there's no interference with it. It's this sort of elements that populate Nigeria. There's never been anything like a peaceful protest ever in Nigeria, and still that record is still maintained. Right. As the hashtag ends as the hashtag end bad governance nationwide protest enters the second day, human rights lawyer Ebun Oluwadegboruwa has asked youths to suspend the demonstrations and embrace dialogue with the government. Though the intention of the organizers was to achieve peaceful and well-coordinated protest, it would seem that fifth columnist and some angry persons infiltrated the ranks of the protesters to derail their laudable mission, he said in a statement on Friday. I appeal to the protesters to withdraw themselves from their various protest grounds and to suspend the protest immediately and indefinitely, to give room for meaningful dialogue and engagement with the government. So suspend it immediately and indefinitely. So that essentially put an end, because indefinitely is an end, isn't it, really? So put an end to it is essentially what it is. But if they put an end to it now, they cannot do it again. It's a one-shot deal. So I appeal to the protesters to withdraw themselves from their various protest grounds and to suspend the protest immediately and indefinitely, to give room for meaningful dialogue and engagement with the government. Given that the protests were said to have been hijacked by sponsored agents, it is necessary to avoid further losses and casualties. The organizers of the protest and their representatives should embrace dialogue with the government, he said. So there it is right there. The lawyer to the Take It Back movement, one of the groups that organized the protest, regretted some deaths and losses recorded during the demonstration, saying it was not the goal of the protest. He expressed his sincere condolences to the employers and families of the security personnel and also the protesters, praying to God to comfort them and to grant them fortitude to bear the irreparable losses. The senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, had on the eve of the protest on Wednesday urged the organizers to reduce the protest from 10 days to 1. He called on President Bola Tinubu to directly address the nation and then engage the protesters through their representatives. He said the government should thereafter set up a committee comprising men and women of integrity to meet with the protesters to address the issues that they have raised. But what issues have they raised? They want petrol sold at 100 to 200 naira, which is impossible. Not even in Saudi Arabia are they selling it at that. So that's impossible, you know. So that's just impossible. So that's the totality of a nonsense. And then the protest has now cascaded to Tinubu must go, and that is until this world comes to an end, that will not happen. Only death or an election will remove that guy. So forget it. So what is there to dialogue with these ne'er-do-wells that are wreaking havoc all over the country? He called on President Bola Tinubu to directly address the nation and then engage the protesters through their representatives. He said the government should thereafter set up a committee comprising men and women of integrity to meet with the protesters to address the issues that they have raised. Youth protest, high living cost. Tension was is there anything else worth reading here? All right. So is there anything? So let me just abandon that. So essentially, the headline tells us all we need to know. Embrace dialogue with government, suspend protest, Adegboruwa to youth. But I'm glad we read it though. So he's actually asking for an indefinite suspension, which is to say an end to it. But they better heed the words of their lawyer. Otherwise, they will have to heed the words of this guy in this clip right here. Watch this.
Support of all Nigerians, to the federal government, to the state government, and to the local governments. Let us avoid anything that will bring mayhem within our communities. Yesterday, we have seen the level of destruction that has been carried out just yesterday. And so you can imagine if this continues for so long, the armed forces and the entire military security agencies will not stand by and see that to continue. So I want to warn those that are recalcitrant, those that don't want to do it. We will not fold our hands and see our country to be destroyed. We will take action, and the action we'll take it professionally. Anyone that is caught will be taken to the courts to be dealt with. So once again, I want to thank you for coming, especially members of the media. And again, for the media, I want to also appeal. I noticed throughout yesterday, all the stations were hooked up to the occasion. This is not an election thing. Don't give them that coverage for them to feel, because there are some of them are looking for just moments of, being on the screen. Together, I can assure you, we are going to win, and we are winning. And at least from today, we have seen the level that it has really gone down. Most state governors that decide to declare a state of emergency have called it off, and working together as Nigerians for Nigeria will succeed. Yeah.
Before the fight, okay.
All right. He goes on for another 5-6 minutes, but I think the point essentially made. Stop it, or we roll out the armies to come and give you a flogging. So stop it, or we roll out the army to come and give you a flogging, which a lot of people might say is a necessity anyway. So we roll out the army to come and give you a flogging. Let's see, what else do we have? So a lot of appeals to discontinue it. Discontinue protests to save lives, property. Shows I need to protest that. So there it is right there. I think we've pretty much seen the beginning and the end of the protest yesterday. I cannot see there's much more it has to offer. But then there'll be a period of reckoning, which will start as early as tomorrow, actually. We'll see out today, and then we'll see what's tomorrow. If we see out today, then the period of reckoning will start from tomorrow, because people will be brought and held to account. Senator Shehu, who represented the Kaduna Central Senatorial District in the 8th Assembly, has urged protesters to discontinue the nationwide protest to save lives and properties of citizens. Reacting to what he described as unfortunate development, Senator Sani, in a tweet on Twitter, said the situation where hoodlums have hijacked the protest was unacceptable. He expressed disappointment over the manner hoodlums hijacked the protest and destroyed properties of innocent citizens in Kaduna, Kano, and other parts of the country on day one of the protest. So that's Shehu Sani admonishing then cessation of fire. So ceasefire, essentially. Let's go to this one. 110 billion investment fund, 80,000 applications received in 72 hours. So these are for all of the noise government carries on. The federal government has revealed that the relaunch of 100 billion restructured Nigeria Youth Investment Fund has received an impressive 80,000 applications within the first 72 days. This is just as the government has commenced strategic town hall meetings with youths from the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, designed to promote national cohesion and project government policies as well as programs for youth in the region. The initiative, seen as a last-ditch effort by the government to dissuade the youth from participating in the planned protest, took off from the North Central Youth Stakeholders Town Hall meeting in Abuja. So they're throwing money at them, essentially. The one thing that Tinubu knows is the power and potency of money. But the very few things that money doesn't solve, just throw money at it and it gets solved. What happened in Kano was brigandage, arson, daylight robbery. This is the presidency now talking about the burning down of Kano State by the protesters. The presidency has described looting and destruction. The presidency has described looting and destructions that occurred in Kano during the hunger protest on Thursday as brigandage, arson and daylight robbery. Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the President, Temitope Ajayi, said shops, supermarkets, business premises, and massive rice mills were looted during the End Bad Governance protest. Temitope Ajayi, however, agreed that hoodlums were responsible for the looting and destruction of property in the state, including the Nigeria Communications Commission Industrial Park. So anyway, there it is. So there it is. So there is that one. So there is that one now. Show leadership and address Nigerians. Peter Obi to Tinubu. The Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has asked President Bola Tinubu to address Nigerians amidst the ongoing hashtag End Bad Governance and nationwide protest. Correspondents report that Obi, in an interview with the Rice TV, called on the protesters to ensure they carry out their protest within the ambit of the law. So he's not calling for cessation, he's asking them to carry on. He called on President Tinubu to show leadership and address the nation, stressing he is the one holding the mandate of the people. So I'll play you a clip, actually, where Peter Obi admits then that he actually lost that election. But then, of course, everybody knows that he lost the election anyway. But let me take you, there are warning signs coming as an offshoot of this going on. And this probably the most worrying so far. Peter Obi calls for arrest of those behind Igbo must go threats in Lagos Southwest. So this is what is coming out of the Southwest, especially Lagos State, fed up with the excesses. This now seems to be the murmurings. Igbo must go. Peter Obi calls for arrest of those behind Igbo must go threats in Lagos Southwest. Former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has called for immediate and legal action against those inciting genocidal threats towards the Igbo communities in Lagos. Correspondents report that the social media landscape was recently flooded with a hashtag urging Igbos to leave Lagos and other states in the southwestern region. The development has received mixed reactions from various quarters, with many citizens condemning those behind the hashtag. Obi, who was the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, condemned this move directed at the Igbos, characterizing it as profoundly disturbing. Obi, who had earlier cried out that some people were deliberately blackmailing him, urged Nigerians to stand united against divisive rhetoric and to champion unity, tolerance, and understanding, I should say, across the country. I have read genocidal threats on X against the Igbo tribe, calling for their relocation. So I'm not quite sure how that is a genocidal threat. So I don't agree, by the way, with the sentiment, but that's a misuse of language to call it a genocidal threat. It's if a landlord gives a tenant an eviction notice, that's not a genocidal threat. That is to say, leave my property. That's just what that means. But I don't agree with the sentiment. I say again. I have read genocidal threats on X against the Igbo tribe calling for their relocation. Let me pointedly warn that such rhetoric threatens our unity and is fundamentally opposed to our constitution, which guarantees every Nigerian the right to live and work freely anywhere in the country. Those in authority must show leadership and urgently speak out against such divisive rhetoric. Immediate action should be taken to investigate, arrest, and prosecute those behind this heinous agenda, serving as a deterrent to others who might consider pursuing similar paths that threaten our national security and unity. I urge all Nigerians to stand united against this divisive rhetoric and to champion unity, tolerance, and understanding. Our future depends on our ability to live and work together harmoniously, Obi said on Twitter. So there it is. Maybe he should heed to those words as well, because I'm not sure that anybody champions ethnic divisiveness better than Obi. Is the number one in that space. And to that readout, let me play you this. So what that readout is alarming at is actually playing out in real time now. What this?
Nothing happened. It was a peaceful demonstration. Only for us to get to this place where the boys were telling us, what do you come to do here? You, Omoyibo, you came to Yoruba to do this. He was threatening me. Even if I'm a Omoyibo, am I not in Nigeria? Am I not in Nigeria? Even if I'm Omoyibo. Is that a threat? There is no any security personnel there around us. None of them is here. They are far back behind us here. They are far back behind us here. They are here. We've not seen any of the security personnel. So they want it to happen before they will now come. They will now say they had bad government people. They've started in Ojota. Is that what they want? That is why we want to go to the commissioner of police here and tell him, if you are here to protect us, you will not stay back. And let us be threatened by the state unions, the state sponsor dog, that is still threatening us. He threatened me live. He said, Omoyibo, kí ló wá ṣe níbí báyìí? Ọmọ tó ná gbogbo yín lẹ́yọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan. My name is Funmi-Jolade Ajayi, and even though if I'm Omoyibo, am I not a Nigerian? Am I not a taxpayers? When does it become a crime to protest in Nigeria? Forget about your religion. Forget about ethnicity. Forget about tribalism. We are all Nigerians. Injury to one is injury to all.
So there it is right there. Injury to one is injury to all. So what she's saying essentially, she's one of the protesters, and a gathering of indigenous people, this is somewhere in Lagos, a gathering of indigenous people encircled her and said, what are you doing here, Omo Igbo? Omo Igbo means Igbo person, get out of here, that sort of language. So I think this is the offshoot of that protest now. And a lot of people had the apprehension that it might go this way. But who gets the blame is the question. Who gets the blame for this? Who ethnicized the politics to the level that we are now? So that is the question that you may well want to provide an answer to. So a little bit of fact-checking and auditing as well. You know, there's this story circulating that Akpabio said you can carry on rioting or protesting rather, but we will continue eating. So now let's now find out exactly what he did say in that space. So this is a bit of just clearing up a bit of the fake news that's been circulated all over the space by your friendly obedience.
Great Niger Delta people, now that this is an affirmation that we are not part of any protest that is being called by any group of persons who are bitter, who feel they are not being favored by this administration. Let us focus on what will benefit us. If other people are saying it is not their own, let us own the government. And let us make the government our own. When we make the government our own, they say the fewer the merrier. So let us be few and let us eat more. So when all of them go one way, let us hold the government. And I believe in 4 years, we'll have many more things to rejoice about.
MD, I want to thank you for what you said. You said, we are not interested in regime change. Let us own this government. Those who want to protest can protest. I must thank Niger Delta.
So there it is right there. But that's been spun by the obedience space to land where it has landed. So I think Shetima actually came out, but what did they have to say? So let's watch this.
The backdrop of what happened a couple of weeks ago in Kenya. there was understandable apprehension. But here we are. No matter how long the night is, it must give way to the light of the dark. Stormy, the weather might well be, but it won't rain forever. We have paused the Rubicon. The president took the painful bullet. Reforms are inevitable. And we know the consequences of unveiling a masquerade. We are aware of the oil subsidy cap. But Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are determined to push on. Of course, with the link of human kindness. We appreciate our heart goes out to what our countrymen are going through on cost of living crisis, but we shall overcome.
All right. I could not quite make out what you were saying there, but whatever he was saying probably does make sense. But let me play. I have about 3 more clips to play you. The first one, I want to trail it with an old video. So if I can find it, you know what usually happens is the StreamYard can only really keep so many videos. So sometimes I have to delete some in order to bring new ones in. So and then suddenly I'm looking for something to play to you, and then I realized so yes, let me start it with this. So here is Peter Obi telling us that he won that election past February 2023. So listen to this first. This trails the next video that I'm about to play you.
Daddy Baba Ahmed and I remain absolutely undaunted and deeply committed to the project of a new Nigeria that will be built on honesty, transparency, fairness, justice, equity. All the above starts with the process. Process through which people come into office is far more fundamental, more important than what they do thereafter. It is my belief, and I've maintained so consistently, that if you must answer His Excellency, the process through which you arrive to office must be excellent. We must now require that we do the right things in order to generate the required confidence and moral authority to lead. The destruction of a society begins and gradually progress when we act rascally. We will govern by the rule of law because we know what not doing that will bring about. Let me reiterate, and I assure you that good people of Nigeria, that we will explore all legal and peaceful action to reclaim our mandate. We won the election and we will prove it to Nigerians.
Okay. So that's that one. Clearly telling us that he won the election. So now listen very closely now to this next clip. Listen to every single word uttered by Peter Obi here. Finally, their admission.
And my appeal at this period is for the president to address the nation. He is the person that is elected. He is the person who is holding the mandate of the people. At times like this, it's time for him to show leadership and address the nation.
So there you heard it right there. He is the person that is elected. He is the person that is holding the mandate of the people. He always was the person that was elected. He always was the person that holds the mandate of the people by virtue of getting more votes than anyone else. So thank you, Mr. Obi, but I think we knew that already anyway. So now this clip this will be the last clip. This clip, somebody sent it in for Emeka yesterday, but we couldn't quite get to Emeka. Maybe sleep took him in the course of the conversation. But let me play this. This is quite germane to what is going on now. The days of anarchy being organized by Peter Obi so the days of anarchy being organized by Peter Obi and SOWORE is being themed on end bad governance. But if you are protesting against ending bad governance, then you cannot be protesting against the government institution, because what the government institution is providing you is good to excellent, not bad governance. That is what is going on. So the government institution is addressing all of the decades of malaise and rot in the system, in the financial, the legal, the social cohesion, everything being addressed by this government all within 1 year. So if you are protesting against bad governance, then you cannot be protesting against. If you are protesting against good governance, then this is the government you should be protesting against. But if you are protesting against bad governance, you cannot be protesting against this government. So that is why people conclude that the people sponsoring this protest, Peter Obi and SOWORE especially, they are really protesting about being rejected at the polls in February. But I say that only to trail this clip. So listen very clearly, listen very closely rather to what this chap has to say. And listen, pay attention.
There was no minimum wage increment in Nigeria. You never protested. We didn't have student loan. You never protested. There was no local government autonomy. You never protested. There was no Southeast Development Commission. You never protested. There was no Northeast Development Commission. You never protested. And today, the only time we have a government that is doing something about the condition of Nigerians, we have a government that is addressing the plight of Nigerians. You are coming out to protest in the name of bad governance. What do you mean by bad governance? Yahaya Bello, 80 billion naira charges against him. Money meant for the development of Kogi State. You didn't have reason to protest. Governor Biano of Anambra State, 10 billion naira charge against him. You didn't protest. MFLA, look at how he messed up this country. No protest. You call that one wish hunting. Governor Kezue Bazum, look at what the present governor of Abia State is saying about him. You didn't have reason to protest. There is barely any state in northern Nigeria that one or two of his ex-governors are not answering corruption charges in Nigeria. From Katsina, Sokoto, Kaduna, Adamawa, Kwara, Benue, Jigawa, there is no state in the northern Nigeria that doesn't have one or two ex-governors answering corruption charges. They didn't protest. That one is not bad governance. But you are protesting against a president who is barely 1 year in office and has done something that all the Nigerian presidents in the past joined together have not done. Why are we so hypocritical in this country? Minimum wage from 30,000 to 70,000. That is what you are protesting against. You must be silly. There is something wrong with you. People are demonstrating their hypocrisy and their stupidity in the name of protest against bad governance. Now today, you know, say hunger in this country. Now today, all of a sudden, there is hunger in Nigeria. All of a sudden. You people are not serious. I have nothing against people criticizing or trying to checkmate the government. But you must be truthful about it. Whatever you want to do must be built on truth. It must be built on honesty, not stupidity and sheer ignorance.
So there it is right there. Absolutely categorically impossible for you to disagree with that guy. It's not a protest against bad governance because we don't have bad, we have good, not bad governance. It is a protest against electoral laws, and there's an undercurrent of ethnic bigotry at play as well. We have to say that because we know it's there. So that's what's going on. So that is what is going on. Let me play the Kegite music, bring the panelist on. So that super chat space still needs to be super chatted. Only one person so far. Let's play the Kegite. Maybe that will induce you to do that. First, the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o pẹ̀tọ́ sódùn kẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbèsè o.
Oh, so there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agreshem, death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us are Solly, always a delight when he's here to keep things 100. That's General Thomas right there. Ekene joins us from Alaba. Good to see Ekene. We had Emeka yesterday. He couldn't get to speak, so we go to him first. Ajanle Koko, father of the bride, he is right there. Dewale is in the house, a real delight. And the first son of the Twitter space are uptown. So there it is. That's the panel so far. So a good, healthy mix of a diverse opinion. So let's kick it off. Start it off with DOG joins us in the last minute. So DOG, mute and unmute, and then
one more, please. Let me just go quickly, right?
I was starting with you anyway. I said because we couldn't get you yesterday.
Yeah, sorry. Yesterday I got back I got back pretty late, and as I was listening, I just slept off. I didn't know when I slept off, right? I actually, thank God, Uptown is here. Both of us, we've been going back and forth on Twitter today. But I stopped because I had to drive out, right? It was a very good, healthy conversation with Uptown. Uptown is using the template of Asiwaju. P2B, the Bajwa and the Agulu fraud. After sponsoring the protest him with Atiku and the Ford Foundation, then they are hiding their hands, right? They think we will not know that they are the ones sponsoring the protest. They are hiding their hands and coming in bad. Uptown, you know what your principal is doing, right? It's not going to work. You were busy telling me about, you won Lagos. You won a battle, you didn't win the war. What was the margin in Lagos? 10,000 votes. What's 10,000 votes to the overall margin in the national election? But anyway, Uptown, it's not. I'm driving, so I can't have that argument with you. Maybe when I'm done. 2027, we'll compare notes. We'll definitely compare notes. Go and look at what's happening in the Southeast now. You saw that they are organizing themselves. All great stuff from Hope Uzodinma, leading from the forefront, organizing the Southeast to ensure that they are aligned to the middle. I'm grateful that my people are now recognizing that there's the need for us to begin to take national politics seriously, and also big ups to Honorable Benkalu, who is doing a remarkable job with organizing people in the Southeast. I saw his speech 2 days ago when he was calling on the Southeasterners, do not protest. Do not protest. We don't need it at this point in time. And I salute to my Southeasterners for rallying behind, and also to the royal fathers and to the political bigwigs who hit the streets and create chaos in the Southeast. Enough of this nonsense. We cannot keep putting the Southeast on the back burner. We can't keep burning our houses. This is a time for collective orientation where we need to build. We are strong people. We are resilient people. We need to build. We are focused people. This is the time we must take our step on our regional development to the next frontier and begin to show Nigerians that we can be collectively inclined and aligned to the middle. So big ups to Hope Uzodinma, big ups to Benjamin Kalu. I respect what they've done. Big ups to the royal fathers, right? Let me not say something again. Big ups to them. They really organized themselves, and there was no protest in the Southeast. I'm proud of my people. I'm proud of what we are doing, and it's quite with other regions. They are all pawns. Atiku, well done. You are showing your hands. Peter Obi, the fraud. Thank you. You have shown your hands, but it didn't happen in the Southeast. It clearly shows that we don't respect you, Peter Obi. We don't respect you. Now let me end. One man, you know, you know why I'm sounding this excited, right? I'm really happy. I was clearly recognized for the hard work I've been doing. I couldn't do this quickly because my birthday was in June. I couldn't do it as quick as I had to travel to the US. And I said, when I'm back to Canada, I have to do this as quick as possible, wrap it up. I'm very excited. I'm going to the strip club again tonight. And I'm also going to drop something in the post today just to thank you and appreciate you. Kando, respect to you, man. Let's go make some more money. Okay, we'll keep.
Our conversation from earlier on, did you get it?
No, I'm driving, right? I'm not saying I'm driving. I'm going back home. I'm going to the strip club to go enjoy myself.
No, that thing. Did you buy it? That thing.
I bought it. Yes, cash down.
You bought it? Well done.
Yeah. Cash down. So I'm picking it up on Friday.
Are you happy for me to share it?
Eh? I just do. I just do.
All right. Okay. Emeka is a big boy. Emeka is a big boy. Don't worry about it.
Up to you.
What are you guys buying and sharing? What are you guys introducing? Somebody's going to the strip club.
Emeka just went and bought a private jet. Anyway,
I hope it's not an I don't store your whatever.
One man, I didn't buy a private jet. Not maybe in the future, possibly. When I ascend the throne, possibly, yes, because I needed to travel around the world. Then just pray for me. Once I ascend that throne, yes, I'll try to get one.
Don't worry. When you ascend that throne, I will be there. No doubts about that. But
you're coming, definitely. Kolata will come. Kandu is my man. Kandu will come. Kandu has to be there. I'll put the invite. No, that's not a big deal. I'll be in Manchester in December, right? I don't know if you will be available. I'll be in Manchester in December. I want to go see Man City, Man U.
I'll make myself available. But before
you make yourself available.
Yes. So before we go on to the next person. So what happened yesterday? The protest. It huffed and puffed, but it did not blow the house down. So what is your take on what happened yesterday?
It didn't. You see, the people. Like some of you won't believe me, but I'm giving you guys inside stories, right? Atiku sponsored that election. Even okay, let's look at it. His son was in Lagos. Atiku's son was in Lagos. Peter
was part of the protest.
Peter sponsored the protest. And then, you know, when people are now saying Igbo must go, I don't like that. I don't think it's necessary. This has nothing to do with Igbo people. Those who decided to go protest decided to do that on their own volition. Please leave my people out of this. We did not protest. It's clearly shown from our region that we stayed at home. We behaved ourselves. We didn't protest. If you want to go and burn your house, go and burn your house. That's not our period. But also, congratulations to Lagosians. They knew what the time was. And they're like, hey, no, we're not doing this nonsense with you guys. We ain't going to do this nonsense with you guys. For my northern brothers, I think you guys fell for it. You fell for the gimmick. You were pawns. It's ridiculous for you to go and start burning places and start looting. It's unnecessary. Protests don't work. Some people were saying, let the president speak. The president won't speak. You don't know that man. What's he speaking about? What do you want him to say? He's not going to talk to you. He's working. He needs to work. So that's about it. The magnitude didn't. The impact was not widely felt, and I think the security operatives are trying to do a remarkable job stepping in, controlling things, calming down the people, and arresting the thugs who are out there to cause mayhem and destruction. That's not what we need. And to those who lost their life, you know, we've been saying there's no need to protest because history has shown that once we protest, we lose life, we lose properties. And for people, we as humans, we always have amnesia. We don't remember history, and that's really sad. This is what I've been talking about. Let's not do this. It's not important. Let's not do this. The president is clearly aware of the challenges. The administration is clearly aware of the challenges, and they're trying to fight it. One man, when I get to where I'm going to send you a video from the media house of Hope Uzodinma, and what is done. Salute to that man. That man is actually a true leader, a true Igbo leader organizing the governors, organizing the royal fathers within Igbo land, organizing his team too. He's doing a fantastic job. And also to Senator Abaribe, I salute you too, sir. You did a remarkable job getting people in Abia State to organize themselves, and also to my governor, Oga, you are not doing a very good job. You have to pay minimum wage. You have to step up. We need acceleration. But anyway, I'm happy that my people respected themselves. They kept to it. They didn't do the protest. There was no need for it. I'm so excited, one man. I'm really, really excited today. I just don't know. But I'll be listening in the background.
You know what excites me, Emeka? Yes. I'm excited that protest happened. So because there was too much pent-up tension within the country. So they needed to vent it. And they needed
that outlet. And now that they can see, especially our northern brothers, they can see that once you protest, it is not for your own good. You're only destroying your own place. Next time when people come for protest, they will tell you, go to hell. We are not doing this nonsense with you. So I'm happy that they were able to channel their frustration and bring it up. We are aware of the economic situation and challenges in the country. It's not like nobody is not aware of it. But protest does not work. Protest only creates harm. Protest only leads to destruction. For those who are pushing it, like often I don't know if I can call Often my friend. Often you can clearly now see. Often told me, oh, the game plan is for P2B to create division so that people would like the president, so that P2B will never be president. P2B will never be president, including Atiku. Often go and write it down somewhere. We know the game plan. Atiku was the one who wrote the template. He did it to Jonathan in 2010. He did it to Jonathan in 2010 with Occupy Nigeria. And that was what brought Jonathan down in 2015. So you can't use a template that was developed by the master strategist himself. So then again, I want to ask up now, what has P2B ever built? Never built a coalition, never built any network group, never built a political movement, never built a political party. He's just an opportunist and also a vicious manipulator. That is why I don't like him. And often, you are free to read what I wrote to P2B today. Let the people hear. P2B needs to step down for your politicians to come in, for fresh leadership and fresh ideas to come in, for people like us to lead the Southeast for economic development. P2B needs to take the back corner, or else the continued visibility of P2B may lead to see another civil war. That guy is a manipulator, he's a fraud, he's a disgusting individual, and he will fail and continue to fail. It's not me predicting, it's what I know from insider source. He cannot win the election. We know the game plan. We know what is happening. We're going to run an again from now. So one man, let me get home. I'm about to get home soon. I'll be listening in the background.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. So that's Emeka, of course. All excited. The excitement you could hear in Emeka's voice. One, there was a lot of apprehension towards that. Towards those the days of rage, this protest space. There was a lot of apprehension, but the way the day panned out, I think it's actually panned out in favor of the government. So they said they were going to have a peaceful protest. It was anything but a peaceful protest. There was the apprehension that Lagos was going to be targeted, but they managed to cordon them and shoot them into a narrow pen and contain. So they contained them in Lagos, and then all of the southwestern spaces, we saw a little bit of rascality in Ibadan, but we didn't really see. There was somebody complaining in Abeokuta that nobody turned up. So it was a damn squib. It didn't really live up to anything at all. And the second day now, I didn't even pay attention to it, because that first day was the beginning and end of it there. So it's all done. And it's all done now. So they cannot play that card anymore. And they cannot even threaten that card anymore, because the destruction that came off the back of this protest now, it makes it near impossible for them to play that card now. So they played it too early.
What you just said, sorry, let me just, what you just said now is very true. They made a mistake, right? In the first year of the president administration, they organized the protest, sponsored the protest. Now the president has 3 years to change the narrative, 3 years to implement programs that will change the lives of Nigerians. 3 years to convince people that he's the best that should be in that seat. So if they had done it close to the election, it would have had some kind of impact on the number of people who want to come out to vote. It will have created an emotional reaction that will reduce the president's ability to for re-election. But now they started in the first year, so he has 3 years. 3 years to mess Atiku and Peter Obi up. Continue.
All right.
Real quick.
Okay, real quick though, then we move on. Yeah.
Real quick, you touched on Ford Foundation earlier. I don't know if you still have enough time to come back to speak on that. Because I also mentioned on this show, I believe yesterday or the day before yesterday, that the havoc the Ford Foundation is wrecking on African politics. It's going to take decades. Because what they're doing is to target some soft outlet like this show or the likes of SOWORE or for political to cause political unrest in those countries, and they are using them to manipulate people's views about their government. Government participation in all domestic governance. People are not being excluded. People are allowed to vote, but what you see now is that they are pumping money into sponsoring some of these.
Hold on. Stay muted, Emeka, because you are both coming from cars, so there's a quaking noise. Two of you are muted will be too much. Yeah. Do you want to respond just within a minute to what he said, and then we move on, Emeka?
Yes, I want to respond. Valid points. I didn't highlight that much. Ford Foundation is actually sponsoring SOWORE for all his politics. SOWORE knows that he's not going to be president. He's just an activist. So Ford Foundation has been the lifeblood for SOWORE, right? And they've been sponsoring all these protests in Africa. I'm glad that I didn't know who was speaking. I think it sounds like Ednimatic, but I didn't know. So
it was Diwali.
God will punish Ford Foundation, and I think African leaders need to go to the UN and bring this to the forefront. Ford Foundation wants to create chaos in Africa, and I don't know what they intend to benefit. That NGO, God will punish them severely. God will punish the leaders severely, and their life will never remain the same.
No, Emeka, let's not go to. All right. It's because you are both in cars. It's an assault to the sense.
No, not really. Not really for a woman. Not really.
Well, no, if the two of you are unmuted, go and listen back. Then it's a real push. But thank you, Emeka. So let's do the 5-minute monologue now. We kick it off with with Solly, then Emeka, Dewale, DOG. So Solly, Emeka, Dewale, Uptown. So we want to hit the people in Lagos as quickly as possible. So Solly, you're up first. So the conversation has not changed, but the momentum of it has somewhat changed. So it huffed and puffed, like I said, but it did not blow the house down. So that was the protest that was, but what was the force all about? So your take, sorry, 5 minutes monologue.
Well, the protest has not ended. It's in this protest that I thought maybe it's only government that is wicked in this Nigeria. But then you have some people that are living abroad, that hunger is not worrying them. They are saying that, oh no, people are not hungry. People are using it for political events. Yes, which is true, right? However, I support the protest because I want to prove to you and show you that people are actually hungry. Gari is now a luxury food. Very soon they will be selling it in restaurants because that's how bad
it's not. No, it's not. Don't. Why are you saying things?
How much is Gari?
Within affordability.
300 naira, 500 naira for one cup.
The prices are crashing every single day. That all the information keeps streaming in that the prices are crashing every single day.
What's the latest price of Gari? One cup.
Am I in Lagos? Do you know? What do you mean?
It is 300 to 500 naira.
Was that how much we bought it for?
That is the current price.
Is that how much you bought it for? Where you get that current price?
Someone from Nigeria lets me know that that's the current price.
Look at this guy.
So you want to focus on all the miscreants, which was expected in any protest in the world, but you don't want to focus on all the hungry people that are telling you they are hungry and they are about to die. I don't see any videos of those ones. Yes, there were some miscreants, but the main purpose of the protest was to say hunger. Nobody started the protest to say, oh, they want to remove Tinubu. Unfortunately, we had some hypobians who will always use every opportunity thinking that propaganda is the solution to all problems. They always use people who have good intentions, and they will come and lie with their propaganda and scatter everybody's good intentions. Unfortunately, we have those people there that want to use it for politics, but that does not refute the fact that there's hunger in the land, and majority of the people who are protesting for hunger, not for change of regime, not for Peter Obi, not for SOWORE. They are all out there in the streets because they are hungry. If they had job that they were doing, if they had food that they were eating, they will not go out on the streets. You want to ignore all those videos, you want to ignore all those people, and you want to focus on the little miscreants that think they will use it for election. You can't deny the fact that people are hungry. I'm not going to come here and say, oh, no, they are not trying to use it for politics. Yes, they are. But majority of the people there are hungry because they are paying protesters to come and do anti-protest. And those anti-protest people are collecting the money and telling you that they are hungry.
No, that's a lie. Those clips that you saw were orchestrated by the obedience space. So those are
Do you
actors
have
are
proof
playing
of
out.
that?
Yeah, we know now. Those are orchestrated clips.
Oh,
They do it. They do it. They do
but
it
when
all the
people come on
time.
this
They do it all
platform
the
and say
time.
we
Yeah.
know, you will deny it, but you don't have proof, and you are saying we know.
We know from their antecedents. That's what they do. They'll go and get some
But you
person.
don't have proof.
Do you have proof that they are?
The
Do
proof
you
is
have
in the
proof to the
pudding.
court?
They have
In what
interviewed
pudding?
multiple people in different states, and they are saying the same thing. So if you have proof to go against it, you can gladly show me, and
Don't
I'll
worry
change my
about that. We
mind.
know the antecedent of that
I'm worried.
space.
I want
Yeah.
to worry about it. Give me proof. They have given you their own proof. You too, you have to be
What
able to
proof have they
counter with your
given
own
you?
proof.
They've not given you any. Anyway, I don't want to get locked in that silly thing. Just carry on.
So you are saying people are not hungry? Is that what you are saying?
I'm not saying people are not hungry. I'm saying to you that those clips that was released by the obedience space when they gave cards to probably people that are sympathetic to them or paid by them to say that they were paid by the government to it's just the story doesn't chime. And because we know all right, okay, let's leave that story. No, hold
No,
on.
I'm not leaving it because you
No,
want to
I don't want to
escape.
get I don't want to get
No,
locked in a nonsense. No.
I've caught one man. No, he
Can
doesn't
you
want
be
to talk
quiet?
about the topic.
Can you be quiet?
Anything, just
Yeah,
wait.
I just don't want to get locked in some because I know you like to do that. So have your final say on that and then go on with your submission. It's going to get just silly.
Okay, let me have my final say on that. The people that were doing anti-protests, they were on video before the interview of them saying that they were paid and them saying that they were hungry. So I don't think obedience could have gone to meet paid protesters after they've gone on video, they've gone on live TV, they say they don't support the protest, and immediately after they end the anti-protest, they will now go and meet obedience. That does not gel. That does not make any sense. So I don't think they were paid. That's just how I'll end my topic on that. Now, for the ones saying Igbos must go, threats in Lagos, this one, that one, you've sown seed of discord. When you are insulting people, just because they are not ranting does not mean that they forgot. Some people, they will get angry immediately and they will reply you back with anger and insults. But some people, they will keep quiet and they will wait for the right moment to hit back. When you are insulting people and nobody is stopping you, you are having free flow because it is sweet to your emotions. You are behaving like a woman. It is sweet to your emotions. Nobody is cautioning you. You still have platforms that you go, even till now, where they go and they insult every single person. You insult no man is an island. No man is an island. You have cut bridge with everybody. Then who will be there to defend you? You know, but pride and ego will not allow people to use their eyes and common sense. Now it has gotten to this stage, and it's only going to keep on getting worse because nobody is still cautioning you. Nobody is cautioning you. You can't just have free flow. You can't think you have free flow of insults. You can't think you have free flow of violence. Some people are worse, just that they don't brag about it. And I can guarantee this thing will not end here until you caution yourselves publicly. You go on your own platforms, you caution yourself, not that you come here and pretend, then go back and be insulting every single person, because I see that happening on this platform. A lot of people come here, they keep quiet, immediately they go to another platform, the insults just rain through and nobody stops them. Nobody. But you always expect other people to stop. Yesterday I was on the platform, I had to just leave. Somebody came, he was saying, I don't like the way you are posting this thing, one man, this thing. But when they go on their platform, they go haywire, they go crazy. They never caution themselves, but they want to go up and down and be cautioning everybody. No, it doesn't go that way. If you give somebody bass, they have the ability to give you both. I don't support this, but it didn't come from nowhere. You can cry wolf all you want, but the next day you still go back and choke them with knife again, and you'll be wondering why they are coming back at you. You can't think you have the only monopoly of violence. This is not going to be the end. That's just what I think is going to happen. It's not going to be the end. As long as you keep on poking them, they will come back harder and they will come back worse because they actually have more power, which is just, it's just unfortunate. I just want the protest to continue because some people pretend like there's no hunger. Some people want to pretend like there's no, and I want you to see and show you. We have a population of over 200 million people. How many percent are in poverty? At least 150 million. And you are saying that people are not hungry.
Where are you getting that data from? What's all this now? I didn't even want to interject you, but you are
What's
getting
the poverty percentage of Nigeria?
You're the one giving percentages. Where are you getting it from?
It's over 70%.
Where are you getting it from?
Okay, I can type it on Google right now.
Oh, so you were guessing at it. Don't type it on Google. Just carry on because we have to.
That was the last one I remembered.
Yeah.
That was the last one I remembered.
Right.
So even if it's not 150, at least 100 million people. None of you.
What do you mean? You are still guessing at it now. You don't know. If you don't have data, then don't quote data now.
More than the population of UK, Sha.
So where are you getting that from? So you're just guessing at it, aren't you? But carry on anyway.
So you can't stay in the comfort of your home, living like a proud immigrant and then saying nobody's hungry in Nigeria. Every single body is trying to. How many of those people have said Tinubu should go? Maybe a few miscreants out of them, but the majority of them are not carrying placard of Tinubu should go. The majority of them are not carrying placard of Obi. The majority are not carrying placard of Atiku. They are telling you that they are hungry. Every video you watch, it is hunger that they are talking about. Fuel price. They've removed the subsidy, they've increased the fuel price, and it's the poor people that are going to pay for the masses. They did not reduce their salaries. They did not reduce anything. In fact, they've given themselves more. There's not even VP Villa. They've given themselves more at the expense of the poor. And it's not a smart strategy because the poor are in hundreds of millions right now. Okay, so the poverty rate of Nigeria is actually 38%, but 38% is not still more than the population of UK. Imagine the whole UK being hungry, poor. Will you want to live in that UK? No, you will not. So you cannot just label it on all these other people. People are hungry and the protest will continue. If you think that it's going to stop because you think it's losing momentum, it's just going to keep on increasing till they change something or till they do something. There's a reason why these politicians were taking their family out of Nigeria. They have more intel than you and they know what might most likely happen. There's a reason why they are scared. There's a reason why they are bribing protesters. There's a reason why they are sending out police. If they think nothing is going to happen, they wouldn't have been begging for almost 1 week that people should not protest. They wouldn't have been using tribal sentiments, saying, people should not participate or don't come and protest in Lagos.
All right. Take us to the next headline. I was going to interject you, but it's not even worth the effort. What did you have the expectation, whether they think something was going to happen or not? if there's going to be a nationwide protest, is it not the responsibility of the government to mobilize security for that? Is it not? And
Yes, it
anyway,
is.
of course. So sometimes we have to let logic override sentiments. But take us to the lawyer of the protesters, telling them that they should cap it off at 1 day.
I wasn't really following this news, so I don't really know much on it.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to speak to before I go on to Ekene?
No, not really.
All right, brilliant. There was one other headline. The army is coming out warning that if there's a repetition of the excesses that we saw yesterday, then they would have to come out. Is that fair comment? Is that a reasonable? Is that fair?
It's
comment?
not fair now. See their hungry
Right.
head. It's because they've selected the people that will not betray them and put them in army. If not, this country is already very ripe for military coup. But as we all know,
so it wasn't right. It wasn't ripe under Buhari, Abi.
No, it's even riper now, because if they do it
riper.
now, I don't think anybody will not support them. Majority of Nigerians will enjoy it. They will love it, because everybody is tired. Everybody is tired. People can't take it anymore. Even the protesters self, some of the police.
Solly, what do you think? What do you think a military takeover or a military administration would look like? What do you think it's going to give you?
Look, it is not about how the military administration will look like. People are just tired. They are just tired. At least if you know you're under military. Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
I just want to so that you can now explain better, right? We have an amnesia as people. We don't
I understand
remember
what you are saying. Can you just let me also reply you? In a military regime, at least we know we are being oppressed, right? If something bad happens to us, we know that, okay, it is because of military. But when somebody is coming to pretend to come and help you, they are living. This is a case of animal farm, right? Didn't the pigs tell the other animals that it was better to remove the humans? And then they started living like humans, and the animals in the farm were even suffering worse. So you are building presidential villa, but you are saying it is democratic, and you've removed subsidy. So basically, you are pushing you are living, on the suffering of the poor. You are doing the opposite of what Peter Pan was doing. Is it Peter Pan or whatever his name? Taking from the poor and giving it to the rich. That's the economy you are doing.
Robin Hood.
So this is democratic military regime. Let
Sorry.
us know. Let us know that the elites are dictators, right? Or we should know that we are in democracy. Because if we cannot get anything as citizens in this democracy, and then let all of us, because the president is a citizen, it's not a military. Let all citizens now become equal, and let us remember our suffering, so that when we go back into democracy, then we'll use our common sense. Because they too are forgotten military regime. The same way the citizens are forgotten is the same way the government too has forgotten. Let military come back and let all of us become equal again, and let all of us suffer very well, so that it will be very documented. And when we get our democracy back, we will maybe have common sense.
All right, thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. So thank you, Dewale. I wanted him to land. I didn't want to extend beyond me. So Ekene, you're up next. Ekene, I want to be a bit rigid with the timing so that I get to people quicker. So you are up next. You are at the epicenter of it, of course. I'm not sure even if you're still in Lagos. But can you give us an update of what the latest development is where you are, Ekene?
Alpha, man.
Pata, Alpha.
Well, I did my shop today, Shia. So I know
you open today. I don't know. Say you go open today. I thought did you not shut down the complex?
I go my business. Go do my business. I never knew except that the protest was too hot today, Shia. Our area, no protest in our area, Shia, but people that want to protest, maybe they go to one area and they converge from there, they start protesting. So I don't have the urge again. I don't have the interest again to protest. I just go to the market. But by the way, Solly, I want to give you kudos tonight. You really shake some tables, and a lot of people are not happy with what you are just giving. And I salute your courage.
Wait, now which courage is? What did you salute? What did you salute? You just said you don't need to go change a dealer like this.
Don't interject him. Don't interject him, please.
What's going on? What's going on here?
Don't interject him.
I want
You know,
let's
smoke go to the handicap now. If you smoke, you know what to talk now.
Don't interject, Kenny, please. Let him flow.
So,
Ekene, we're all alarmed by your changing attitude. For weeks, you've been booming and bombasting about how you are going to protest, and the protest is going to this, that, and the other, drum beating, banging tables, making noise, and now suddenly your voice is flat. Why is your voice flat? Suddenly, it didn't go the way you wanted, did it? You've not been able to chase Tinubu out of your Aso Rock. What's going on? What's your assessment of the protest? Even people, a categorical failure. A lot of people conclude.
well, I just see it. It's not necessarily a failure, but it will just bring out the true character of the current administration, because the way they will react to the issue on ground and the way people are presenting to them will show how serious they are to govern the people. So I will not say that the protest will not yield any results. Definitely, it will yield either positive or negative, whether they react to the issue. But people will be able to know, that this government is really there to work or for them or not to work for them. So, when you talk about regime change, I'll just laugh. Who cares to change the regime? Nobody cares. All we care is just to give good governance to the people. You are just playing a tape of Obi. I say that he admitted that. Who even cares? You people, you guys just they hit your head. Maybe the mandates that you guys told, you are not comfortable with it, because if you are comfortable with it, you would have moved on since and give good governance to the people. Shouldn't be bothering yourself trying to think about regime change, whether Obi admit he won the election or lost the election. But the way you guys put it sometimes, who cares? The common man on the street don't care. We don't care. Even me, I don't care. You understand? So I just look at the whole issue, the whole narrative. I just feel that it's not worth fighting for. Let me just go and face my business. It's not worth fighting for. It's not worth dying for. Because the people that are supposed to join hands, most of them, rice, 1 cup of rice, 2 cup of rice has been given to them, and a lot of them are being compromised. So why am I going to the street to die for them? It doesn't worth it. So maybe when they finish that 2 cup of rice or 3 cup of rice, then we'll talk about what will happen next. But for now, Tinubu in Lagos State, his wife and the daughter, they are busy sharing rice and 2 cup of rice.
Don't worry, let them share rice.
Maybe when they finish.
No.
Yeah.
This protest is the final card. This is the trump card of your space. So you've played it now, and it has not played in your favor. So after this, any nail that sticks out will be hammered down. Do you understand? That's a metaphor. After this now joker that you have played, any nail that sticks out after this will be hammered down.
How?
No more of the gaslighting, no more of the papering, paging, No more of the vacuous noise making. No more of the brouhaha and the hoo-ha. No more of the pit of being running a
No,
parallel government. No more of the
we'll
noise.
continue to talk
Any
about that.
any nail that sticks out after this will be hammered down.
We will no longer.
Which one is
We'll continue to talk.
Yeah.
Alright, Lama, you're the talk.
Politics now. Politics.
However you want to put it.
Yeah. You know.
Well, the only thing I know is that we'll continue to talk about the indiscipline of the government, whether they like it or not. So if they are afraid of any regime change, what they should do is to give good governance. You understand? And me coming here to shout, to talk about, like I said all the time, it's not that I'm, when we talk, people think it's because we cannot feed or we cannot afford 3 square meal. No, it's not necessarily that. If we have Nigeria that works for everybody, both the rich and the poor, both the common man, everything, then Nigeria is good to go. It will even favor my business more.
But that is the Nigeria that Tinubu is creating now. You say you are protesting against good governance, and then you are protesting against the best government that we've ever had. How does that rhyme with reason?
To you, that will be the best government to you because you will not have anything to say. You don't have anything to say about the government. You understand? You don't have anything to say about the government. You are so much blinded by the attitude of the administration, and you think they're getting everything right.
That's your point, Ekene.
But
I know you're in
if you are so comfortable, that's why I said it is not worth dying for. Because people like one man, not even let the view of the common man be established. You understand? So why am I dying for it? So I just have to go to my business today, and I'll continue to go to my business. Unless if there is any riot, I'll just go home and lock myself inside and stock up my house and be sleeping. Apart from that, I'll be going for my business. And I'm not going to any street because I don't want to. Well, I'm not defeated.
No. So after this, Obi has to mention no. After this, enough of the noise make. After this, he has to mention no.
No, Obi will still be talking because we'll still be learning, discussing the policies of the government. I know how it's working for the common goal of every Nigerian. You understand? So that is still the issue. When you guys were talking about some certain section of the country trying to maybe instigate other people into protest at the end of the day, not going out, I was just laughing because those people we are talking about don't care. They don't necessarily care about whatever Tinubu is doing there. Even if you give them in fact, you don't understand Nigerians well. If you understand the Nigerian politics well, you don't.
Hold on, Ekene. You surely you know, okay,
Yeah.
I've been at the fear of the horror and the threat. So they don't threaten on that. I make them know those people no come out. I just really talk about.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily because of the threat. You understand?
You sure so?
I'm very sure of that.
Nigeria.
No, rational mind. Where we are, where I dey. It's not to make miles. You understand? We know our capacity there. You understand? But the issue is that we just feel like, well, whatever you want to do with Nigeria, do with it. Then whenever everybody is tired, then we can reconvene again and start a new Nigeria.
Can I add something? Sorry, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, to the question Rational Mind asked you. It's almost like
Actually, add that as you take the floor because I want to be a bit rigid to get around people. You take the floor.
let me
Uptown. Yeah.
I don't want to cut him abruptly. This is almost a reflection of what people like us come to say in the platform. If you remember when Madam Zita came shortly towards the election, and she said, if Obi loses the election, the Southeast will be on fire. And they declared Tinubu that the Southeast are going to riot. And according to her, I'm quoting her now, oh, I'm worried about my people. They will burn down everywhere. The response I gave to her that day, and I remember that day, was that her statement shows she does not know the people she calls her people and their psyche and how they behave, because it shows a complete disconnect. I told her categorically that if you drop a P after that election...
She's a senior and an entrenched Igbo woman, more entrenched in the culture than
But
you.
what has happened after... No, it's not about... No, I'm not doubting her seniority. But then it has played out in our front. And my position was what happened, not hers. I told her after the election that if you go to Southeast and drop a pin after that election, that you hear the sound of the pin drop on the floor. That, which is a contrast of what she was projecting. What happened after election? Did anybody hear one riot or even a man and his dog step out in front of a door to protest and say, oh, it's not mandate of Obi or whatever it is? Nothing like that happened in Southeast. And it's really very simple. Immediately the election was done, I told people, don't bother. Some of the amongst everybody talking online, which obviously every tribe is talking online, if you remove every tribe and collect only Southeast sample online, 70 to 80% is diasporans. And diasporans are very vocal. Now, if you come to Nigeria on the ground, immediately that election was over, Southeasterners moved on immediately on ground. And I want my, remember sometimes when we were talking on Instagram, I told you, you need to go to Southeast. Nobody is talking about Tinubu. Absolutely, there's no conversation there about anything government or Tinubu. They have almost seen it that the next 4 years is gone. Let's just double our efforts to try to measure up with the economy. Nobody is talking about Tinubu in Southeast. So when I tell people, don't worry about those guys. So when this protest was coming up, they say, I told them, guys, can you guys just enter Ife Sinachi or enter GUO? Take a trip to Southeast. Stand on the road and know if there's any noise of anything about Tinubu going on there. Nobody cares. And that's the support what Kene is saying. Nobody cares there. Kene, please go on.
So, another before I will just leave the mic for one man.
Bring it home and then Uptown takes it up. Yeah.
To tell you that we don't care about what is happening. We don't really care. The care of Igbo man is to make sure that
Uptown? You know my name you mentioned.
Sorry, Dewale, then Uptown. Sorry, Dewale. Yeah.
The care of an Igbo man is to make sure that they have a government that will contribute so well in the well-being of or ease their means of doing business. That is their only concern. And it is not being defeated or being a coward. Because if you want to know, in the next election, if you present Tinubu and the Atiku, the same ticket that was presented in 2023, Igbo people will still vote Obi to justify to you guys that it's not because we dey fear anybody. It's because we know the right thing to do at the right time. And we started the try from 2015 when we are warning you guys about.
Choma just cracked me off. Sorry, I can sorry for interjecting. Choma, nice one. You cracked me off. Nice one.
So it's not about if you present them the same ticket in 2027, let's Obi decide not to contest, then we choose another candidate, whether from the north or wherever, that we know that will give a good soft landing for business to thrive in Nigeria. Apart from that, it's not about being tribalistic. It's not about anything. We always show that capacity. And we're being justified at every given time. Starting from the time of we are shouting up until this time. So continue with your government, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the mic check. And I was just about to push you and you landed. So that's well timed right there. So Dewale, you are up next. The conversation, your contribution is only really talks around the protest, which came and went. But if you slept for 24 hours, you would not even realize anything happened. They said they are still protesting today, but nobody told the protesters to come out. So a what ado about nothing seems to be the conclusion. Dewale.
Thank you, one man. It's been a while. I've joined this show, at these hours. I always come at the late time. Anyway, what I hear from my brothers are the voices of defeated people that they pump themselves up. I don't know where they got that confidence from. I listened to everybody yesterday. I think Kuleta hit the nails on the wall when he said that it's like two-way sword. When you have one side, you have people that felt, okay, this planned protest on one hand didn't go as planned. I also have those who are actually supposed to be the one leading in the forefront, decided to stay put. Look, I think obedience are emotionally damaged, and they don't want to admit it. They do not want to admit it because what I've seen is that they failed politically. Even their leader called Obi, they failed. They've been drumming up this thing of protest since the day one the result of that election was announced, and they never backed down. As a matter of fact, it was re-echoed on this show this evening when my brother said that the military should have come in and neutralized and everybody start afresh. And I wonder if they actually live through the regime of military in Nigeria. I don't think any adult will want to go through what actually we went through during the military era. But you see, they plan the protest. What is the purpose of protest in the first place? Protest is to draw the attention or bring awareness, all right, for people who who are having grievance against. And when the grievance is now going in a dangerous path, that is when it would no longer be tolerable. And last night we argued.
Dewale, if you look at the theme of the protest, we do say is justified for the administration institution. The theme is to end bad governance. So would you say that that is a justified theme for the governance we have at the moment?
No, because this government have put in more effort than Jonathan and Buhari combined. Look, it may seem that it's not working now, but we're all going to reap what they're planning. But of course, for a regime, or I don't want to use the word regime, but administration that is just a year plus in the office, there's no magic to a prosperous economy. There's no magic. You have to start because sometimes can be try and error. All right. If everybody's that good with their solution to be professing all this while, then Nigeria would have been better off than this. All right. So when you have a protest that has lacked direction, that is faceless, even the leader or the proponent of that protest, I don't know if they are ashamed to come forward and with their full chest to back it up. But what they were doing, and I mentioned earlier when my brother Emeka talked about the Ford Foundation. And I'm also glad that Kulata drew attention about Ruto, make mention of them, in his remark and at a particular village when he was talking about the protest that happens in Kenya. I don't know if you are paying close attention to some of these things. Ford Foundation are actually sponsoring some shows. I won't be surprised if they actually are sponsoring some microbloggers as well. Because what they're trying to do is to, create these one-line headlines that will generate,
You know this girl, something fashion. She comes from that Sahara Reporters talk. She used to do, you see, I can't remember her first name. She has sponsorship with that Ford Foundation as well. I'm not sure if Rudolph does. Maybe it's not big enough yet, but
he does.
I know she does, yeah.
Rudolph also sponsored by Fund Foundation. You just have to apply for the grant. They will give you. You just have to apply. They have money in their account. As in last time, I think it was over $1 billion. So they actually targeting Africa. And you see what they are doing. They don't. The Nigerians do not understand. Hunger has been in the country, in the land in Africa for years, since the inception of that continent. But you see, sometimes we do not look inward. We believe that every little step we take is not leading us to nowhere. Whereas we are moving, just like we're in a plane, and you just think, well, this plane is not moving fast, but it's moving faster than you can imagine. All right. There are a lot of things that goes into governance, but people, I think majority of our younger people or who are operating on the social media, because social media is becoming their where they get information from. They can't decipher from left to right, and they are being bamboozled and confused by all these one-line headlines, micro bloggers, nonsense that they're churning out every now and then. And you can imagine when you hear things coming from some people's mouth or what they type out there sometimes. Maturity, when you're emotionally matured, is when you strain yourself from responding because it's not worth it. And I've observed myself and I realized, look, I think I'm more matured in a way, because when you hear what people say sometimes, you scratch your head. Like, even if you don't have no idea, can't you seek more information? One line headlines, information that suits your mood or whatever. That's what you want to go with. And some people don't even know about how government works. They just imagine that, oh, it has to be this. And I want to educate my brother earlier. That was why I wanted to interject that. Look, how would you feel every now and then any head of government visited Nigeria in official capacity? Nigeria government has to put them in a hotel and pay through their nose. How would you feel when you have a place?
Dewale, that argument, all these silly arguments that we get sometimes, it's just puerile juvenile stuff. They are saying they are spending $20 billion naira on building a villa for the vice president. They are not building they are not building it for Shetima. They are building it for the state. Nigeria is a top country, and all of these accoutrements of state have to be in place. So what does it even? How does that impact on the price of Gary? If they didn't build that 20 billion naira something, would that then crash the price of Gary or rice? Or are they building it for him to then take with him when he leaves office? It's for the state. It's a necessary. Hold on. It's a necessary accoutrement for the state of that status. And then they say 20 billion when people are not eating. Oh, they drank Fanta at an event when people cannot afford Gary. Oh, look at that! Oh, they drink ice water. It's just ridiculous.
Government. If anybody tells you that government is not expensive, they don't know what they're talking about. Government at any level is expensive. You have to spend money, and in some cases, some of these expenses are unavoidable. Okay, but people dwell much on the optic, as if optic is going to give them that relief that okay, look, every government official being elected or selected has to have aides that will work for them. And in a situation in an official capacity, they could reduce their aides, but they still have to spend money because they'll be working day and night. Now, and as regards as that vice president house is concerned, when kept postponing and postponing, projects, it will get to a stage that it will not just be in a double 40. I mean, the money here for it, it will triple. And who is going to pick the tab? So you have to put your foot down and say, you know what, this is the right time to build this. Aguda House was not built for vice president to live. For how long are we going to continue living that kind of lifestyle? I could remember the last time Obasanjo hosted Shogun. I don't know if you guys remember, the Commonwealth head of state visited Nigeria. They were importing a vehicle, and guess what? They put them in an hotel. You can imagine if that house has already been built at that time, it's ready, with the house is available to at least put the queen or somebody, another head of state. You know how much that will save us? Of course, the Nikon, what do you call it? This Elumelu Hotel will be smiling to the bank. Those are the things that the government had to look at. Okay, I said, you know what, this is the best thing, this is the right time to do it. Because if you don't do it now, it's not going to work. And as far as I'm concerned about this headline about the people saying that Igbo must go, I think people are being myopic, and it speaks on. As a matter of fact, that headline alone is not even the worst. If you go online, for those who operate on Twitter or X,
someone actually came out and addressed this.
See, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. Look, people have said worst. So for the fact that they are giving credence to whoever is putting that out there is, to me, is nonsensical in the first place. They shouldn't have. But of course, if it's not tamed, it will continue to generate, uproar and unnecessary attention. But to me, whoever put out there is, number one, is not a government official. Okay, and there's nobody in this country can tell somebody to leave, no matter how worse people may perceive it. No way. Tomorrow, people are still going to host party in Lagos.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, so people are still going to host party in Lagos. They are still going to make merriment, celebrate birthday, and they will spend money. Yes, inflation is there, but people are eating and are still living daily. I haven't heard that people are dying of hunger going to the hospital. I'm not saying you need to get to that, but please, we should tone down. People shouldn't get scared. The news coming to us in the diaspora is as if the world is crashing in on Nigeria. No, and for those who are organizing the protest, I think they can say that they want. I mean, they too, what has happened. I mean, at the end of it all, they haven't achieved anything. So to me, it's just make mockery of what they should have, equally put together in an organized way and strategically put together, actually, and collect all these other social, cultural, or social groups, and for them to support them, and then make a very good outcome of it. But they didn't go the right way, and it's unfortunate for them. But I think obedience need to, they need to learn. Woman, thank you. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Obedience needs to learn, and they really need to shift their sword, because this has to be the last blow from that space now. So we go to Uptown, then now we go to DOG, Ogbeni Rational Mind. So Uptown, you're up next. So it promised a lot but delivered very little. I'm not sure if you still want to insist that the protest is going on, but it was a one-bank deal. That day came, it was not so much of a bang, but a whimper. So there it was, the protest, but what protest? So what's the latest development in that space, Uptown?
Yeah, good morning, woman.
Good morning to you.
Good day to everybody around the world. Click, like, subscribe to our channel, and good day to all our people in the comment sections. The protest today was more successful than yesterday. According to data, yesterday had 18 states where protests were recorded. Today has 26 states where protests are recorded. 25 states and FCT where protests were recorded. That is number one. Number two, we didn't see the violence we saw in the north yesterday, making me to believe that was it that the violence that happened in day one, was it sponsored to kind of bring an abrupt end to the protest? If it was, then congrats to the northerners for resisting that, and going into day two, they were able to also protest. I don't know if you've seen the videos coming out today. You need to go to #EndBadGovernance. I think that's the fastest way to keep yourself abreast. Or if you have the time to tune into channels or Arise or all these stations on live, every single radio station. Why do you think the army had to come and call out the Nigerian media, saying that they're almost giving 24 hours airtime to the protest, that they are not helping issues? But every single person was tuned in.
The army said
You know?
more than that. The army said
Yes.
that nearly all of the state governors had declared a curfew, and then nearly all of them had withdrawn it, which is to tell you that the potency was not there in the protest anymore. So
No, by potency, do you mean anarchy?
well, potency. It doesn't have the vibe anymore. There's no jive
No,
in it anymore.
more people.
It's not funky anymore. The funk is gone.
That's what I'm saying. It depends on what you're using those nice words for. A funky vibes and all that. Maybe you're referring to anarchy and violence. The last time I checked, more people turned out in Bauchi than they did yesterday. If you remove the violent part, and some other states more recorded extra people. Lagos State recorded more numbers of people today. River State recorded more numbers of people today than they recorded yesterday, where I was day one. I think what made yesterday look like it was what made day one look like it was bigger was because of the very flashy scenes from the violent part, which is in 4 states, 3 or 4 northern states. But in terms of protests, so it's very important for us to distinguish between protests and riots. So the inclusion of riots in a few states on day one was what made it look like it was bigger. But day two, in terms of protests, had better showing across states. Like I said, 26. Higher turnouts. Lagos State had higher turnouts today as well. Yeah, so
why are you saying this as
but the point is
analyzing the
someone
election votes?
It's desperately trying to cling on. The thing is dead, but it's trying to give it a it's trying to resuscitate it.
I don't need to cling on to anything. One man. It's a hashtag, and the idea about hashtags on Twitter is for you to be able to weigh that particular situation and follow it up. So nobody needs to listen to me, anyways. You just have to go to the hashtag and follow day 2 progress and compare notes with day 1 progress. And if you're protesting and day 1 was more had kind of 40% violence, and day 2 had higher turnouts, and then violence shrinks to 5%. Then day 2 was more successful.
Uptown, 1 minute. Uptown, quick one. So, what's the benefit of you doing something that won't work, right? You're busy counting the participation number, right? Oh, it has increased. What's the value in embarking on an a venture that would work? So what I'm saying, I'm not saying the protest is not good. I'm not saying the awareness of the protest is not valuable, or getting the attention of the government isn't worth it. But what is the value in this when people are dead? What is the value in this when properties are being destroyed? What is the value in this when you know the outcome is negligible? And then to your principal who you are supporting, what is the value for it in this when he's going to lose the election? These are my questions. Go ahead.
And to add to that, when you talk about progress in protest, I think progress in protest should be when they are now listening to you. I feel there is no need for this protest, and I don't see any progress.
I'm not the one hosting it. Why are people toasting me as if I would call it off? It's not in my hands. I'm just analyzing.
Hey, it's not even you calling it off. It's already off anyway. It's already off. It's dead. It's dead already.
Protest is not this.
You could even hear it in Ekene's voice. There was almost tears in Ekene's voice.
Ekene never said he was going to protest. He clearly told us before the protest that he would be in his house eating jollof rice. So, I mean, why? What other tears are we talking about? But the point...
No, that he did not achieve what you hoped he would. It turned into a bit of a silliness, a bit of a jolly by some yam heads, and that was it.
You see the issue with Nigeria is here, and especially people from APC space, they act like they want the best, but low-key in their mind, they want the worst. because now, honestly, I wanted the peaceful protest and to see me rejoicing that it wasn't as peaceful as I wished it should be. In day one, by day two, a lot of progress was made in terms of peace. So when I say success, I was just speaking to the peacefulness of it.
Yeah, but
I wasn't
no,
engaged.
what Emeka was
So I was
asking
happy
you.
about that, but you guys called that.
No,
You guys said
that's
that
no. Don't even go there. Go to where
you
Emeka was
guys were
taking you.
violent.
Sorry, can you hear me? Go to where
Yeah,
Emeka was taking you to. Is asking what conversation has it generated? What impact has it had this day too? Because I don't even think nobody's really paying any attention. Ekena himself said he's not interested anymore, and he was one of the biggest advocates of it for weeks on end. I didn't even check the news to see what was happening in day two. Nobody cares anymore. So what impact is it? Yeah, sorry, carry on.
It feels good for you to allocate a lot of influence on Ekene more than you usually would do, saying that Ekene feels low, so Nigeria is low. But the point is, one man, when did your entire TV station, including Asowaju's TV, your entire radio station in the last 48 hours is dedicating 90% of airtime speaking about some things? Protesters are speaking to the interviewers. Every single person and communication and interview happening on TV is discussing it. Then what are you telling me? This day too. CNN. Wait, calm down. Allow me.
No,
CNN.
I'm not worked up, so.
I heard you. CNN has spoken about it. It has made it to Al Jazeera as at too.
What are they saying?
Calm down now. Who is that? So yeah, day one, we didn't see it on any international media. Day two, it has made it to at least two that I know. For now, we don't know extra people that will come on board.
No, it will be documented now. Of course, it will be documented. Why would you know? Nigeria is a big, important country now. So
wait now, come on. When ENSA started,
yes,
for 4 good days, only Arise TV ever. In fact, a section of those.
It was on the BBC from day one. It was on the BBC from day one.
No, do you know the day one? You don't know.
It was on the BBC from the. Why would I give you the date? Something that happened in 2020. But because you're fanatically obsessed with it. But I was in the moment, and it was on the BBC from day one.
You just told me you don't know day one, but you say it's on BBC from day one.
How can I give you the date of something that happened in 2020? They said the riot that demonstration that started in Nigeria around policing. So it was a little caption, and it continued to expand as the.
No, it didn't. I was the one that posted the first. I was the one that posted the first showing of that protest on BBC. In fact, some influencers
you were not.
Wait now, we don't online now. So when something happens for the first time, everybody knows. Now, I'm not the only person that knows this. If you go to Instagram, we know when CNN first picked up ENSAS on their station. It was widely posted by a lot of Instagram users. Hey, wow, CNN has posted about ENSAS. That was like days after ENSAS began anyway. ENSAS ran for 2 weeks, 3 days. So that's a long time. That's like 17 days. That's a long time, So when a lot of people even keyed in was when the resistance and the whatever was now happening, everybody like gag and all that. So we followed that progress, but that's not the point. The larger point is that people are discussing, and we are watching it unfold as we go. One man, I wanted to give you an analysis, a very short analysis here. So you are a businessman. As of 2022, you earn 500,000 naira per month, and your expenses is 400,000. So you get to save 100,000 every month. And as of 22, you have to be a middle class for you to be earning like 500,000 every month anyway. So you're a middle class. That's the analogy. As of 2024, as of today, what you are earning per month in terms of profits from your business has dropped from 500,000 to 300,000. and you're still holding on to 300,000 profit margin because you did a lot of fiscal adjustments. That means there's a lot of things, reduction in maybe if you used to own your DS.
Why are you still earning the same as you were in whatever? Why are you still earning the same?
No, you're not listening to me. I said it dropped from 500 to 300,000.
So why did it drop?
That's what I'm saying. It dropped simply because
you did not make adjustment to the vagaries of the market.
No. You have to make it obvious. If you don't make adjustments,
if you make adjustment to the vagaries of the market, then your percentage should still remain the same.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works.
Anyway, let me just continue if, for example, you're selling something for 3,000 and then the market adjusts, you get to start selling for 10,000. But at 3,000, you were making like 500 naira profit on 3,000. But at 10,000, you find out that your cost price is hitting 9,007. But then two things are happening. Your profit margin at 10,000 is lower than your profit margin when you were selling something at 3,000. But that's not just the full story. The other end of it is that the quantity of which you are selling, maybe at 3,000, you were selling that commodity 1,000 pieces a day. But now at 10,000, the commodity you are selling, the quantity reduces to 500 from 1,000. So on both angle, profit margin falls in terms of cumulative for the day. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but any business person knows what I'm saying. So, but so in this situation, that means in a month, if you were making 500,000, that was like 2022 or so. Now, the profits for the month has dropped from 500,000 to 300,000. Yeah. But as your profit is dropping, your expenses is climbing up. You can try to manage it by trying to reduce maybe adjustments in terms of running cost and all that. But then health cost is rising because maybe, let's say you have diabetes or whatever it is, and the cost of managing it used to be 20,000, but it rose to like 100 or 120,000. So those are cumulative. So no matter how much you manage the expenses, your expenses still climbs up. If it climbs up, or it doesn't even climb up, let's say you have cut out every single thing you are doing in your life, only the essentials, so it still remains as 400,000. That means that your expenses is higher than your profits. 300,000 profits, expenses of 400,000. That means there's a 100,000 naira deficit. For a middle class person, I'm assuming that you've made investment in land.
We have to manage the time somewhat, but and then bring it up. Yeah,
you've made investment in landed properties. Yeah. So you have like what they call shock absorbers in automobile. So maybe you sell 1 or 2 lands to try to hold up the business because obviously interest rates are high. So nobody's talking about borrowing money to support the business. Now you probably you get into your previous year's savings to try to hold on to the business and to try to use it to finance this deficit I told you about now in terms of expenses versus your profit for the month. Now, what it will do is that as the month progresses and things don't get better, you keep eating into the savings is going to finish. You keep eating into the assets are going down. You are slipping from middle class to lower class every single month. It will get to a point where there will be no buffers again and you are gone. What I painted for you is the situation of the economy. Now you can translate it down from middle class. What I painted is a middle class picture for you. Translate it down to the lower income earner and down. Then you know why people are on the streets. That is one. My brother said some things that Emeka, which I wanted to address as well.
What happens to adjustment of lifestyle?
No, don't go into that.
No, I
spoke
about
you have about 2. Hold on, you have about 2-3 more minutes because Rashna might not spoken. Ajanle Poko there, many people. So yeah, about 3 more minutes.
Let me quickly run through real fast. So yeah, my brother, adjustment of lifestyle is definitely part of it, obviously. But you can't, if you have diabetes, I don't think you can adjust your diabetes lifestyle. But the point is, so that's it. Peter Obi video, one man, I think it's one of the topic. Quickly, let me go there. I've been seeing you guys celebrating over it. A lot of people are posting it and say, "Oh my God, he has conferred legitimacy on us. Oh, we won election. Oh, you guys weren't convinced you won?" I saw the celebrations. People are throwing parties in a cool hotel since he you know. So, but the things it makes me rattle. I'm like, okay, well, you guys are anyway. But it shows the high level of influence this
No,
guy
no,
will.
no, no, no. But what
And
are you making of what are you making of what he said though? What are you making
because
of that?
he referred to the president as President Bola Tinubu, and
No,
he's
no, no.
holding.
Hold on, hold on.
And my appeal at this period is for the president to address the nation. He is the person that is elected. He is the person who is holding the mandate of the people. At times like this, it's time for him to show leadership and address the nation.
All right. Is the person that is elected the person holding the mandate of the people? That runs contrary to the storyline he was trying to sell previously.
That is you being let me tell you very clearly. Immediately the Supreme Court pronounced Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu president, Obi was very clear. He said that elections were over and he abides with what Supreme Court has decided as a law-abiding person. What that means is that even in his tweet, he changed. Post Supreme Court declaration, he was referring to Tinubu as Alhaji Tinubu. In the first tweet he made immediately after Supreme Court this thing about that contained Tinubu's name, he had President Tinubu on it. This is somebody that is very conscious about everything he does and says. So going forward, he said elections were over, litigations were over. That means this guy is sitting on the mandate of the people and he's president because the highest court in the land has declared it so. So that is simple abiding to rule of law. I know you guys are not used to abiding to rule of law. You guys are used to rascality in terms of opposition. So it will be very strange to
Maybe
you. But
somebody should have notified Eze Kwesili and what's her name?
well,
Zura Kida or whatever. And those people hold very, very great position in obedience, right? So someone need to notify them that their Lord and Savior has accepted his defeat now.
The Tinubu is not my president crew.
Every Nigerian has the right.
Mandate of the people, by the way. Anyway, bring it on. One more minute. I have to push you out.
No. You cannot interrupted me as to one minute, so it's 2 minutes, one more. So this guy is sticking to the rule of the law and he's playing very clean opposition, very civil, very strange to you guys. Obviously, that's a contrast to what you guys did before 2015. So you guys should learn how to play civil businessman opposition, which he's doing, and it shows. Also, the narrative you guys are pushing online. Let me tell you why you guys shooting yourself on the leg, saying Obi was one that pushed Northerners to the streets. Please, next election, nobody should tell me Obi does not wield influence because you guys have made it clear that Obi commanded the 19 Northern states to go to the streets.
What should worry you more is that the Northerners are saying he pushed them on the streets. They're saying it. If you're saying you're on Twitter, then you'd have heard them saying it because
that is it.
Yeah.
Wait. First of all, Northerners are not saying he pushed them to the street because Northerners are all over the comment sections of the 3 characters that are supporting APC to push that narrative and cussing them out. And I have I've posted a lot of screenshots from that space on my Twitter. You can go and check it. A lot of people are telling them, like, what the hell are you people saying about Obi or whatever it is, and all that hunger is in the land and whatever it is. Northerners are doing this. I'm not doing it. But that's not the point. The point is I'm going to hold on to your own narrative against you. Next election, don't tell me. Let it be on record that according to APC, they said Obi, who commanded the entire 19 northern states to be on the streets. Now we know who the new authority of the north is, and that is Peter Obi. According to APC, I know talk. I'm not then talk. The new authority in the north is Peter Obi. If they couldn't listen to their imams that was recruited by Tinubu,
all right.
They couldn't listen to Sultan. They couldn't listen to the imams, the traditional rulers, the political leaders. That means Obi is the new command in that space. So that's quite a thing. Emeka, I direct reply to you. You cited
no, don't reply to him. We have to get other voices.
Is this still on the screen?
He is still on, but other people.
So let me not reply him. But one more, let me tell you, because he also cited Ben Kalu. Yeah, sorry. Benjamin Kalu's video it was actually a very self-indicting video because he was clearly suggesting to the Igbo people that that means if you come out, they're going to shoot you. They will target you because you're Igbo, they will shoot you. For a deputy speaker to be telling a tribe that our government will shoot you if you come out because you are this. That is self-indicting on the government he's part of, But I'm sure in the heat of trying to do whatever he's doing, he didn't even know that he was shooting them. He was indicting himself and his government, which is really very sad that people didn't take note of that. But let me just stop there one more. Thank you very much.
All right, Brilliant. If you're still around, we'll loop round back to you. Hopefully, you will still be around. DOG, you're up next. You've been with. Sorry for the long wait. The floor is yours. So the conversation, your contribution, it really wraps still around that protest.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah,
Okay,
we can hear you. Good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I'll just be brief, to be honest. From the onset, last week I said it. I said since I've been born and I've spent over 4 decades on Earth. I'm still young, but I've not seen how riot has ever helped us in that country. So if we say we want to protest about bad governance, is this really the time to do it? During Buhari's tenure, the second time, nobody was saying protest for bad governance. Everybody was focused on NSAS. Now, a new government has come, has upped the minimum wage, doing things that you can tell, okay, things will get better, and it won't happen overnight. Why not use dialogue? Why are we still in this phase of wanting to protest? To me, I even see it as riot. I don't see it as protest sometimes. And people will capitalize on it. Like I said, I know they will loot. And I still said it yesterday night. There was a friend of mine that the sister has a shop at ShopRite. Since 2020, he said to me, because we've been talking lately, he said to me, his sister has never been the same since then because she lost a lot of money. So we need to get to a point where there can be a platform where we can look for means to dialogue with the government, because this is their first year. They've upped the minimum wage, they've done all other stuff, school loan, all these things are being put in place for the students to be able to at least get some student loan and further their education. So if a government that is trying to work, and I've seen that this government have been listening to people, because even things that go on social media, you just see them addressing it, which I think is a good start. So what I will say going forward, I don't know, because this protest to me is not necessary at all. Not at this point of the government. Is just a year and they are doing their best.
Would you say it has been successful? What's your assessment of it? The protest.
Yeah, I would say they are bending towards being successful, but where they found the country and where they are taking the country to is far beyond where they are right now. And so far so good. I don't think they've done so bad. It is only if we are deceiving ourselves. To me, even in the UK now, there is a session in the UK as we speak. Everywhere in the whole world, there is inflation, there is all these things are happening. I just think, and I keep saying when we are talking about the minimum wage, when they first raised it, I think when they came into government, I was saying, oh, if they can sort the minimum wage out and people start getting it, it will cushion a bit the sufferness and the poverty in the land a bit. And we need to give this government time. But you can just tell, even from the protest when they started instigating, you can just tell it's the bitterness of the people that have lost the election. And we can still see the people that will jump on it. Those people on social media that will tell you, oh, Peter Obi, this is my president. When they see any post of it, this is my own president. Oh, those are the people coming out to do all these things. It has never taken us anywhere. I don't know about people that are older than me, whether protest has gotten anything good, meaningful for Nigerian. But for me, since I've been born, I've never seen where protest. It's either it's been hijacked or something bad happened and people lose their life for no good reason without achieving anything. That's why I was asking Uptown, what's the progress in the protest? There is no progress in that protest. Is dead and buried already with no iota of any impact, So we need to come together. If people like Uptown think, oh, I think there are better ways people like that could come up with good ideas to bring youth together in Nigeria and dialogue with the government, because I think this government they have listening ears compared to the previous ones we've had. So we need to support, we need to come together as one and forget all this bitterness about, oh, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba. And if the Igbos would be true to themselves, most Yorubas have been welcoming to them. Most of them that are in the southwest, they should be truthful to themselves.
You say most Yorubas have been welcoming, but is that welcome still in situation? There are
It's still there, woman. I just think what the Igbos are getting back now is people trying to respond back to what the Igbos are saying. Oh, Lagos is no man land. All those kind of things.
Nobody's responding. Say APC, not people. It's specific. The talks you saw in Lagos is APC sponsored.
I'm telling you, there are people just fighting for the cause. When it comes to Lagos,
has nothing to do with you. I have more Yoruba friends than Igbo friends. None of them.
That's what I'm saying, because they are welcoming. They are welcoming.
So those ones you saw that was profiling that Yoruba woman in the video one man played are APC.
I'm not even talking about a specific video. Uptown. Listen to me,
if you
Uptown.
come online, if you come online, also the
listen
people on
to me.
that space.
Forget online, APC. Uptown. Now we are
once
here.
You remove APC, the rest of Yorubas is not in on it.
Hold on, and this is the point. When
you have to listen to what they is saying. There might well be a sentiment that is brewing. If you don't want to acknowledge it, then you may miss it.
No, I'm in Lagos now. What is this?
Yeah, you may be in Lagos now, but there are certain.
We are shooting everywhere. We are everywhere. So
right, okay,
I'm telling you, when people tell you,
if you don't want to hear it, then don't hear it.
Wait, let him just land this point.
When we told you that the sentiment you are hearing is strictly online and we know where it's coming from, and then it's not on ground. The only thing you see on ground is in terms of election or this protest now. The same political people controlling the thing going on online, we translate it on ground using only talks. You never see normal Yoruba from his house, mama.
No,
you never see.
You are speaking on behalf of the Yorubas, but we have.
I'm not speaking. Yes. Anybody you ask here will tell you that Yorubas don't feel the way you want them. You're saying they're feeling. No, nobody feels like that.
So you are speaking on behalf of the Yorubas. You are speaking on behalf of the Yorubas.
If you have ever seen, see this thing that's happening now. Many Yorubas on Instagram, everybody's making videos saying, like, what is going on? Like, where is this coming from? What angle? Let me tell them. Let me use the opportunity in case they're listening. There are Yorubas making videos. I'm seeing your videos. Even the celebrities are speaking up.
To spin it now.
Let me tell you, it's coming from APC in case you have not.
Yes. All right. All right. You can say that, but listen to what DOJ is saying. You may not want to acknowledge it, but this might well be there's an undercurrent of a backlash. Anyway, DOJ, the floor is yours. If you don't want to see it, then don't see it. But
okay. Can I continue now?
Yeah, continue.
Sorry, are you in Nigeria?
I'm Nigerian. I don't have to be in Nigeria. I can be anywhere.
Okay,
I travel a lot. Anyway, yeah. Like you just even made my point. I've always seen it to be is more of the Igbo trying to be aggressive and fight that cause about it's no man's land. And when you say that to people, you can't come to my house and try to tell me it's my house and tell me how to live.
Nobody's saying that Lagos.
Hold on. Let me land. Maybe you get my point.
It's getting old.
Well, that's up to you, my brother. So, like I'm saying, woman, for me, I've seen Yoruba people to be welcoming. When I was growing up, I could look around my house and see a lot of Igbos living. I can still remember that some of them we still communicate. They are my childhood friend. So for me, I've just think there is no way you keep telling people it's no man's land. Everything is about your tribe, People will start talking. How many states or how many other states in Nigeria that is not Yoruba land that the Igbos can be doing what they are doing in the southwest like that? Can they go and do all that in the north? No. But let's even leave that tribe alone. And this tribe issue, if you really want to blame someone, it's not as if we don't have it in Nigeria, but it's not this bad until Peter Obi took that mantle to want to contest. That's when it started playing in between tribe and religion. And that is where got us to this point. we always have that underground. People always say all those things underground, but it's never this obvious, and people are fronting and saying things they are not even meant to say normally. Is Peter Obi? Is the fault is on Peter Obi?
Give us
Anybody
an
can say.
example. Give
You
us an
can say
example.
anything you want. I know you are Peter Obi supporter, but let
If
me.
you want
Tell us now.
example,
Don't just say Peter.
I have examples. If you want
There is
examples,
plenty example even before the
Okay, one.
election, while the
Let me count
election
two.
is going on.
One and
You
two.
can
Count it.
anyway. Let me just carry on, my brother. We are not
No,
even
let's
in
be
that
specific
phase.
now. Let's not carry on.
When I was going to get back to you, you told me to calm down. So let these guys speak, and one man was meeting me. You don't want people to push back at Uptown. That's wrong, one man.
no,
If this
I want people to push back at Uptown, but
no.
People always push back at me now. What I
yeah, but
he
I'm
was
talking.
bamboozling this guy. He didn't see anything.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask a question.
If you look at the screen, if you
That's
look at
okay.
the okay, hold on. If you look at the screen, you see it's not as full as it once was because people are starting to drop from having to wait for so long. So that's what I'm always pushing so that I can get to people before they drop.
Yeah, so one man, let me carry on. So for me, I think as Nigerians, and probably like I said, I think the government needs to find a way to start educating even the people, the Gen Zs ourselves, on governance, on how it works, and even the local market traders on who they should look up to when they need some stuff. Because I think people don't even get the face of governance. I think right now in Nigeria, if this somebody's street road is bad, it's Tinubu. When you've elected, you have councillor, you have honorable, you have senator from federal and state constituency level. They are giving all these people money, but those people don't even know what they are for, but they go on election day to vote for them. So I think the government need to start educating people and start looking. Maybe they need to form another ministry to start investigating and scrutinizing how those expenses, as the money that has been disbursed to all these people, how it's being spent. Because if we keep going like this, people will just keep pointing hands at the president, and they are actually wrong. And I think we've gotten to a point now that what the government is doing, you can even see is affecting Dangote himself. So we need patience. And I think if they implement this 70,000 per annum, it will help people a bit, the fast struggling family at least will a bit, will create a balance a bit, because I trust Nigerians. We know how to manage. And that's why I always think it's hard for revolution to happen in Nigeria. If they tell us today that yam is going to be 20,000 naira per tuber, people might protest, people might strike, but at the end of the day, people will say, well, instead of me buying 2 bags of rice, I will buy 1 bag of rice so I can buy the yam. We know how to cut our coat according to our size and maintain, which is kind of good. But at the end of the day, if the government is working, it will start having impact gradually. So people need to take that bitterness of them supporting somebody that has lost election. There is elections to come, you will vote again. But the government that is there now, we need to support them. If we don't support them, we won't get any result, and we'll be getting this protest that has no meaning. It has no meaning to me, because so far so good. In the past government that has been since Obasanjo time, who has increased minimum wage? Even though when they increased minimum wage to 30,000 that year, there is still a lot of state that is not paying that minimum wage till date. Who has given student loan? But this government is trying to do things. The damage is bad. Where they pick it from is bad. So we need patience as well. I'm not saying people are not struggling, but we need patience to be realistic as well. And they were saying it to be people don't know it's not easy to be president, to be governor, and all these things. It's not an easy task. So for me, the protest has gone nowhere, and like we said, it will just end to looting and people killed and all those things. Because if you look, our forces are not well trained to that extent. I saw this lady, Ton or something. That's the lady's name. She was trying to talk to one lady officer about how they could control the crowd because of it's getting out of place. The woman just walked out on her. And I'm thinking, normal police, you should be able to listen. You don't get angry at somebody that is trying to dialogue and talk to you. So it's just the training. So people like Uptown, is where we live it. People like Uptown that really want to fight the cause of Nigeria. Dialogue is a better way of doing this. From my life experience being in Nigeria, I think dialogue would do us better. And with a government that I think they want to listen, dialogue, and they have, funny enough, this government is the only government that I think have a lot of people around every class in Nigeria in government. If you want to talk about entertainment, where they have people in government, if you want to talk about scholars, they have people in government. So there are channels we could go through to dialogue with the government of the day right now than protests that will lead to riot and will lead to our people dying.
Since you called me, can I ask
No,
you a question?
no. Let him land. I want to go to on to go, Benny. So
just on the dialogue.
No. Please. I have
now,
to.
let me ask you.
So round off at DOJ and I'll go on to Benny.
Yeah. So where I will leave it is, the way I will leave it is, even if nobody should be saying Igbo must go, and we don't want the Igbos, obviously nobody's gonna chase them away. If they want to chase them away, it would have happened since the election period. So all that is just, even bringing it up is, I think, is stupid, because there is no point for that. So people are trying their all means to cause division in this government, to cause uproar, to cause instability, so the government will look bad. But I pray that God won't give them that power and chance to achieve it. Let's give this government a chance. It's just a year. We've suffered 8 years of Buhari. We've suffered 8 years of almost all this president. Somebody is trying to do something new. Let's give him time. Let's give him chance. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered by DOJ. So, Ogwene, you're up next. Hopefully you're still there. I suspect
I'm not sleeping. I'm about to sleep.
There you are.
I've been hearing Uptown, and that's, I think, Uptown interjection has been keeping me awake. Okay.
All right. The floor is yours.
I told you I was helping.
Yes, they said they had their day 2, but I don't see anything day 2. There's, I think it was a 1-day deal. The riot is over. And
you know, I've always been in support of these protests, and I keep saying it. I support protests. I don't support riots, and that is why I agree with Uptown to an extent. I'll still deal with some of the things. I think Uptown's frustration now, but let me agree with him to an extent that it's a success so far. For me, the protest has actually, achieved some successes. When you look at the real meaning of protests, I think in most cases people don't really look at the real meaning of protests, and that's why people will always call these protests low. So now, what are the real reasons for protests? I've said it here before. That's my little understanding anyway. First is to raise public awareness or attention, right? Bring politics to notice what government is doing that is unpopular. Then you want to embarrass the government. Yes, you embarrass the government in order to push them to action. The another reason for it is you want to show a policy that is not popular, so that they know that you are no longer popular pushing this policy through, and then attract global attention. And maybe lastly, then to get a change of that policy. Now, if you look at all these 5 I've listed, they've been able to achieve it. You said?
I said that's a very good understanding of what protest is.
So they've been able to achieve it to an extent. If you think of global attention, they've been able to draw global attention to Nigeria on what is happening presently. BBC, CNN, all of them, they are blowing this thing every day. Okay, there is even this one idiot channel from China. I don't know where that one is coming. The lady used to be in Weon, but I think she has moved to another space now. She's so fixated on Nigeria that she will never say anything positive in Nigeria in her life. She will always report anything. So she's been on this too, reporting, 12 people have died, so also have died in this same protest. That's the one they keep reporting. So India or Asia or Western interest, I don't understand what it is presently under this government. But the only thing I know is that when you see the West projecting negative part of the particular cause, then it means it's not going their way. When you see them saying something is positive, you have to be very careful. But when they are telling you, no, there's no way Tinubu is going, there's not this, that they key this protest against this man, they remove this man, know that there are many things that government is doing that is not favoring the West. Okay, so I want to draw attention of people to that. Global attention has been drawn on all these things, and so to an extent, it's successful. Okay, I say I should define what success means. Yeah, that's what I've defined. It's 5 reasons, 5 major, reasons for protest, and they've been able to get people attention. They've been able to embarrass the government as it stands now. The government stands embarrassed to an extent. And then, except we are so shameless. If our leaders are so shameless that they don't understand shame again, it's embarrassing. and then they've drawn global attention. The only thing they've not been able to get probably policy change. But I know the government will be having a rethink on some of their policies already. Yesterday, I said I expect Tinubu to address them, but I also put a caveat that it's not the end of it all. I expect some Minister of Information and others to be talking, but I learned the governors have been talking now gradually. So for me, they are achieving results. But why would some people call it failure? Particularly the people are now a little bit probably frustrated because they realize that it's not achieving the result which they desire, which is the result that riot will really bring. That's what some people desire. People like Obiang and Atiku and others that have been supporting this thing, and you see them expressing frustration. They are trying to divert attention now to the hashtag Igbo leave Lagos. So they have left protest. Now that's the next thing Atiku will be dealing with, So for them, the reason why they think it's failure is that, some activists are not joining them. And I think Uptown is one of those who is expressing that frustration too. If you go to his Twitter handle, I love going there. You see, he has been expressing frustration for the past about 8 hours now.
I'll block you. What
during the
frustration
day.
are you talking about?
Okay.
Yeah,
in one of his posts, he waits now. Don't gaslight me now. I love visiting you. That's the same thing I did for JJ yesterday. Wait now, you put know that internet doesn't.
Hold on right there. A round of applause for Benny for JJ yesterday. You all that law education that we take for you sliced and diced him, and then suddenly he was talking confidently, and then suddenly he was fumbling at the mouth like one man. Well, we just have to be nice. He was wagging fingers at us until and what you cited was an outright bigoted headline. So
yes, now
you caught him red-handed. You caught him red-handed.
So we should also think of what we do. If you go to Uptown Twitter, you see for the past about 10 to 12 hours now, he's been expressing his own frustration. Hey, wow, wait now. There's one you say, why are all pastors quiet now? So expect pastors to be coming out to talk, right? So why are you calling out pastors to come and do what for you?
This is not the first time I called them out.
You see,
routinely.
so they are protesting.
Only go fire now.
And our pastors should come out and do what?
I call them out routinely now. I always do that. It's my normal thing.
Yeah, it's just expression of frustration. Like, okay, this protest, they should have
nothing to do with protest. It's not
they're supposed to shook mouths too now. Then there's another one you said. Why are people not calling out? I think Femi Falana, Omoyele, and all these guys. So
that one, I was speaking to the bigotry space.
Yeah, so those major activists which you ordinarily see in the street are not in the street, are not on street now. That's the implication. They are not. I'm not even sure Joe Dumakin and others are in the street. I know Fempano is not there.
Where is Aisha Yesufu, by the way?
For where? All of them.
I thought you'll be burning down the buildings.
Even Dele Paroti, me. All of them, they are not in the street.
That's why I told you that
Twitter warriors.
Those activists that's usually on the street that's in obedience space don't feel that part of this report. They're not in the engine room. So they
where is Mr. Macaroni?
For where? Those guys are not.
That's why when I come to say that obedience are not in the, if obedience were in the engine room, this protest in the south will be bigger than this.
Did you guys hear Portable? What Portable said about the riot?
I read Portable.
Special
that one. I don't even
Portable say he gets show.
To cap this off, do you know what Uptown said in I think the past 3 or 4 hours? Sorry, Uptown went back to this thing to say that by before 2027 that we should see Nigeria.
No, that one is words. That one is words. You know it. You and I know.
I beg your opposition to unite because they are not supporting you guys.
They go beg. Nigeria go beg opposition.
Uptown. You understand your frustration.
It's getting more and more desperate, isn't it?
Do you know the most ridiculous part? Wait now, Uptown. Do you know the most ridiculous part? Uptown now tweeted that this protest, as low as the turnout was or is, Uptown came out that this protest has showed that 80% Nigerians don't support Tinubu, and all that. What statistic is this guy throwing out now?
260 million Nigerians. How many people do you see in the street? And you just chunk out statistics that 80%, the protests show that 80% of Nigerians are not supporting Tinubu, when even the major activists in the country and all these influencers are not in the street. How many Nollywood stars, entertainers, and all those guys do you see in the street? They don't care, because they don't really believe in the protest. They think it's politically motivated, one, from the opposition part, and secondly,
they don't think that. They know. Everybody knows it's a political.
And
they are
secondly,
just tired
many of them.
Tinubu. That's why. See what P Square said. He said he's not joining because he won you guys in the election and he's tired.
Okay, but many of them just believe that. Okay, many of them just believe that. You see, this government is trying. When you have a deep thinking, I love opposition, I love protests, I love people pushing back on government, but don't take it to ridiculous extent. Don't take it to the extent that the little gains they are getting from the government or the focus of government, you get them too distracted that they can't even focus much on it. Like, if this protest now, let's say this protest continue for the next 10 days, as far as I'm concerned, it's going to affect the economy of Abuja, for instance, that I know. All those spaces that are closing down in Abuja, all those shops I don't want to open because they will loot them. It's going to affect the economy, and the government is going to take it again from there. Look at Kano. Those things that they've destroyed in Kano, they still go to budget.
Ogbeni, please, let me tell you something. One man, good evening, everyone. Abeokuta, filling station are removing their pumps.
I didn't get that.
You understand what I mean? Pumps. They are removing their pumps because they are scared of being damaged. All this.
Okay. I understand. Yes, now.
Yeah, they are removing their pumps. My sister saw it. He said, "Wow." I said, "They are removing pump." They said, "Yes." The money to remove the pump and to replace it is not too outrageous if they destroy it.
And the property itself, yeah.
The property itself.
So for me, relatively, they've been able to achieve in all the steps the government took, even though they call them coward, they are fear. Why then they fear? Why is this and that? Well, they kept on focused on, okay, let's ameliorate this thing, let's douse it down. And I think they've been able to achieve that. And on the side of protesters also, I think they've been able also to achieve. They're on the streets, fine. They made the thing known. They've embarrassed the government. They put it on global attention and all sorts. If you ask me what next, engagement. I've not seen them really doing much engagement. They are even denying some of their leaders. Today now, some of them have been shouting at Adegorua because Ebon has told them, cut off this thing, go back to engagement table. But they say Ebon is not representing us and all sort of names. Now I know before they know it now, they will name Ebon one tribe. They will say he's a tribal something by God. They are so quick to say somebody is a bigot. That's these days. And was it Frank Fanon? One of these philosophers said something that when you see somebody throwing tribalism as a card, most times they are even the one that are tribalist. When you see them, many little things, oh, you're tribal. It happens to many black people in the Western world. They like throwing card of tribal, of which they are the one that are so much tribalistic when you look at it in most cases. So one my that's on that, and I've talked on Ebun. Let me talk on this Igbo must go. You see, for me, I don't understand why Atiku, but I can understand Atiku's frustration. Now the protest he has supported is not really yielding the result he wanted, even though it's successful as far as I'm concerned. But Atiku is just he's a frustrated politician in Nigeria, I know a old one that will never go out on the stage. So he's squatting in one angle to look at what is happening and poaching. That's what Atiku is just simply doing. And I think Obi also has joined this Igbo must go thing now, and they are now shouting. So, you know, somebody asking uptown, okay, so what's next? This protest now cannot really yield what you guys want. This is what is next. They've already moved to what is next. In the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days, you're going to see this Igbo must go thing, people talking about it, and then they divert attention. And I think they said Big Brother Nigeria also is out now. So that's what's next. You know, Nigeria for what they know them for. That's what everybody will start moving to, and they forget the protest. They may still probably get it to the 5th or 6th day, and everything will just freeze you down if there is no violence. I pray there is no violence. But let me talk on this Igbo must go. Now, who exactly posted this Igbo must go? Lagospedia. And I don't even rate Atiku.
Sorry, Ogbeni, there's actually a big fight. going on. Someone who came out on this scene and it sounded warning. And then there's some Yoruba spaces then came out that if they go after Lagospedia, that there'll be mass consequences. So it looks as though there's a tribal sort of sentiment that backs that sort of
who is Lagospedia?
It's an anonymous figure, but
it's a very faceless. See, I've said it here before. I don't know. Government may have information on him or how. I don't know that. But as far as the public is concerned, he's faceless. I've engaged some people.
I'm sorry. Let me tell you. Lagospedia has been unveiled, and
who is he?
Do
you know his name?
Yes, there's a name. Wait, just give me a second.
Okay. It's some guy from Ikorodu.
Yes.
His
and
name?
Again, that's not even the big part. The big part is that the followers list of Lagospedia has been published, and a lot of Sanwo-Olu's aides are following him.
Of course, now.
So
what point has that made? You see, that's the issue. People gather intelligence. How do people gather intelligence? You know, sometimes we say some things to illiterates in Nigeria.
Some of the Yoruba space, one man called the Yoruba space, a lot of them are still, most of these appointees in Lagos State, most of them are tweeting that, hey, don't go after this. In fact, the particular guy I think he's a Sanwo-Olu guy, apart from Sanwo-Olu, that spoke up on that. They have started labeling him a traitor and all that. They're posting videos, putting horns on his head, and doing all those kind of things.
I saw that. It happens too on obedient platform. It's cut across. It's not just one ethnics only. So don't let us look as if it's just one tribe.
I was clearing. He was.
Look at where I'm going. I saw what Otan put. One man that they said they are talking to and everything. But the first point I want to make is, first and foremost, as far as the public is concerned, if you cannot stand there and mention the person's name, as far as I'm concerned, it's faceless. Mention this person's name. Why am I saying so? Yoruba race has always been known for the most detribalized and a set of people that will always go for whoever wants to go to extreme bigotry. We are known for that from the past and even to present. And I'll give you examples. I've given an example of this radical woman, Abiola Onitiri, before. See what she did in Ibadan, and see the response that came after that woman. Destroy her house, declare her wanted, persona non grata, and you can't find her. Let's say that one is not tribal line. What about Adeyinka grandson? Adeyinka grandson did the same thing like Lagospedia now. He gave all Igbos, I think, 48 hours to leave Lagos, and he said they should start buying them and all sort of things. Do you know one of the major groups that wrote petition against Adeyinka grandson was Omoluabi Yoruba in UK? They went to Lagos to Metro Police to go and deliver the petition, and they ensured that the guy was jailed for 4.5 years. So sometimes when I look at article, you see, these are people. They are the Omoluabi Yoruba in UK. They are still there. Is still social political what do you call them, group or social cultural group? What do you call them? They push out their own to say no, you can't do this. Okay, so when you find article gaslighting this thing again to find that they are normal and by what politicians will always do to find the tribal thing so that there will be division, I just laugh. Samuel Deborah, the lady that was stoned in Sokoto, is still there. What is article saying about her? He first put up a tweet and deleted it later. People call him out. Till date, he has not changed his stance. He has not condemned. Even years after, Sahara reporters last year said they freed those guys that they arrested because Tambua refused to prosecute them, and they intimidated all witnesses. What has article said about that? Or when the Arewa, during Buhari time, about 3 years ago, the Arewa gave people 48 hours to leave the north. What was article's response? You see, so sometimes when you see all these politicians, I just laugh. They play together and they play us. They have this way of playing you guys on divide and rule, and you start. This topic now will be the next 5 days, because they failed in terms of this protest now. Atiku has failed blatantly. You're supporting something you can't see. You are not even on the street. Probably sitting somewhere in Dubai and enjoying himself, and then sit in one corner and be tweeting rubbish out. So I'm not saying they shouldn't call out.
His son was in Lagos protesting. Atiku's son.
Atiku's son is not Atiku now. Maybe Adamo. I know some of them. They are not. In fact, some Atiku's son don't even share the same ideology with Atiku. To let you know, they don't share some ideology.
Two quick questions. One of them you mentioned it before, but why did Big Sam? Why did he fold? Big Sam.
Big Sam. Which one is Big Sam? I don't know.
Bonadegborula now. You know those. It's Big Sam was the student union name. No. It's Big Sam. We used to know him as Big Sam in Ife back then.
Oh, it's Big Sam. I know
that's
him.
Big Sam.
Okay. So, he has seen where this protest is going. Don't forget that their own movement is different. You know, I've mentioned it here before. Their own movement is different. They love either going to court or engage government. And in terms of activists in Nigeria that have achieved results, I say Ebun as one of them. I've said it here before. Ebun was the one who stopped the Lagos government from getting toll fee from Lekki toll. He went to court. Many people were against him. They almost told me in Lagos. He went to court and he pushed it through to the end. He was the one who stopped environmental sanitation in Lagos, and a lot of achievement that he can put in his pocket. So he understand, and even after NSAS, he was on that panel. He was one of those who ordered that there should be compensation for the people that died and all fire and all those things. So, but I think he has seen where the protest is going, and he realized that you guys are not engaging. You are just on the street. Yes, you are on the street, but how do you achieve results? Because the final stage of any protest is after all the embarrassment and everything, you should be able to effect change in policy. You should be able to sit down with the government and see reason. We've seen that playing out in Kenya, although the Kenya is also deadlocked now, and it's like they are reversing all the policy back. So I think that's why I've been saying, look, cut off this thing. But already they are saying it's not their leader. So one man, lastly, that is on Ebun, right? And then what other topic do you want to talk about? Okay, so I think
I have one more question. If one man is not talking about the protest, I'm seeing a very dangerous pattern coming from the north, coming from northern leaders that I think is backfiring from this protest election. Number one is an ugly picture. First things first, some of the influencers are blaming the Southeast. They should be blaming maybe obedient people that were loud voices, but they're now making it tribal. So that's not a very good picture. And the next thing is,
I tried to say that to Octan, but he doesn't want to acknowledge it. But sorry.
Yeah, it's true. I'm seeing it all over. Then the next thing is, what's it called? Now, with the remorse that will come after the destruction of Kano and some area in the north, won't these people now fall back into the hands of the mullahs and the clerics? Like, you guys, we warned you. You guys went to do stuff. Now you've seen the futility. Like in Koti, my Yoruba is not that good, but in Koti Agbari, you know that proverb.
What you're saying is that will it not
how will you say that blaming Southeast, whereas today
let me finish that. Let me finish this so Ogbani can address both. What I'm saying is
in Kotak
exactly. Don't you think these guys can just rush back to the hands of the imams and then be permanently subjugated? Because they got freedom now, but they misused the freedom, and now those imams will preach to them like, okay, you've seen the futility of your foolish actions, now behave yourselves, and then they get back to being manipulated again. I mean, just speak on those.
Kulata, sorry, 1 second. What we are talking about, I was thinking about something yesterday when I was looking at the riot at the north as well. I'm thinking, is that not a sign that there are some people in the north that are against Tinubu's government that actually sponsored and pushed that? Because I don't think it's what Obi or SOWORE said that pushed the northerners out like that to behave like that.
I think there is, and I think they realize Tinubu has the lock on the institutions, on the power institutions that he will use to win elections. So they push those guys to be able to liberate themselves, to speak with their own voice. But now they can also now manipulate them to say that now that you've spoken with your own voice, you can see the reason we lock you down because you're irresponsible with freedom. So come back to the fold and behave yourselves. And other people are saying that, oh man, it's so dangerous to unleash these people because a lot of them are not that uh cultured to the point where you can let them go do all these things. And that's why you saw someone trying to steal gutter concrete, someone trying to steal street light, and so on and so forth.
All right. Thanks.
So yeah. So for me, I don't think there is one particular set of people or gangs that ganging up against Tinubu in the north. The reason why I'm saying this is this: if you look at the spread of the election result, you will know that Tinubu narrowly escaped failure in that election. Tinubu narrowly became Nigerian president. Okay, if you go back to that result, 19 states in the north, right? Fine. PDP cleared a lot. Okay, in the north, Adamawa, Taraba, Gombe Bashi, Kaduna, Katsina, these are PDP cleared these states. Kebbi, Sokoto, right? APC, Banu, Jigawa, Zamfara, Niger, right? Now, Labour, FCT, Nasarawa, Plateau. You see how it spread. And then NDP, or what do you call that? Kano. Okay, even Yobe, PDP, Bauchi Gombe. So then Taraba, Atiku Zone, and sorry, Adamawa, Atiku Zone, and Taraba, then Kebbi, Sokoto. So when you see this spread, you will know that Tinubu is not as popular as probably the opposition may make him to seem so. And they are now saying, oh, they have now left Tinubu. He hasn't really been politically popular like that in the north. He just made his, maneuvering and calculation that helped him to, to be able to float and get into the office. So, and I think this is what is still playing out here. So when you look at it, basically,
I think it's just I think it's just divided opposition. That's all. No need for long English.
Yeah, he has a lot of opposition. He has PDP, he has Labour, he has NDP to battle with in the north. So, and when their influencers are saying Southeast push us into this thing, all those things are blah as far as I'm concerned. They are blah. Because I mean, when NSAS happen, nothing happened in your space now, and nobody said the northerner push the southerners into action to cause
what I'm trying to say, the influencers are using it in a deviant manner. That's why I said it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a dangerous one. I agree. It's so bad. I think it's a rhetoric that their leaders should try and be changing. If you're burning down your home state, then whose problem is that?
I think, sorry, I think they are just following up precedents that have now been dropped, that anybody that want to blame not pregnancy your wife, just blame Southeast and move on. That's all. So it's a precedent that is getting very dangerous, which I think that's why I spoke to it.
Yeah. I think now, and that's one of the things. And I think, you see, Southeasterners sometimes could be the reason for all these things. Let me give you an instance of what in Jele and I in JNJ. And I remember that Kulata corrected him immediately. Did yesterday. Somebody put up a title and said Southeast, they mentioned Obi, and then immediately you started seeing an attack on Obi as an attack on Southeasterner. So if you because many people we all talk down on Obi and talk a lot of things about on this platform.
No, Obini, let me interject you on that on that narrative. I've heard it a couple of times on the platform. I back what Njenje did here yesterday. I listened to it. Let me tell you why. That headline was very clear. So the states that didn't protest yesterday was more than 15 states. So five Southeastern states is just 5 out of almost like more than the 15. A lot of states didn't protest as well. But that headline said Southeasterners safe or something like that. Why
Southeast
an Obi
peaceful?
Southeast said peaceful. Why an Obi, Peter Obi, instigated this thing, ravaged the rest of Nigeria?
No, it says Southeast. Let me read it to you.
Class knows what that title was doing.
Let me read it to you. It says Southeast.
You just want to defend, but you want to be honest. You know that, for example, let me
you didn't get me. Did you listen to me yesterday?
Now wait, my brother. Let me assume I'm a northerner today now, and I am a Suya man. and maybe the riots that happened in maybe a Mekano man, a Suya man, the riot that happened in this thing destroyed something, maybe killed my mom or something, and I'm agitated, and I open up my phone, I see that Southeast peaceful, but an Peter Obi instigated protest, ravaged the rest of Nigeria. And I'm like, oh, so is that where it's coming from? And then I see the next Southeast, I'm saying, so now you cause this thing, I dagger you. And it starts. This is how it starts. So let nobody come to pay, unless you just want to defend, then say, I want to defend this. But if you want to be objective,
look
you know
at it
exactly
from
what the guy was talking about.
Uptown, look at it from this angle. If you listen to what I said yesterday, I don't like titles like this. I've always been saying this on the platform before, but they will always refer to poetic license, this license and that. For me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's good. But the point I made yesterday is, look, if they put up a title like this, what it simply means is, look, your own home base. Everybody knows that Southeast is his own base. Except we just want to just be denying what is fact. That, look, you instigated Nigerians into this action, but your home base is peaceful.
What do you mean by instigated? What did Peter Obi say that Atiku didn't say regarding the protest? So why wasn't it Atiku that instigated the North?
Now you ask a question.
Why did Atiku didn't make it to that headline? Why didn't SOWORE instigate the North?
This guy.
Why didn't the people that did media tour, the Falanas and all that, why didn't they instigate the North? The person that put the headline knew exactly what he was doing.
All these Falanas, wait till Falana do you now, this guy.
No, let me. I cherish my dad is Falana, so let me even keep him out of this. Why didn't you mention Atiku? Okay, you are even talking about the North. So originally, what you doing? Atiku, like you just analyze the election now, that a lot of Northerners are pro PDP and Atiku. So originally, somebody that does not want to instigate something, and you want to talk about the riots in the North, which you use the word ravaging. So is Atiku you will naturally call and say Atiku instigated protest in the North and is ravaging. But you avoided him.
You asked your own question. Answering your question. Which kind
Uptown, chill out now.
You ask question and you answer your question.
No, it's annoying now because
Uptown does that a lot. He wants to try and micromanage people's thoughts. You can't micromanage.
And it wasn't like this before. Why this guy?
It's been radicalized by Peter Obi. It's been radicalized by Peter Obi.
You know, Obeni, no. I'm a fair guy. You know what you got to do. I know that you know what you are doing and saying. And I'm trying to get me now. Why would you kind of manipulative? And let's just call out whatever it is.
New school now, bye-bye.
It's not politics.
Come on, I'll be right over what you.
No, go on.
Uptown, my God.
She now, rational mind, we know this kind of thing with that. You don't.
Uptown, calm down.
You know, this is not about no.
Wait,
this is not
let's judge on this.
You see, Uptown is the PDP influencers actually attributing it, giving it a Southeast slant.
That's not true.
It's true. That Senate. Wait, you've been talking. Wait.
I'm looking for the tweet now. Shows
that senator is PDP. The Arewa Twitter whatever group they were supporting Atiku. That's PDP. Some other I forget that person's name is PDP. And then there's this was popping that I think that one is APC. But they're giving it. Wait, Farabale. They're like.
You have not mentioned PDP influencer, funny enough.
I've already gave you
even a PDP. Me in my space.
I gave you a PDP senator. I gave you a PDP ex-senator that said it. And I gave you an Arewa Twitter. There was an article bundling account on Twitter.
You mentioned should I mention 12
Arewa Twitter? This is not a competition. You should be listening. Can you sit down and listen? You've been talking since. Farabale. You won't listen. Listen to understand, not to argue. I'm not answering any question. So the main thing I'm talking about is it's a dangerous precedent, and it is.
We all agree.
That's my point.
So let's move on.
It's a dangerous one, but Uptown will not agree with me that the reason why I don't. First of all, I have told you I don't support that title. I like titles to be straightforward without some meanings inside. But the reason why your own title or putting article in that will not work is because article home base was on fire. So how will you now say not peaceful as protest instigated by article flame? So it won't work. So that one you can understand.
But you've just indicted yourself. You're a lawyer. You indicted yourself because what you are indicting. Sorry, you're indicting one man. That means that if you are going to go and set it like that, that means you want to set two people against themselves. Because if you set it like that, that means you're not setting anybody against themselves. You are just
it's because.
But you said it's not going to work. So work in doing what?
Wait now. It's because article home base was not peaceful. So it will contradict if you couch such a title. But since the Obi's home base was peaceful, yet it's at the outside, the other part of the country was on fire. And that's why you have that topic. And that is not to say that I support that kind of title. I don't, for me, I don't see it as, and I've been saying it here on this platform that if I have my way, it's one of the things I will be correcting on the internet. The fact that you have your license to put out in and freedom of speech should have some limits on its own, you know. So that's it. One man, I think I'm done with Uptown. Uptown will not allow us to talk to any Uptown. Uptown is taking over for Rational Mind.
I did my own. They call me.
It's a new phenomenon. The way it's trying to micromanage people's thoughts. People here they're too sophisticated and too experienced.
Everybody here is more experienced than you.
They've been around for too long for you to manipulate
when I come out for nursery school, man, it don't matter now. So what? Where are you bringing that from?
No, you are trying to manage their thoughts and direct their thinking. You know, don't worry, they have their own mind.
I can't be directing their thinking, but I know him. If me and Ogbeni sit down for beer parlor or whatever it is, face to face, he knows what I'm talking about. I know what he's talking about.
I know it's your boss back from Twitter. I know
Uptown.
Yeah, chasing each other everywhere.
Let's be you sound like you need a chilled bottle of stout.
I'm not a stout personality.
What's your triple? Are you a spirit
vodka,
man?
Vodka all day.
Oh God, that's too harsh, man.
Yeah, I know.
Try brandy. Yeah. Try brandy. Vodka is too.
See, once you have
vulgar, yeah.
Once you have the spirit, the red cup, and something a little bit light, that's all. You know, nothing.
What? Do you drink it straight?
No, I mix.
With what? Red Bull.
Yeah, sometimes Red Bull.
Oh, that's so cliched. You know, that's a teenager's drink now. That's a teenager's drink.
I just come up from school.
Too dangerous combination. Yeah.
But most of the time, yeah, in Lagos, so the thing that is actually cliche is Lagos, not really the Red Bull you mentioned. It's more of a Coke thing. Yeah, so do your
Coke and Coke. My God,
yes.
That's
Spirit and Coke.
You know what the man said? Ogogoro no be vodka, so don't worry. Ogogoro no be vodka, eh?
Do you guys do bitters? How often do you do bitters?
No, that's my own tipple anyway. I do.
Nice. We do bitters here quite well too. So, a couple of brands here that do well.
Which one are you? Are you the Odogu one or Origin?
I'm a Cubana guy now. We patronize Odogu, but then Origin has been classic one, you know, for everybody. You know, good doesn't take an Origin anyway, so Origin is good.
All right, just mind deliver. All right, so there it is. We've not heard from Ajane Koko. He's been unusually quiet. I suspect he may not be with us.
Oma.
Yeah.
Why is it that you don't beam your satellite on what is happening in UK too?
You mean yes. There's going on. Do you see an Islamic undertone to what is going on in this riots that we're seeing?
I don't think so, because the recent one, this evening, in Sutherland, there was a very serious riot again going on, and they are planning Middlesbrough and some other spaces.
Yeah, but those are still Muslim spaces now. Those are Pakistani spaces.
They are, but the reason for the thing, because they've eventually unveiled the identity of that.
It's a Rwandan. A lot of
he
people
happens to be a Rwandan, not even and a Christian too. So I don't know. Probably those guys are just taking opportunity to. But the one that happened in Southern today, I think pure white guys now protesting to push back. And
is it the right wing guys trying to?
Yes. All those reform, the Farage guy and others.
Tony Robbins and that guy Robbins, yeah.
The one pushing back now, and I think blacks around should just be careful, particularly around us now, because since they've unveiled the identity of the culprit in that stabbing now, and they realize a black, as far as they are concerned, black is black, whether Rwanda or Nigeria or Kenya. Okay. So one just have to be very careful.
It's unbelievable. Do we have a reason for why he killed 3 and then injured about an additional 13 or something?
I don't really understand, because they said the boy had a very good upbringing, church boy, and I don't know.
It's drugs, isn't it? We suspect.
Can it be drug, or maybe has been radicalized? The point I don't even understand.
You see, in the UK, the boy is always a good boy when they do all those things.
Yes, but that's always the story everywhere, isn't it?
They always say
it was a choir boy. I know that it was
white media.
I've not yet had a mass murderer that the grandmother did not tell you that it was a good boy, always polite,
You see,
and
the problem with the UK,
it goes and killed 150 people.
The problem with the UK is most parents now are so really occupied with work. A lot of kids that can find their own way home from school now, find their own way from school back home, look after themselves, then their parents will come back, probably they are asleep. What they do, and when they mingle with the bad influence, is after school, and you don't know what they are doing.
Yes, so, is that walk back home, isn't it? That's
because before you would think it's a gang thing. It has started since as early as 2018, if I could remember well. Yeah, even a friend of mine now, they stabbed. They almost stabbed the son. So police went to the house. They find a machete under the son's bed. So they advised them to move the boy away from the area, but the guy has sent the boy to Nigeria already. So,
isn't that what happened to Damilola Taylor in 2001? I was in the UK then. Isn't that what happened?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
It
was just randomly killed. It's one of the more painful ones.
It's just crazy. Random stabbing, not like it's gang thing anymore. So it's just, you don't even pinpoint what is really the problem. But I just feel a lot of parents have missed that part of guiding their kids and paying attention and spending time with them. Everybody's just carried away with how to pay the bills, and they just leave the kids.
You know that walk back home from school is you have to make that decision. You don't have the commitment to be able to pick your child from school every single day, so that's not possible. So how do you navigate that space? Because they always work in clusters, don't they? They work in groups of 3, 4, thereabout. You see them all the time. But then, of course,
to be honest, I just feel the other way is to get them preoccupied with other stuffs, like let them develop their habits. Maybe it's guitar class, ballet class, things like that just keep them busy and get them away from those people that have the time to, because it's crazy. And that is why this UK, that's why I left for Genzi already,
But if you look at this 17-year-old guy, the guy has been involved in music things since I think 3 or 4, and I think karate too also. So
it's sad, and it's probably just deviated away from that because nobody was really channeling the energy into that space for him to.
You see that age from 13 to round about 15, 16. Those are the most dangerous ages in the UK because They are independent enough to be out by themselves, but they're not sophisticated enough not to be influenced. So it's just it's a real dangerous space. That 13 to round about 17 thereabout.
Yes. And you know, you can't try them. You can't try them in the sheriff. You can't try them in the regular court.
Yes, you know, everybody was alarmed that they revealed that boy's name. It's not 18 till next week.
It's because of the riot thing that they said it will be 18 by I think next Wednesday, but
next week
because of the backlash, the consequence of not revealing the name over time, so they just felt like, okay, probably this will make things cool, because there have been a lot of narratives around the Islamic thing, around, you know, that probably the guy was one of.
But the UK still has an Islamic problem, though. Would you say
they have, and the way they downplay it is what I don't really understand. They like
because they don't want to come bigoted, but they're starting. If you listen to stations like LBC, thereabout, they're starting to talk about it. That look,
GP and all that.
We keep trying to pretend it's there. Now everyone can see it because
did you see a guy that attacked a hijab lady at the train station? It was another.
Is he a white guy? Is he a white guy?
It was right. He was even saying most of those guys enforce itself as well. They don't like all those people.
Oh, those ones that come up with all this
the girl was lucky. Problems. It was one tall, huge black guy that went to intervene because all the ladies there were screaming, "Leave her alone." The guy was just pulling the hijab, shouting at her. It was the tall black guy that now went and pushed him. I said, "What? I'm going."
It freaks them out.
I'm going to eat you in the face.
It freaks them out when they see people in hijab in this country because it runs sharply contrast to what they see. You know, even I saw a couple of girls in hijab earlier on today, and I it didn't freak me out, but I did a double take because I wasn't expecting to see it.
Yeah, it's because it's not something you see all the time. So when you come across them all of a sudden like that, you look at it like, "Ooh, okay." So I can imagine what the Enyibos now think of that when they see them too, you know. Anyway,
this country is changing.
It's changing.
Americans are listening to you guys and like, what are they talking about?
It's unrecognizable anymore. There was a time that this country, England, actually used to be English, but it's not anymore.
It's not. If you go to Birmingham. If you go to Birmingham,
if you don't speak Punjabi, you need a visa to go to Birmingham.
I'm telling you, that Birmingham.
I lived in Birmingham for 5 years.
Birmingham, you think you are in? There are some spaces in Birmingham. If you go to, you think you are in some spaces in probably Pakistan
or Bangladesh.
No, they've taken over that place.
You know, the policing have abandoned that space as well. Because
they abandoned it to the undercovers because most of, if you look at even all the terrorist attacks carried out in London, most of those people are from Birmingham. They are Birmingham origin. They reside in Birmingham. So all these people, there are loads of them in Birmingham. So they use more of undercover. I've lived in Birmingham for 5 years. You will see police. You will know they are police. They are in Micra and all that. You know. So Birmingham is another world.
But you guys have lost Birmingham. Last time I was there,
it's another world.
You guys have lost Birmingham.
You wouldn't even understand it. It's English, but not as you know it. You need a transcript to understand. Even the indigenous Birmingham person, white person, you can't understand their English anyway. But then the Pakistani mix, you might as well you need an interpreter if you go to those places. They talk like in the
Woman, there's a video on YouTube where two Indians were arguing with each other, and one was talking about bloody
hell, you know that's
oh, the one that says
black
the one that says, "Oh, you see this guy, he do the woo wee. You don't know that one.
You know where you really know that
your people are talking of English, but English itself as a language is fake now. Is it not a fake one? So if you have a lot of fake mix, so it's evolution. So
oh man,
not a special.
UK has done this. I'm running away, sir, very soon.
Where are you coming to?
I think I'm
Don't come
going
to
to.
North
I think I want
America.
to go to Australia
Come
now.
to Yankee. You guys are suffering. You don't even have
I'm
school
going to
bus.
Australia.
No,
Yankee, my wife.
but America is
No
finished
school
too.
bus.
America is finished too now.
What's finished
No,
America?
one man.
Number one.
That your
Number
UK,
one.
that place is too
America is
tight.
finished.
You guys live so close to each other, man. I hope they don't allow you guys to start owning guns like America, because the way you guys live so close to each other, you just be killing each other every day.
You know, so in some houses, when your neighbor coughs, you can hear it. Just a cough, you hear it.
Yeah.
In America here, man, we can't live too close to each other like that, man. People will just be dying, man, because they don't need bomb. There are places they shoot gun every day. There are some people that they just shoot guns. You have to go far away from there. America is so big, you can escape. The ghetto, you can just move away, you know. But that UK, everything is so close to each other. I'm like, that country is the size of Yoruba land,
and
you have this many people.
It looks really
but there are so many. If you come to space like Scotland, you get enough space. You can even decide to just go and settle in the wood.
I would love to live in Inverness. I used to
why would you want to live in Scotland, though?
But in Scotland, outside of Aberdeen, what would you be doing there then?
I wonder.
No. Scotland is a fun place. If you go to Glasgow, it's a very fun place.
One man.
I beg you, one man.
It's fun for
where
if
you are not into academics, what are you doing there in Glasgow?
There's a lot of comedy clubs.
If
you're into comedy, there's a lot of comedy clubs. Is
it all those
comedy?
I visited those comedy.
No, there are so many things to do. For instance, if you are into filmmaking industry now, Scotland is the main deal for many filmmaking industries now.
Is there a place like Las Vegas?
You have natural space, not artificial space that they created. Though you have natural space to shoot your film. You know,
no, I'm not talking about movie. I'm talking about that. You know, go to the
London. And if you're thinking of fintech as well, that's very strong in Scotland too. There's a lot of fintech sort of things going on there.
In Scotland?
In Scotland.
Yes, sir.
I tell you, the most fun place in Europe is still Portugal, man.
Scotland is very boring, Gary.
Portugal?
I know Scotland. Scotland is very boring.
Yeah, I can't go to Scotland.
You can go there weekend.
No. The most fun place will probably be Amsterdam or Italy.
Portugal has a lot of Brazilians.
Or even Czech Republic, if you are really into that side.
No,
that's going into the funky side. I don't mind the.
You guys haven't discovered Portugal, man. I'm telling you. My brother, I went to Portugal.
I've gone to Portugal now. I've been to Lisbon and I drove down to Faro, in the south. Faro,
the black population there is huge, man. Brazilian.
I spent a few days in Lisbon. It was okay, but wasn't that fantastic or anything like that now?
No, I'm just saying better than all these European countries.
From your
I think we need to understand Mike. You know, it depends on the kind of person you are. You know, my people they do runs there, so the seeing Brazilian blacks, you know, it's going to enjoy it. You understand? Allen Avenue things, right? So
we tell you saying they do prostitutes. Brazilians are not prostitutes. What are you talking about?
Mike, Babalawo. Babalawo, no, they do all those things.
Babalawo, all those
we don't do those kind of things, man. Our spirit doesn't allow it.
But no, in terms of Europe, I would still say England is the best fun country to come to, and then yes.
England is depressing. England is depressing.
Yeah, I went to England, man. I was depressed, man. I'm sorry.
It's depressing.
You know why you were intimidated by the English? That's why you were intimidated.
Honestly speaking,
I can't even do Europe, man.
When I was a young guy and I went to UK for vacation, I went to stay with a family friend. I swear to God, that person's living room. Timber stretch you stretch and I'm an average height guy. What's cover living room? What the fuck is this?
No. So no. One thing is this: when we want to talk of England, maybe we want to talk of London and Manchester. Then maybe Liverpool. So when you take all those cities out of England, so what do you
No,
have?
if you want to live in England, you have to go to maybe Milton Keynes or Kent area where there's some space, at least. But if you stay in that London, that small apartment in London, except you have big time money that you can afford something. But if you are
London is
paying,
just like it's said now. London is just a partition set, so it's not it's
nah,
not a
that
livable
lifestyle.
place.
I mean, I have friends that have decent houses in London, but you know how much they're paying for those houses and what they're getting for it. It's not worth it. Like if you
It's
bring
not
that money
worth
in
it at
America,
all.
It's
Staircase.
not.
The
It's not.
the
It's not.
staircases are not different from ladder. When you are just positioning ladder against the wall.
You know when we wanted to buy, we were in London when we wanted to buy. So we looked at the prices there, and then we came to Kent and we looked at the prices there. What we got in Kent, in terms of the actual size of the property, is twice what would have gotten in London for the price. You know, London is now it's for you know, if you are rich, then you have an apartment in London, but don't live. London is not even. It's like living in Lagos, isn't it? It's not for human beings.
Depends where you go in Lagos. Now, go to Banana Island, go to correct. You are doing Lagos is not mainland at terrible. Yeah, I will not put my money buying property. All these Nigerians buying property in London. I'm like, are they crazy?
I'll
You
tell you
can
one
buy.
thing. Before you say that, Mike, come to London during the summer and go to a place called King's Road in Chelsea. If you go there
but
during the summer,
that's Chelsea now.
if you go there
One
during the
man,
summer,
that's Chelsea.
Eastern European girls with long, man, you will pass out. You will pass out.
You are talking about Richmond area.
Yes.
I mean,
What do you mean you have to pass out?
Oh
my, you need to come to.
You will see girls nearly 7 foot with skirts that could probably pass as underwears.
Take
Legs
me
as long
there,
as
man. Take me there.
legs as long as you know, as a
I'm
man.
coming there
And they're on high heels strutting down the road.
I'm
You know,
coming down next year.
go to King's Road.
Have you seen girls in Florida during the summer?
Forget Florida. Come to King's Road, Chelsea. You will see.
No, one man, no.
You
You
have to
can't
see it.
compare Kings Road Chelsea with Florida girls because, especially Miami and Fort Lauderdale, all that area during
That
the
is where
summer.
everyone is.
Those are manufactured girls now.
Woman, I mean, hey, Kulata. One time in Orlando, I almost passed out. I was in the elevator with the one lady. I don't know if they just got out from swimming pool and they head out to the airport. This lady was just like in the bikini, then had just like that. Came to the airport to drop off somebody. Was like the bikinis and all that. And I was with her in the elevator. I was like, God have mercy. Woo, Lord. You know, you can imagine that kind of life. Eh? Yeah. That is life right there. Take me there, man. Take me there. I'm coming this summer, maybe next year.
That UK.
If you want to see women, one place, come to Manhattan, man. You see Dominican, Puerto Rican. Hey.
No, Mike. I think Miami.
Go to Miami.
That Miami area is the best because all the babes for Brazil, for Argentina, for the entire Central America, all of them come and converge, and the Caribbean, all of them come and converge in Miami.
Miami and New York, yeah.
And
they get yash. They get yash well. For good time. Miami, I do vacation now. Miami. I know they follow that they chill out for. Miami, I good my vacation.
Those Latinos are not naturally beautiful, though. They're not, you know.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
In terms of beauty standards,
that is where God started making human beings. Okay.
In terms of the aesthetics of you say East European girls are probably pretty.
No. God started with Latinos first before he started branching out to Africa before going to European.
Dominican.
Dominican.
Now, I mean, what are you saying?
One man.
don't even. That's blasphemy.
Bí Russian girl tó fine rí o lè dákun tó bá in fact wàá máa kálò lónìí you won't be able to talk wàá máa kálò lónìí.
Yeah,
those Russian
but
girls
we
they
are
are
talking
they're
about
killers.
Dominican Republic.
No
surgery, one man. No, all those ones they don't do.
Mixture orishi. Don't even say it. Just leave the story. That Miami.
I think we should go back to what we are.
What is even, hey, Kulata. You know what is so funny is that most of we that were talking about this thing, we are married, we are just appreciating all those nothing more. You know, most of the Madame Gabes, one song like.
You know, the most exotic I've ever been is India. So that's in terms of on my dating, I dated an.
Did you say India?
Yes, I dated an.
I don't understand your taste, man. Like this you mentioned.
No. I used to work in banking then, and then they sent us there, and then I was hit upon by some girl in a club, and then for the duration of that, what we were doing there, so that was.
Woman like Scandinavian and Indian. I don't understand your taste, man. And you don't like Latinos. South America, man, that's the place. Colombia, Brazil, those are in the world. When it comes to women, woman, we don't have the most beautiful women in the world. Is Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Brazil. That's the most. Where you find the most exotic women in the planet, man. All those European stuff, man, I can't do it, man. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Telling about Europe.
Yeah, but you are prejudiced against them.
No, bad, Mike.
Who?
Europe.
White women? Are you telling me white women are?
Mike.
Why you don't need?
I don't talk English for my Yahweh hear me.
Come on,
Mike, I want repack my 10/10 sharp.
Europe.
Not if you not look them in the eye, because obviously there is a look where we say all these Colombians, all these Dominican Republic.
Let's go back to the topic, guys. Let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back.
All right, back to the topic. So who wants to say? Well, Kulata, do you want to take us to what this headline on the screen as a cautionary tale to what is going on in Nigeria? Fitch downgrades Kenya after revenue policy reversal.
Oh, I really came to attack Rational Mind, but I ran away before I got here. Well, I mean, it's the same story that you don't get anything from all this protest. Because look at the reason. They said they downgraded them because of the reversal because of the policy reversal, which is what the protest was initially about, to stop the tax increases and all whatnot, which they did. So no wonder why you see Tinubu is not engaging these protesters, because look at Ruto that engaged in them. What did he do? He stopped the policy. What's he gaining from it? Fitch downgrade, Moody's downgrade. In a few weeks now, S&P too will downgrade Kenya. Moody's downgraded them to junk status. This one downgraded them to B minus. What's the technical term for B minus? I don't have that top of my mind. Basically, it's down there. So S&P locals, what does that? What's the implication? If they're going to borrow money, anybody that's going to lend Kenya money is going to increase the interest rates that they're going to borrow them, because Kenya is not that reliable of a country, according to the ratings agency. And you can bellyache the rating agency as much as you like, but we live in the world, the Western world. This is what people are going to rely on, except they go and borrow money from China. China too will use this advantage to increase their own rates or to make terms favorable to them. So all these stupid, headless protests it's just populism. No serious president should be jumping at the wings of populist policies or populism. You're a leader for a reason. You're a leader because you're there to do the right things. You're a leader to take difficult decisions, and you're a leader to kind of like steer the ship of the economy in a way where it's better on the long run. So if Tinubu sees this like this, because I know he's reading this all these ratings result, he knows not to bend the wheel and listen to these protesters and change petrol to 200 naira or some ridiculous stuff that they're asking for. So the more reason you have to, like, if you feel you're taking the right decision, you might have stumbled the way you executed it, but you, as a leader, you have to press on. You have to fire the gas, because if you accede to any stupid demand, they're gonna just jump on you. That's a sign of weakness. You don't show weakness. People don't appreciate weakness. So whatever the case is, we don't want to go this route, because I mean, these people will hold us by the balls. We're not independent enough. We still need to borrow money, and we still need to rely on this. So Kenya, Ruto gained nothing listening to protesters. At the end of the day, they're back to square one. They're even worse off. So this is an example of what Tinubu doesn't want to do. Don't be a Ruto. Don't be weak. Don't be a weak leader. I know people are going to curse me that, oh no, people are suffering, blah blah blah. Yeah, but as a leader, you're there to kind of like take tough stances. An area where maybe they should look at is the cost of governance. Maybe they can make some concessions in the way they spend money, which makes sense. But don't kind of like do some petrol subsidy reversal, or you want to change FX that you've unified and decide to subsidize it. Like any sort of subsidy you're going to do going forward should be for productive activities, farming. Like if it's to subsidize Dangote, is at least it's productive. But don't be the consumption subsidy needs to be cut to a minimum. Education that we're subsidizing because people are not really paying taxes, and healthcare to the extent that they can afford it, and energy. That one, you see now that they removed some subsidy, you see that light is way more reliable for Band A. People in Band A customers in Nigeria now are screaming that please turn the light off. They can't afford to pay for the light. It's too much light. My fridge is too cold. I mean, are you guys hearing that narrative? Because I'm hearing that narrative for the people that are in Band A.
Konata, my own sister in Abeokuta, Idiaba, they are in Band A. She told me 5 days now, the light is not off.
And now
5 days straight. So even if people are complaining, those ones that cannot afford to pay the light, that they should take off the light. But you know, this is, they are using what they call it, prepaid meter. So if you don't pay, you don't get the light. But if you pay,
get the light.
you get the light. This is, I'm talking of Abeokuta, Idiaba, FMC. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it shows you why we don't really have electricity, because it's subsidized. And if something is subsidized, it's based on the government capacity. If it's not market driven, it's based on the government capacity. If your government is broke, then the service will not work. So I mean, Kenya is a very, very good example of what not to do in this kind of like protest. Don't do what Ruto did. Look at what Kenya is going to suffer for it now.
Kulata, should I ask you a question? When I saw that protest in the north, in Kaduna, Borno, and I heard the news of the bombing, now what does that tell us about the social structure and systems in the north? And
bad.
With that system, do you think there's still a hope or a future for Nigeria? You understand? As it is today.
If it doesn't change, I've said this 2 years ago on this platform. If it doesn't change, if the North don't sit up, we're going to end up being like Lebanon. When Nigeria, from a religious divide standpoint, we're very similar to old Lebanon, where it was almost 50-50. And you had the Christian Lebanese that had lower birth rate. And then you had, I mean, it's not like the Muslim, the uneducated Muslims were birthing more kids and were embracing more rigid ideological stances. So at the end of the day, that has killed the population. They had a civil war. A lot of the Christians escaped the country. Is now skewed to maybe 70-30. The country is in shambles. So I mean, demography is destiny. If the North doesn't sit up in terms of like, look, it's not like when we talk like this, people, it's not like we're saying there's no poverty in the South or there's no irresponsibility in the South. Yeah, there is, but the percentage is what we're talking about. There's too much high percentage. That culture of birthing kids, having wives you cannot afford is pervasive. There's nothing is frowning upon it. And anybody that's tried to question it, like Sanusi did, they get kicked in the groin. So if that doesn't change, look at you can see the cannonball that we're sitting on. Look at how those guys blew up. Like if they're not kind of put on the leash, the way those imams put them on the leash, I don't know how long you can stop this time bomb from exploding. Because for the ones that have kind of like left the imams crutches, they've developed more extreme ideology. That's why you see the bandits, and that's why you see Boko Haram. It's from one ideology to the other. If Tinubu, if they get them to go to school, they embrace some education. Like Islam is practiced in Malaysia now. I went there. They were very modern, very normal. They have madrasa schools. They teach correct education. If they can get that, then maybe people will start having some sense that if I'm earning minimum wage, maybe 2 kids is enough. Us gone that are just middle class, we're not doing more than our power allows now because kids are expensive. But you can't have 16 kids, 17 kids, and if you're going to divorce the wife, you say, I divorce you 3 times, and then you kick her out. Then she leaves the house with some kids. Of course, they have to throw those kids out on the street. So we can't continue this way. And if it continues this way, Nigeria is dead.
They went after Fayose for saying that they've been attacking him.
His own biological brother even went after him.
It's wrong.
The question is this, Kulata. What do you think it portends for the quality of democracy? Because now we have the larger population with that population is the population that produces our leaders. And the quality of decisions that they take, I don't know whether that country, whether we're going to be able to produce a very good leader if we maintain that structure. Because they have the same vote like you and I. The amount of time and investment in education and resources that our parents in the South put into us, which informs our decisions even in elections and other things. And compared to one advantage, he has the same vote like you. And they outnumber us. So I don't think that democracy thing will work in this country. I think we should just go regional, and then if they want to burn down their place, okay. To me, I don't know. They can't solve this problem. 8 years, Tinubu.
They can't solve. It's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem. You can't easily solve a cultural problem.
It
to
is.
really help Nigeria, I think Nigeria needs to break up.
No, it can be solved. It's about reorientation. You have to.
What you are suggesting now, is that not the reason why the Baba Adebanjo been calling for, restructuring and new constitution? Is that not the reason why? This country, this country.
Adale Koko, we called you earlier. You didn't answer.
Maybe I stepped away from my phone. I've been so busy. So if we there's no way we can get a better future. We continue like a better and better a country that a futuristic country we can have it. We must.
Television.
I think it's me. Olympics. Jake, let me reduce the volume.
So we must sit down. We must restructure that country, and we must have a new constitution on how we want to live together. If we are dismissing what Baba Adebanjo been calling for, and continue to, pander with political, how do you call it? This political sentiment of supporting our own when our own is in power, or particularly, I mean, when our own or when our own part of the country is part of the party in power, keep supporting them, we can't get it. The country, country.
Nobody is against restructuring, right? But the reality of the situation is the way we are in Nigeria, as one part of the South has to partner with the North. That always has to be the ruling coalition. And the North is set up to the extent that even areas of the North that should not be naturally part of the North have kind of like been boxed in. And when I'm referencing to that, I'm referencing to the North Central, or let me just call it Midwest, basically Kwara, Kogi, Nasarawa, Plateau, and Benue. I leave Niger out because they may be a bit more aligned with the core North. So if that is our reality, then what part of the Banjo saying, while it's valid, but his methods are wrong, because you jump to Obi in a country where Obi will have zero power to be able to execute anything. If he gets there, the best chance we have is someone that can play hardball, and we know that's even going to be hard, because if there's anybody that has the balls to even start the conversation or trigger the belief of that, it's probably the guy we have in there right now. But will he be able to do it? I doubt it. But going Obi way is no choice, because you know it's going to be ineffectual in the first place.
No, the Obi support for Obi is a different ballgame.
It's also rapid. That's why I don't want to use Adebanjo. It's not a good example. It's biased.
Well, I know you will not.
Let's remove him from this restructuring talk. Let's just talk restructuring on its own. No need for Adebanjo.
That's what I'm saying. But Adebanjo has been very, very consistent, speaking for Afenifere on restructuring. But the problem we have in that country, people that doesn't want restructuring are the politicians. The entire leadership of the South, we are talking about the social cultural group now, say the Afenifere, the Ohanese, and the Niger Delta, Ijo, and all of them, all those leaders, of them.
They want to go back to the old regional structure. That's not going to work now today. We can restructure, but it can't be the way
it can't be like that again. The power of the minority.
Hold on. So all of them stand for restructuring.
They don't agree on the same way of restructure. They say restructuring, but if you ask each of them what is the structure, they'll give you three different.
Resource control is what they stand for.
Yeah, but then also they're saying like how the regions will be structured, but then they give you different ideas. You know, they haven't come to that the one common way. They want this region.
They have common way. They have common way.
No,
okay. Tell me the common way they have. Explain
it. They have common way. The problem is what I've just said, that the political class, the politician among us, that.
But about the regional structure they're asking for, tell me what the structure look like. The region, the territories. Tell me.
Hold on, I will get there. The politician that are benefiting in this system, that are living large in this system that we are operating, doesn't want the structuring, and they never at any time want to fight.
Okay, I forget the.
Now, tell me that structure.
Forget the politician. Let's talk about what the people want in terms of carving out the regions.
What the people want, actually, let me tell you, the people of the South, they want a regional base government where we can control our own resources. The resource, like to say, resource control.
Ajanelu, that's not
tell
true.
us what the regions look like, Baba.
Ajanelu, that's not true. You can say the people of the Southwest and maybe Southeast, they want a regional based structure. The people of the South want a state-based control of their resources, not a regional-based structure.
Not a region. What do you mean by state-based? What do you mean by state-based?
Edo State wants to be Edo State with controlling the resources. River State wants to be River State controlling the resources, and so on and so forth.
You think Cross River wants to be controlling sharing this thing with Edo State? They don't have anything in common. They
don't have anything in common now.
No. Look,
but the Southeast wants to claim all of them.
What we are going to have is every state in every region have control of the resources within their own state.
But that's not what Babaji.
But the region,
that's not what they're asking for, though.
That's what we are. That's what they are asking.
But that's what you and I maybe.
No, that is what they are asking for.
That is not what they are. They are talking about region.
Okay,
not
tell me what they are.
Even
at that region, not states. Osinbajo was the one that was saying that proposing that okay, maybe about each state control its resources. But those Baba, they are talking about the old 1960 structure.
But let me just make a quick statement.
When you are saying that is what they are asking for, the old distance, did it not work well that time?
It worked well, but it won't. We can't go back to that this today. You can't join the Kitty Lagos back together. Want to become one region again now?
No, hold on. That is the more reason why. Kolata, 1 minute, please. That is the more reason why we have to sit down and define how we want to live together.
But those that are agitating should define first before you start agitating. That's the problem. When you start agitating, you don't know what you're agitating for. That's the problem.
Let me say
this. You see, we are arguing, oh, this is what we want, what we don't want, and stuff like that. But at least all of us agree on one thing, that the current structure and system cannot work. And that's the truth. But one thing I want to bring to our attention is that it's not that it cannot work alone. It is very dangerous. That structure that they are running is very dangerous. And mind you, it's beyond the control of the northerners and the northern leaders. Unlike before, when you had major people who really control them, now they will start having gangs now. A small group of leaders will control small group.
They've already started having that. It's not.
I mean, you start having that, then, but it is finished though. Coupled with the fact that they have solid mineral and everything, it is dangerous.
Patrick,
it's better get our ass together and get out of that country if they cannot restructure.
Patrick, restructuring is not going to help this problem you described, because even if you restructure, there's going to be freedom of movement in the country. You are still going to be in the same corporate country. So whether you restructure or don't restructure,
it's different. You know why? When Nigerians, as lawless as they are, when they enter Cotonou, everybody shapes up. There's traffic.
That's in Benin Republic, a different country.
Yeah, the point is that even in Lagos, you know, at times when people in driving, for example, people can drive anywhere, wherever they are, but when they get to Lagos, they know that they can pick you, they can even collect bribe or give you ticket or whatever. So if, for example, in the West, you know that the police in the West, they don't take bribe, or if they take bribe, they take a little, but they are strict. When people are coming there, they will shape up. You know, when they catch you in the West, they will try you with the law in the West. You can't say move the case to Abuja or move the case. You are going to be tried there. You are going
if you're still governed within the same country, there's still going to be some laws that applies to all, to all areas within the country. And you still, if things really get messed up there, because look at it this way, you already have gangs, and you can call them bandits or whatever what you just described, we already have that taken in shape in the Northwest. That's already taken shape. People that are not under the control of any central authority is just some Troji guy, some other guy, and they've taken over a bunch of local government. Isn't that why we're saying there's insecurity?
Do you guys want me to be honest with you guys about Nigeria? The people that are holding every community together, they haven't allowed it to go fall into total chaos, are the local ethnic rulers and the police stations. I'm telling you. If you take away those two elements, Nigeria, your governor, they don't know anything about their state. Trust me. They don't know what's going on. The politicians don't know anything. The people that are doing the real governing, the people that are putting things order in every community in Nigeria are the local traditional rulers and the police there. I'm telling you, even though they don't have any constitutional power, they are the ones. If you go to any town, apart from Lagos and maybe Abuja, you will find out that anything that's going on there is the king there that knows what's happening. He's the one that will call the ballet of this area. They did the whole meeting and they work with the police and solve that problem there. The politicians don't do shit. They don't know what's going on. Even when something happens, they don't even know. Some of them will just come out, they ask them, they will just interview, they just talk. Your politicians don't know anything about their localities. Some of them didn't even grow up in those states. So they probably grew up in London. They came back to Nigeria, went to school. They don't know anything about their society, communities. They don't know.
So why do you think they don't know? What is responsible for that? Why do you think they don't know?
They are not from there. They don't know.
No, we have representatives from each. We have representatives now. What do you mean by they don't know?
Nigeria has how many ethnic groups? First of all, you tell me a governor know all the languages and all the. Wait.
Constituency or district or.
All that one is just paper.
They have representatives that know what is going on in their area, and they forward them. They have representatives now from each local government, from senators, rep members that represent their different constituents. They know what is going on in their area.
And those guys that live in Abuja, they just run for election. They don't even have connection
Mike,
with
you took the word from my mouth. I was going to say, for God knows, that live in Abuja 95% of the time.
They're all there to make money. Everybody that join Nigerian government, they're all there to make money. They're not there.
Mike, 1 second. Sorry, apologies. My system drops, which indicates then probably time to bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Mike is here as well. The super chatters are of course. That's DOG right there. Kulata, until he makes that decision, he does that. That's Chioma. That's Tima Jack right there. That's Emeka feeling a bit flushed. So that's Emeka still. Maybe it's payday. I don't know. So that's Chioma again. So that's Chioma right there. Kulata still carries on. Kulata still and still Kulata. Tima Jack comes in. And then Tima Jack, the latest installment. So that space still carries on as I take my leave. I'll hand over to Thomas. Mike is still is here as well. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay. So see, honestly, if we're going to be truthful with ourselves, very, very truthful and selfish, I'm going to be selfish now. We really need our own country. Continue, Thomas.
You are talking like obedience now. Which is
I honestly speaking, if I want to be very selfish, because I was born in Nigeria, I'm a Nigerian, blah blah blah. But when you think about if you really want to develop, and you want to develop in a way where you can share resources amongst yourselves, it's better to be within an homogeneous space. You can have more socialist policy in an homogeneous space because you're not going to second guess each other.
I always say that, like, before we create this Nigerian system, those local ethnic nations, they were functioning. They had their structural way of organizing themselves, and they were functioning. I don't know how someone we look at it and call it primitive and decide to put it aside and start some new system that we don't even understand, and then we relegate them. And I told you, even the same structure, they are the ones taking the communities together. And with someone we don't even that, like, they don't recognize traditional rulers in the constitution, but we just see them as ceremonial, and they are the ones really holding the communities together. They are the one the people recognize in their locality. If you go to villages, first they'll tell you, say, oh, we have a king, that's the king's palace there, and the people know the king, and wherever the king is passing out to the chiefs, they pass on to the people, and the people respect their custom, tradition, everything. But
Mike,
guess what?
Like
Constitutionally, they are not recognized.
You not seeing where they hijack kings? Are you not seeing where they carry king in the north? Even the way they carry king and go and kill king.
Now it's because you've taken power from them now, and
no.
And that is not relevant to the point I'm even making. Yeah, we know crime can happen to kings these days, even politicians can happen to anybody. That's not what we are saying. But where I'm trying to tell you that the structure Africans already created for themselves for thousands of years. All of a sudden, we came because one Iboma came from somewhere. Say, oh yeah, there's new thing
Mike,
called
Mike, we had our problems too. We had our
we have
problems.
problems, but we could evolve it. We could have easily fixed it from where we were, rather than
Mike. We fought 100 years of war in Yoruba land. 100 years.
Are you talking about the war of people trying to free from the emperor? Because the emperor was
Amongst each other, we were just picking each other and battling for Ilorin with Jesha will combine. Jesha and
yeah, we get that now. But today's, but hold on. But today's union, right, kind of keep everybody now to understand that, okay, we are in a bigger union. We are all one.
We're one.
Exactly. But the mistake we now made is we're not trying to create new local system of governance, rather than saying, okay, since this already exists, now what used to cause war between these ethnic groups was territories, now like borders and land and things like that. Okay, where do your land end? Where does mine begin? That's what usually causes war. They say all over the world, the same thing. Between if you see Ukraine and Russia, the same thing. Oh, my territory is territory kind of thing. But that could have easily been taken care of with the creation of Nigeria. Like, okay, now let's define where someone's territory begins, where it ends. But now that problem is taken away. We have one army. Hold on now. We have one army, one police, one Nigerian union.
What we already know. We are saying what.
But my brother, calm down. Let me make the main point I'm making. But the thing is, constitutionally, you still have to put those traditional institutions in our constitution. Like, okay, they say they want to govern their localities. They already the one governing it for thousands of years. Why cut them off and create some new clan to be the one in charge of their place? One guy that group that don't know that say non-entity become the governor ruling over kings. Are you kidding me? Or local government chairman more powerful than a king? Where the people don't even know his name.
We have non-entity now becoming kings also now.
Exactly, because
now even the wood that call himself an emir.
Okay, so I don't even that you see, I don't even go into that kingship angle, right? Since the British united us as a people, they didn't give us a chance to now govern ourselves for ourselves, because since they united us and they just patched us into this corporate entity called Nigeria, so we weren't given a shot to even see that, okay, let's function. The closest to that was the regionalism that we all embrace. But the problem with regionalism is, while we like it, while it works for us, it doesn't work for the South, it doesn't work for the Midwest. Hold on, let me make, there's a bigger point I'm trying to make. It doesn't work for all those people. So we can't easily go there. But we now have this Nigeria where you have to play politics in a way where Tinubu will have to pick someone as a Minister of Defense, a Minister of State of Defense, that is actively involved in insecurity. So those are the kind of decisions we have to make perpetually to maintain this corporate entity called Nigeria. You have to close your eyes and pick and join together at the hip with like things you know on the long run is not good for you. So the best shot, honestly, the best shot is to have a freestanding place. But that will work for the Southwest. But now I don't know about the other areas. It may not work like that.
Do you know that in the Southwest, when we're our own people, when a stranger enter any community, there's no way you can enter that community without the ballet knowing that some new person has entered the community. You know that, right? And they will know you, they will know who you are, they will know your identity. And every member of the community, they know which Ile you come from, which this thing. So I'm telling you that we already had a structure where that was already in place. All we have to do is just maybe evolve it to be better or make it better. But and it's been like that for thousands of years, to the point where we are used to it. We become in tune with it. But now what we did when the British came with this Nigerian system, we just dump everything and start something new. That most of the only people that understand the Nigerian constitution, Nigerian system, are people that went to school. Illiterate in Nigeria does not know what a senator means or what a kinikon means. They don't know. It's only those of us that went to say I can speak grammar. Oh, the senator of the Nigerian constitution. But average illiterate Nigeria doesn't speak English, does not know what Nigeria is, not what the hell his system is. But he understands his local structure, tradition or rulership structure. He knows that KBSC or this and that or ballet. They know. And they know when something happened, they know that, okay, we're supposed to report to the Bale, or Bale will take it to the cabinet. So they know the structure, who's the traditional chief, they know the chief, who are the chiefs, who are the kings, they know that. The local people. But today,
and the fact that they know it does not mean the system will work now. Don't we know the structure now? We know the structure.
What do you mean we don't work? How did they work for thousands of years?
The fact that you have
You
just
know that
they know
Mike,
the structure, they know the structure.
Mike,
the fact that they know it doesn't make it work.
I just told you they are the one keeping their communities together today. It's not
Mikey, don't make that mistake. The as Patrick is telling you, let me tell you, I like, because you've been seeing this thing for days now. But what I want to tell you is that they don't have that power that they used to have those days, and even selection of those people.
And that's what I'm saying. Now they're taking power away from them.
I've been bastardized. You go to a town now. Let me tell you, you discover that the town is already polarized because maybe the king is somehow forced on them, maybe by one politician or the other. Even the clown that's supposed to be, in some cities or some towns, they have ruling houses. Maybe it's the turn of this one, but because this one is coming from this compound where they have money, they would just twisted it and then give it.
So you agree with me that the system has been destroyed by the politicians?
It has been
because the politicians won't pay salary.
It has been destroyed. So
exactly.
You discover that even people don't even record. You have a king that is not even recognized, and people will even talk at them. This thing,
but the system
because they don't have constitutional power. You will never put your local government chairman like that or your governor like that because those ones have constitutional power.
See them.
One voice, guys. One voice.
The system wasn't foolproof before. It wasn't without its faults before. That's why we were in chaos for 100 years.
We're not in chaos.
We were in chaos.
We were not in chaos. Africa was a peaceful place.
Mike, let me ask you guys this question. So, as Oni Leife, Abujale of Kenikon, as you, what is their duty? What are they doing?
Right now, Nigeria has taken them out of the constitution. They don't have constitutional power anymore.
No, I know. But right now,
but right now, still their communities still see them as their leaders. The only people that don't see them as leaders are those ones that have become educated and become so-called civilized.
If you are talking about their power,
but the local people, we still have tons of traditions and tons of.
Mike, understand me. Hold on. Let me ask the question again. As Abuja, what is their role? What is their role now? Because I just see them as a king.
They're custodian of our cultures, and they also control the local markets in their towns. That's the extent of their power.
What do you mean by
let me tell you what they do.
That your question is, I don't know.
So there are some,
maybe you need to rephrase it.
There are some crises those guys settle within their community that normally that it will have escalated.
Ola, your network is not good. We can't hear you very well. Ola, we can't hear you very well.
Is it true? Yes.
Ola. You sound like a robot.
Yeah, talking like Osai.
AI. You sound like a AI.
That's not a real Osai sound.
Can you guys hear me? I was talking about the Obas. Those are the ones that Mike is saying the king has this. What if
so your politicians are not doing that?
Hold on now. The program, the politician, when they do that, we can vote and take them out. The king, we can vote and take them out. If a mediocre becomes the son, the Aremo, he becomes the king. A mediocre, who is a mediocre, he becomes Aremo, he becomes the king. So what are we talking about? As if the thing is going to
I don't think
work.
you're okay.
Because it's Oba and because it's cultural, it's going to work. No, now.
Okay. As your problem, right? I think you watch too many movies. For many years.
But Patoski, mediocre that becomes Haremon cannot automatically become the king because they have to go through
in Benin, for example, if mediocre is the first son, if the mediocre is the first son in Benin, it becomes the king.
That is Benin now.
No, that's the part of tradition now. That's
But,
that's a
but,
kingdom,
but
very big kingdom.
they have to consult the oracle to.
Oracle tó ti ń gba tó nǹkan ti ń gba
Hold on, Patoski, this is the area you're not understanding something. Let me say this now.
choose King of Iwo, for example.
One voice, guys. We can't be talking like this.
Okay, Ajanle Koko question. So if Oracle picks Iwo King, the funky Canadian Amugbo King, then we're stuck with that king for till he dies.
What way? Look, but that is the problem we have now. That politicians are choosing the king for us, political king. They don't allow the king maker. Is it king maker they call them? King maker to perform their function, to carry out the process of choosing the king. You know,
Did they break up?
I think so.
I think you broke up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you guys are not looking at it from.
But the difference
Patoski, let me respond to you now.
Let me give you this answer. The difference between
when you ask question, I want to give answer. But let me respond to your question.
Let me give you one answer, one question more. The difference between now and then is that in those days, Babalawo choose the king. Nowadays, governor choose the king. Babalawo will put something on the ground. He tells you whatever he tells you. It's whatever he says your Okpele say that you agree with him because you don't know the Okpele. So what's the difference? One Babala will just come and say, okay, Omo Yibaini, oh yeah. We will say that's what the fight is saying.
And they too, they take bribe also. Babala also take bribe.
Really?
No, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's very obvious you guys are lost. But
all these things.
Okay, lost because
all these things. Politicians are the people that bastardize this our tradition and our culture with regard to choosing king or nominating king. How do I put it? So they did not allow the kingmaker to perform their duty. They always hold their hand backward. They never allow them to do their job. If they had allowed them, people that really matter and the community, they will sit down and they will do it in the right way that has been done according to the tradition and
let me say something. I've been trying to come in since. Please.
It cannot work again. Let's forget about that.
It doesn't work.
Let me come in real quick. Let me come in real quick. I think
most of the places.
Let me say this real quick. Can you allow me, please? Here's the mistake you guys are making. When somebody said the traditional way, you guys are assuming I'm saying we got to go back to where we're doing things in the 40s or in the Kiniko in the era exactly like that. That's not what I'm saying. When I say that way, doesn't mean we go back to 19. Even there's no society that's still doing the same. Even the society where they had monarch, they're not doing anything the way they were doing in the 40s. They've evolved today. I'm saying we have to we'll go back to that. We have to things they were doing that were not conform with present day modern day. We change it. Whatever we need to fix, we'll fix. Whether the process of king or whatever, we can evolve. We can refine it and make it better. It's not like we are going back to the same way where that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the structure is already there. Whatever was wrong with that, the little things that were not being done correctly, we just fix it. We refine it. The reality is structure of governance was already in place with kings, with ballads, maybe hold on now. Let me land now. What we have is the president will still be the most powerful, of course. The people, the center will be still the most powerful, but locality, there's a local structure already in place. The local kings, governors already in place, and people are already used to it for thousands of years. Keep it in place and study whatever is wrong with some of it. You change that was wrong with it, but keep the structure there instead of dumping it and bringing something brand new from England and saying some.
The structure of governance now.
Mike, in your
you understand what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying we have to do some primitive things.
I want to see if I can clarify. In your model, does a governor exist in your model, and does a local government chairman exist in the model?
They exist now.
Governor can exist, but the governor can exist. But what I'm saying is the structure will be more of the ethnic towns or clans, they add village. Because in Africa, in Nigeria, or particularly in southern Nigeria, there's no town you will go to where they won't tell you who the hierarchy. That okay, this is our king's palace there, this is our palace, this is this. All those things already in place. So those local ethnic towns, they already have their language, their custom, their tradition, everything. Preserve it. But now you can still create bigger, make it a state or whatever, where governor will be there, but give those kings the same power over their locality.
Yeah, but what of local governments? Local governments?
They
Who's
will
going
be
to
the
govern
local
these places?
governments. They will be the
There won't
local
be.
government. The local government is the local ethnic nation there. Like in the Jebu land, for example, that's a local. That will be a local. We shouldn't even call it local government. We can call it a local town or whatever it is. Where the structure that was there, in Nigeria, they will say Nigeria 300 and this ethnic group. That 300 ethnic group, each of that 300 whatever will be his own local government. Because the government was already in place when the British came. So keep that government in place. And whatever wasn't working well within their structure before, that was kind of primitive, whatever, we work and fix that, make it modern. You understand?
Okay, so how does this
Instead
work?
of dumping the whole thing, it doesn't make sense.
How does this work in the southeast, for example, where they don't have kings?
It doesn't have to be the same way in every place. In the southeast, however they were governing themselves, where it was working the structure they had, we keep it that way. Whether it's the SA or whatever, however they had, I think what they had back there was more of
SA is fake now. There's
okay,
no
whatever they had, there were structures back then. There were leadership structure. There's no society in this world that they have leadership structure where the people were used to, and there's a process that do their things and all those things. We keep it like that. If it's in Yoruba where they use Oba, if it's the north where they use Emir or Sultan or the Imam, keep it like that.
You know the problem I have with it. There's an assumption you're having that if it is traditional,
they can't hear you.
Àwọn Ifá ti gbé Patrick lọ.
The idea of wiping out our things that we already had that exist because when you man has technological advancements, it doesn't make sense to me. Somehow we met white people.
Why am I not hearing?
Forget about white people that you are talking about.
No, that's the only reason we change everything in Africa because when he brought technology, we now look at ourselves. We are dumb.
Let's begin to question our assumptions. The assumption is that if it is traditional, it's going to work. The second assumption is biology is better than democracy.
It depends on what you call traditional, though.
No, traditional is
what I say is existing.
Hold on now. That's what we have been doing before. Definitely, it's worked in the past, so it's continued to work. Then two, that biology is better than democracy. That in a system where somebody is born into a class or a family, they become the king, let them continue to rule like that. Can you imagine somebody from North America and the United States talking like that? That because somebody is Omoye, is born into a family to so.
What's going on now?
Patrick, so what is Patrick? What is he saying?
You will say something, then it will fade off. I don't know.
It's fading out.
Patrick, where are you?
No, it's not.
I think
it's
his
not
system
paying
has
his
having a problem.
It's not paying his bills.
Okay, can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
You see, let me tell you this. What Mike is saying, if everybody listens very well, he's saying the right thing. Since we have government interfering in the nomination of our king,
See, Patoski will say someone born in England. Do they question because the Queen Elizabeth was born into the family, King Charles? You don't question that one, though. But in Africa, because someone that's born is an entity, is this and that. Because our curriculum already teaches us that everything in Africa is non-entity, is rubbish. That's why you begin to look at your traditional rulers as non-entities.
Actually, Coco lands now.
Oh, sorry. I was off. I didn't know. I just came back in.
Ajali Coco was in the middle of talking.
Yes. No, I didn't know. I just came back in. I didn't hear a voice. That's why I started
talking.
Okay. So I'm in full support of Mike. When we don't give the traditional kingmaker the authority to perform the nomination, or how do I describe it, or the appointment of kings, but rather the politicians are the one that manipulate the institution, that traditional institution, whenever they are trying to pick out their king. The governor will intervene, manipulate it, threaten them, do all sort of things, now impose the person, maybe his friend or his friend's friend or somebody that is politically connected to them, now impose it on the people in the community. That is where we've been getting it wrong. If we had allowed these people, the kingmaker, the full responsibility, 100%, to carry out their function, and the government just give them the necessary support, but not intervention, support to do their job well, I think everything will have been getting it right. And like Mike was saying, the people in each community in Nigeria are more connected to their king than the politician, because they have that sense of originality with their king and not the politician. Because most of the time when there's incident in their community, they run to the king's house. They can easily have access to the king than the politician who live in Abuja or who lives in some big city or sitting down in one part of the state capital of their state. So the politicians have really destroyed a lot of things in that country. We must start to get it right. Allow the traditional institution to work well, to work independent, to be autonomous, just as we have got the local government autonomy now. They should let the traditional district have their own autonomy without any interference from the governor. Everything, those governors in that state, they want to have their hand in everything. Everything. So I'm in support of what do you call it? Mike. I'm in support of Mike. So somebody else can
you
pick
hear
it up.
me? Ajaleko, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Hello?
Simba. I can hear you at least.
Okay, in a situation whereby now you have a lot of people now, because even choosing our traditional ruler now is now becoming like election. It's becoming like a war. In a situation whereby you have several people competing from the same position, some will emerge and we take them to court. Well, so how do you think we can resolve that? Because it has gotten to that level. Hello? Because before is oracle that we say, okay, well, this is the person, and everybody will just abide by it and they will accept. But in the situation whereby now nobody is using oracle again, everybody use their power. One person will take another one to court and all those things. How do you want to reconcile that?
No, let me tell you, Simba, it's the politicians that are mostly behind that, what do you call it? That division among the kingsmaker and the traditional people in that society. If they had let them do their own things, the way they've been doing it, having consultation with the oracle to pick their king without no interference, and at any time there's going to be crisis, because that one is normal. When you have what do you call it,
in a place where there is contestation between one side of the what do you call it, the people that are entitled to this throne, one side and the another side. Yes, there's going to be a little crisis and contestation and that is where the government must come in and say, look, we don't want this thing. We want this thing to be done in the right way and make sure that they follow the right step in such a way that we pick out the right person to lead them and not to take side.
Let me even say something about Jale Koko.
Is that the government will take side and crush the other side that, opposition side within those one wrangling for power and then impose one among them. But if government have made it, if government have make it a point of duty that, look, we don't want crisis. We want what is the normal step to pick the king. Follow that step, follow that procedure, and make sure that you pick the right person.
Simba, let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. You see, let me tell you something, man. You know that when you become a king, there's no such thing as, after 8 years, after 10 years, after 20 years, I'll be out of here. I can move on my life. I'm going to do something else. You are there forever, dude. You are there till you want. Now, you become a king. Your palace is right in the middle of the community. And they are allocating money to that community. And you know that place you are there for the rest of your life. And the thing that will be on your mind is to steal all the money. No. What do you need to steal for? Everything you need as a king is provided to you. You know that you can never be broke again. Right? So now, in that community, you heard that in Nigeria, there are some armed robbers invading towns and everything like that. And you know that if it comes to your town, you can't leave, you can't go anywhere. If that invaders, armed robbers, or bandits enter your town, you will feel the pain with your people. Do you think that kind of king will not be interested in how he will step up security and how he will make sure? Hold on, wait. Let me learn, my brother. Please. You can do contrarian all day.
I'm going to ask a follow-up.
Let me learn. Yeah, you can follow up. But now you live in that. Your palace is in that community, and the money that's allocated to develop that community, you have to have a say. Now you want your community that we are spending the rest of your life. You think you are allowed to be dusty? You will leave it dirty? You want it to be developed now so you can enjoy the development with your people. But we are talking about a politician that's coming in for 4 years, that knows that I'm only here for 4 years old, and the money to develop the community comes in. He will look himself. If I develop this community, I don't plan to live here now. I plan to live in Dubai later on, in Lagos later on. He will steal the money and disappear. He do his 4 years and disappear. So that's the difference.
Can I ask my follow-up? Okay, my follow-up is this. This one is just answer me yes or no. What's the role? Is there a role for a local government chairman in what you're saying?
There is no local government chairman. What the structure we have, let me explain it to you. In Yoruba land, maybe you guys need to go and study how our structure is.
I understand, but I'm trying to juxtapose it with the modern nation that has a governor and a president. Because what you're saying is essentially from governor to president to king. Now, if you say there's no local government chairman, let me now paint a scenario for you. So we have kings and we have bales, right? So let's say we need to talk about how you appoint bale and all whatnot versus how you appoint king. So bales, under bales land, let's say we discover oil, crude oil. So Bala is supposed to be entitled to his land, but the king of the area will say, okay, no, this is within my jurisdiction. That's going to create a conflict.
No, the king is no. The king is head of the Bala. The Balas report to the king.
Yeah, but we are talking about a modern world. That's why I asked the first question is, do we have a role for local government chairman? Because If we have a society where president to governor, governor now gives money to kings, then
And the people under the king.
we have the issue of boundaries and all whatnot to deal with. And then we're also acting on the premise that the kingmakers are infallible. Because if they're infallible, before the advent of Oyinbo system and co, we've only have had some useless kings that we've had. So
where do we have useless kings?
Oh Lord, in the past we have a bunch of crappy kings. The don't come and show rishi, and I mean, we don't have to go into history. The system was not infallible. So
But there's no system that cannot be infallible.
But what we're
there's
asking
nowhere in this
for,
world where the system is infallible, even in America. So you guys are looking at perfection. Me, I'm talking about something better. I'm not telling you that whatever we're going to have is going to be perfect, but I'm saying it's going to be better than what we have today.
I don't even think it's going to work in a modern society. But what
is he working in the UAE? How is he working in England? How is he working in Europe? Don't they have their monarchs in Europe?
You are taking me to where I'm going there now. In those areas, for example, in England, you have one royal family for a large piece of land. There's no king in one Agbole and another stone throw, another town there. There's another king. It's not that decentralized. It's just one queen or a king. And then the executive power of that king has been taken away from the king to the prime minister. So a lot of what the king does is ceremonial.
That's the deal. So how did it work for thousands of years in Africa?
Can you agree with me? It didn't work. That's what I'm saying. It didn't work like that.
Kulata, let me ask you this question. Can you tell me that we're better structured, better organized people before in the past than today?
No.
Today we are better organized because
no, we are not, man.
We are not organized today.
We are not. Me that they're telling me we are not organized. I'm sorry.
Kulata, I want to add to what you just said. You see, one thing is this: we forgot that anybody you give power in that country, the first thing is abuse. Even right from this forum, for example, right from this forum, if you give some people the power just to administer, all of a sudden you see now the power just comes. So now cascading to the enormous power you want to accord the king this day. In those days, now we seem now to praise as if nothing happened. These kings, they abuse power, gross abuse of power. Now, today we have a local government chairman that we spend 4 or 3 years. If you see the level of abuse of power, you see state governors that we spend 4 or 8 years, you see the way they abuse. So just now look at when you now intro one KBAC forever now, you are in for a very long thing. So the thing is, this thing we are advocating for is like, if we are taking our time to read the history, we know that all these kings too that we are talking about, they didn't become king just like that too. They were, many of them were only jagun. What I mean by only jagun rather, you understand? They fought to conquer. You understand? When a warrior conquer, there's a way that instills some kind of fear that everybody will start getting become afraid of him or something like that. So even as we speak today, even despite not having enormous power today, if you see the way some kings still live within our traditional community, you'll be afraid that if these people were to get power beyond what they have now, you can just imagine what they can do. So the system that can eliminate someone for 8 years is better for us, so that whosoever that misbehaves, we already have a system to deal away with those people. But so when you want to now say, okay, you want to make things forever now, honestly, with what we've experienced in the past, it's not the best for us. So using all those United Arab Emirates and all those where you can say that, but whether it worked for them or whatever, good for them. But as far as I'm concerned, it didn't work for us, because part of
the one we've been doing for 60 years is working for us, Abi. We've been confused for 60 years. Or how many years now? 64 years. We are in this. We've been confused for 64 years in Africa, and we keep on following
I think the
wrong road.
Michael, 1 minute. I think the fear that Ola is expressing is that we don't have check and balances, but that's not true. In our, traditional institution, or let me say traditional way of government, we are well structured and we have that check and balances in place.
even the king, as powerful as we look at them, the people that make them power, that make them so powerful, are the Oloyes, the title holder within that kingdom. Those are the people in conjunction with the
even
king.
the council of women.
Yeah,
If the council of women don't agree with the king's decision,
yes,
the decision will not hold.
Is that why they
balances
allowed?
now? You guys just don't know your history. You don't know
Is
your.
that why they allowed so much human sacrifice and slavery to go on? What are we talking about?
No. That's what
Where
they
in the
did
world didn't have
differently.
slavery? Didn't
That's
have
what they were
slavery going on in
differently.
Europe? You are
We are
talking about the
talking
era
about
when things. I mean, come on, man. You can't be using today's morality to
There
judge
was
the
no
past.
era. There was no era that we didn't have
Are you saying
trouble.
today if we go back, the king will start selling slaves? Is that what you are telling us? They will start selling slaves today.
Lagbara alone, they'll do
Today
what?
they will start selling slaves in 2024. Come on now.
They'll do what?
The model in the Middle East is as you mentioned earlier, is actually totally different from our own.
Very different.
That one is centralized, and they don't have all these ethnic nationalities among them. They don't have. It's centralized. In fact, they have a ruling family that rules the whole country, and they are the one that will just choose. They have ministers, so they have governors, so but they are the one choosing those people. You understand what I'm saying? So our own system is totally different. Their own, because it's centralized, that's why it seems to be working for them now. But our own now, we are too fractionalized. I don't think what you are saying
I mean,
can actually
how
work.
many kings do we have in Osun State? How many?
I can't even count. You can't count them now. You can't count them.
But they all have their localities.
And this one will be under this one. They say this one has more power than this. This one is that. This one.
No, they all go in their localities. Back in the days, they all were under their Alafia for you.
So Alafia of Oyo will be controlling.
No. Today, no. It doesn't mean we'll go back to that. That position, you'll be the.
Ilesha wasn't under. My town wasn't under.
But we're not going back to like that one. That way it was. Now we have president of the country. Of course, he's the commander in chief of the armed forces and everything. But what I'm saying is, the local king are in charge of their local government. They'll be in charge of their education. They have their local language. They can translate the curriculum into their own local language. So their children can learn to read and write in their local language. The children can. Hold on. The reason why we suffer from illiteracy in Africa is because we don't translate curriculum into our local language. We have to go and learn English before we get educated. That's why there's so many illiteracy. We are so behind because
you are diverting. Now the question is, what you're asking for is what they are currently doing in the north. Is it working in the north?
What are they doing in the north?
The northern king has power over his local community very strongly than what you have in the south.
No, Nigerian constitution does not. No, that's not true.
The northern king.
We can make the same argument about the south. If you go to Ife or Benin, go and insult the Oba, they will kill you there. So
the northern king take the decision. In short, these politicians come.
One is to lebu Oba Benin. One is to lebu. Patoski.
Even on the internet, go Oba Benin. Internet, how are you?
Patrick go report Oba Benin now. Patrick na Ora man. Na Ora.
One of my father,
you know the tradition of Ora.
I know the tradition of Ora now. My friend
Ora
is
is the
from
only
Ora.
tribe that doesn't bow to the Oba.
No, Patrick, which of the Ora are you from?
I'm from Zeba now. Sabongida Ora.
I'm sorry, Sabongida.
No, Uzeba is not Ora now. You are just.
See, the whole of that place is Ora.
But we have 5 Oras now. Eme Ora, Umo Ora, Sabongida Ora.
There are places called Ora. But
I live in that place. That's where I sat now.
You said so.
But Uzeba is not part of, or it's not one of the sons of the Ora.
I mean, I heard the story of SOWORE when he went to disrespect the Oni of Ife. They told me that the guy almost lost his life that day. Some people wanted.
Why you normally refer to that SOWORE? That guy is a talk.
No. When the guy went to Ife, they told me his story. The guy could have lost his life that day. There were people waiting. He's ready to be slaughtered. Like it was on need that saved his life that day. So I'm now to tell you how people still revere their local rulers. That people we don't even know about. It's those of us that grew up in Lagos that still we are far gone from all
No,
those things.
the reason I disagree with your system, Mike, is it has no real order. It's a
It's too
recipe for
cumbersome.
chaos.
It will be too cumbersome.
It's a recipe for
Colata.
chaos.
Yeah,
My
it will be too cumbersome.
Colata is still in place till today. In reality, that's what like Nigerian practice today. It's just those of us that are
Not
so-called
exactly.
westernized that don't follow that don't practice it. It is today. Just travel to the rural. I go to Nigeria all the
I
time.
think the only
Colata,
thing I
I go
will
through
do.
Colata. I'm telling you, that I go through towns. Even this last time I went through towns. And the first when you enter
I'm
town, the
still
first
going
way
to
they will take
Osun
you.
State. I'll still go to Osun State end of this month, by the
Okay,
way.
enter any town
So
there. They don't tell you that. This is this palace there.
so it's not about. I mean,
The people still look at their cabbage as their leader there, their local ruler.
The thing is this: there's no accountability for KBC. Don't seem. I mean, KBC sabi oil money before. You never know oil money back in the
What
day.
I'm telling you is,
Now he
Colata, I
go
don't think you
know.
really
He go
understand what
know
I'm saying.
Niger Delta oil money.
That the king will be tied to Abuja directly, kind of like he will now governance. He's no longer just sitting in
No,
palace and they are buying now.
the
He will
thing
transfer to
is,
governance of their locality.
no, I don't
But
subscribe to it
Colata,
because
right now, there's no governance going on in most of these kingdoms now. They just they don't even know their governors. Some of them haven't seen their governors or their rep.
it's
They just
because of the
exist.
lack of
And
local
there's money going
government
from Abuja
autonomy.
to those states.
No,
And
that
they
was
have
because of
governor.
lack of. No, I think that was because of lack of local government autonomy. Now, because there was no local governance, but now with local government autonomy,
So the local government will start doing those
yes, no.
criminals. One guy from Lagos go and run for local government in his village. He'll be living in Lagos. He won't care. I'm telling you.
But
And look
I
at it this way as
agree.
well.
We should remove government's hand from the nomination and the coronation of the king. That should totally be 100% traditional. It should have nothing to do with any governor. It should have nothing to do with
Exactly.
any local government.
The
I agree
people
to that.
decide, they run their stuff, they decide their way, their king, or whatever they run. And the only thing is, they just tie to the Nigerian system, they are in the constitution. So they have the autonomy, they decide how they want to develop their kingdoms, they decide which direction they want to go with their kingdoms, how they want to, just leave it like that. But the only thing is, they just got to contribute to the center. You have to contribute a certain amount of people to the Nigerian police, Nigerian army, whatever. So they're tied to the one big country called Nigeria, but they will have they decide their own destiny. That's what we need in Nigeria. So nobody will say, now this tribe they hold me back, now this one they hold me back. You decide your own destiny. Whatever issue you have, you're going to carry it to your own king or whatever. So
it's going to be chaos. Each king
it's not. If you have rules in place,
each king feels infallible. Each king feels is backed by culture. That means there's no. I mean, checks.
But there will be constitution now. There will be law now. It's not going to be like before.
Ola already said it now. Checks and balances.
But Nigerian constitution, there will be balance. Okay, how about Nigerian states create the check and balance to make sure no king is out of whatever it is. The citizens still have their freedom, but the main thing is just their development of their locality. They'll be more involved in it. They'll be involved in their own local development. That's what I'm saying. Compared to what we have now, where you don't even if Okowa is from Agbo area, he doesn't speak Ishekiri. He's the governor of Delta State. He doesn't speak Ishekiri. How will he connect with Ishekiri people? What's going on in Ishekiri land or Ijo land?
What you have just done is you have created another layer of governance where we are trying to say let's shrink.
Anyway, man, let me give up, man.
You want to scrap local government and replace them with KBC.
Mike, don't worry. You try. Well done.
I wonder what will happen to Iwo town under this Amugbo.
Under that man.
That guy. Funky.
He went to Saudi Arabia and the guy was just talking rubbish there. That guy. I don't know where they got that guy from.
That's a mistake, man. All my friends from Iwo, I just laugh at them. That why did you guys let this happen to you? No, what Mike is describing now, I don't subscribe to it.
No, it cannot work. It cannot work.
We were on each other's neck for 100 years, over 100 years. We finally got peace. We finally got peace under the British.
All those stories British wrote about us, they lie.
It's not story now, the evidence is proof.
Patrick, you can imagine. Okay, who will now be the head in your own local government? You know, one West local government.
I don't know. With all those small king, right?
At least your own plan is totally
you
different.
see all those things they say about Africa was primitive until we came.
No, Africa primitive.
There are other books they wrote. They say when they came to Africa, Africa was heaven. The people were well organized,
let me put it
well
this
morally
way.
grounded. There is a reality. I'm telling you. Go and sit down with old men. Let them tell you how their community society was back then.
My great grandfather was one of the crew. Whether my great grandfather or great grandfather, one of the crew of Ogedengbe was one of his juju men. Ogun was an Ogun worshipper. So I mean, at the war, they even went to that Benin side themselves. I mean, that's why I used to laugh at Walpy.
Well, you saying
They
as
went
if
to
war was
that
everything they did there.
They went to that Auchi side to go and disturb them. They wanted to even go to Benin City, gong. That they said no, truce. So it's no be by. I mean, we fought. I mean, there's stories that got passed down to us. We fought each other anyhow.
So the Europeans were not fighting each other anyhow back then. We're in the war.
They did too now. That, but they changed their governance.
So you're talking as if that's what's going to be happening now. We'll not be fighting each other.
You're not listening. They changed their governance style. They were more of a monarchy before. They reduced the monarchy. Now the monarchy is just the decoration. It's democracy that they're running. They still have monarchy, but monarchy is doesn't control real powers.
Kulata, when they say we're developed, where are the 2-story, 3-story building that we had? The Oyibo destroyed everything. Where are the roads? The road that were constructed in those days.
Patrick, let me even tell you, even the one in the Middle East is just like a something that is disaster that is in waiting. Because let me tell you, those families now, they're even getting larger and larger. And this kind of succession that they used to have, that okay, the eldest son, if the eldest son dies, the one that follow will take over, and this is actually now getting exhausted, because we now have cousins, we have nephew, we have so is the family is getting larger. So I don't know in future how they will now be doing their selection. So we can't even say that one is also foolproof if they don't change their ways.
Yeah.
So the way we are, the new way now is a switch one, Abi.
It's not perfect, but I think it's better.
Really? That's why being power. Nobody they farm anymore.
Nobody
is farming anymore. Everybody is confused. I'm used now. I don't understand them. They don't have a guardian of their community anymore. They're on their own.
Mike,
they don't know their culture. They don't know anything about themselves. They are all trying to be Americans.
They used to have famine those days also. They used to have famines those days now.
Everybody was into agriculture back then.
It wasn't groovy back then. I don't know why we have this impression.
No, usually later we always have this impression of the past being better than the present. Everybody, that's what we used to.
Is a bias.
And maybe because we have the benefit of comparison. You understand? The people that live those days, when they can also complain the way we are complaining.
You know, Simba, in my house in Ibadan, we used to have this Okpon. You know this Okpon, you know? That's where everybody converge. So they used to keep the Okpon in my house. So in the evening, everybody in the area converge to play, like they have 2 or 3. That's where you hear the news and the story. That time,
they used to be vaccinating now.
They always complain. As far as 75.
No, the truth. That's where you hear the truth, Patrick. That's where you know that the person if you talk, they will tell you that you cannot even feed your wife. You are talking, you that you cannot do this. You understand? If you want to know the secret of anybody, go and stay in that place. People talk anyhow.
That's where they always complain.
They will even tell you that it is your brother that is impregnating your wife for you. You are still talking here.
So it's not as if it's better then, no. But you know, Mike is a traditionalist, so you just presume that everything traditional is okay, it's better.
But what people are actually discussing before we go to these traditional things, this northern thing, that thing is a big problem.
It's a time bomb.
Big problem. Hey, it's a
Very
big problem.
dangerous.
Yeah, now since we have freedom now when 10 million of them come and occupy your community, we see what your king can do about it.
Mike, he come in to so to the baking day. He ain't got that son here.
Yeah, it's not a problem now. I mean, when their problem will become so this thing when they will start falling to the south now, they will enter your community. Your boy just look.
Honestly, guys, that requires a new country.
No, but there are elites that they are not seeing it, or maybe they refuse to acknowledge it.
It's a useful tool for them until it becomes. They're using them as a tool. The thing is, it's a tool for them to win votes for political negotiation. But now it started to backfire. But they still think they can contain it.
Do you see that video of a rice mill that was burnt down in Zaria?
I saw that. I was shocked. They attacked the rice mill.
Even if they looted it, could have been better. It was, they burnt it down. They burnt it down.
I didn't even see where they were burning it. I saw when they were jumping inside and going there.
No, they burnt it. It was burnt.
Where you want to go back? Yeah, want sponsor when you. No. Hold on. Stop it, Zimba. What do you mean, Sokuso? What is it that Nigerian cannot do?
Private business. They lay now. Rice mill, only rice mill.
Sorry. It's not for government.
No, it's not for government now. It's an industry.
I thought it's. I'm sorry. I thought it's government owned.
Okay, let me give you an example of government. You know, gutter that has covered with concrete. The concrete that they used to cover the gutter, one uprooted, starting to destroy it. What about that? Even that's owned by the government, but must you remove?
Look, let me tell you.
You know one thing about Northerners, when it comes to violence,
education,
their brain is not there, man. They only know good, they don't know come.
The level of education that people have from their judgment and decision they are going to make and their reaction to, issue, the level of education. Those people that you see, those guys you see, uprooting that slab on top of this thing.
The slab, yeah.
Yeah, destroying it. These are people, they believe that is what they can do to inflict pains on government because they have seen it as government property of government. Because they are not, the level of education cannot give them that judgment, the right judgment that, we are going to be badly affected with this. We don't need to break this. But these are people that are not educated, that believe anything that is government, let's cause pain on the government. That is what that is all what is in their head. We want to destroy government property so that we can inflict pain on government.
They are forgot. They don't know that there's nothing like government. They are the government.
They are the government.
They don't know. They don't know because they are ignorant. They are not educated.
That's what you are saying now. That's what you are saying.
That's what we're saying here. You always disagree with us. Now we need to talk to the people that they are the government. There's no government anywhere.
Yeah, because it's the failure of your government. Your government failed to educate them.
Don't say your government. Don't say your government
failed to give them education.
No, Ajanle Koko, please. There's some responsibilities that are subnational government. Osun State is not responsible for not educating anybody in Zamfara. We have no business.
I agree. Yes, I agree. I'm referring to the government at the government
at the state level,
at the state level and the local government. Yes, because they fail to educate to give them education
So we have a lot of people that are illiterate, that when we have situations like this, they just come out with anger to destroy government property, thinking, oh, this is, yes, it is government owned. Let us destroy it so we can inflict pain on them.
Ajale Koko, if you have been there, you discover that even the elite don't even have a voice by the time these people started their rampage. Because there are more. Let me tell you, yesterday, Mike and the other people, they were attacking Shola. I say, the level of education in the north is so low that you have millions of them that do not even know 1, 2, 3. I live in Kwara. Yes, millions of them. They have not seen the 4 walls of the classroom in their life. You see somebody having children that, okay, one of my, I told you a story of my friend who worked with the Nigerian Airport Authority. He has a grass cut, somebody who's a gardener that worked with him in the airport that has 7 boys apart from the girls, and none of them goes to school. None. And he asked him that, okay, you are working in the airport, you see people, you see the way they live their life, they come, you help them take their bag and all these things. And you don't want your children to become like this. He said if Allah wanted, that's they will become like that.
But Simba, you are Muslim now. Is there anywhere in the teaching that says Allah wants you to
let me
be
tell
poor?
you, let me tell you, is in the Quran that is a sin for you to have children and not taking care of your children. Is a sin.
So how are they telling them all this stuff?
It's brainwashing. It's brainwashing. It's
And
brainwashing.
manipulation. The imam
And
doesn't want
manipulation.
them to know. They don't want them to know, so that they can continue to manipulate them and use them.
Let me tell you what.
But
Let me tell you what
teach them
happened.
to memorize the Quran now. Can't they read it?
No. The issue. Let me tell you, Kolata. You know the way people take religion. Like there was a day we were talking about even Christianity here, that somebody was asking Praise Daddy a question, and they will be telling you that no, you can't give a literary meaning. You understand that you need spiritual high. You need spiritual high or spiritual something for you to be able to interpret. You know that is that is how they will now. They will say no, ordinary person cannot. You need to have a spiritual wisdom before you can interpret all those books. Those are the things. I think what happened is this.
So
When
Muslims do that one too. I thought it's only Christian that do that one. They will say,
no.
you have to let the Holy Spirit. You have to let the Holy Spirit.
You will see one verse. You will see one verse of the Quran, and some people will give it different interpretation. Different interpretation.
And I
those
think
that
it's
created
because
those religions,
people also
they were
use the
con
hadiths. They pull the hadiths to justify, almost overrule the Quran at times. Like,
you know there are some things in the Quran that they will say, okay, let me give you for example, like this prayer, the way we Muslims will pray, like all these five times, we pray 5 times daily. Yeah, is not explained in the Quran the way you should do the prayer. Do you understand? They just say pray 5 times daily. Then how do you do the prayer? It's not explained in the Quran. So they will now use hadith that, okay, because the hadith is actually the word of Prophet Muhammad. So is that one that now say, okay, this is the way you go about it. It gives an explanation to, you understand. But this hadith also, they now have different layers of hadith, because it's just like what you have in the New Testament in the Bible. And it's like a 3rd person or 4th person report. Do you understand?
Yes.
So they now grade it. Okay, this one is authentic, this one, and it now depends on you which one you want to believe.
So it's kind of like documented. That is an account of what Muhammad.
Yes, I heard Prophet Muhammad saying this thing at a time when I was with him. Maybe, or I heard somebody say that, okay, it was Prophet Muhammad. You understand? I heard somebody. Yeah. I heard this person say when he was with him, he said this. It's even from I was with him. You understand? So that's
when
the way
he said, I was with him and he said so.
Or I heard somebody who said that he said this. So that is to say, okay, this one is authentic. This one is, Those are the issues. But what I wanted to say is this: when they were conquered by the Fulani, because let me tell you, literally in the north, Hausa people has been there's nothing like an Hausa again. We just be talking about Fulani. I'm very sorry to say. It's Fulani. The Fulani has already conquered the Hausas. And when they now use religion actually to conquer them more. And that is why they have put all these things in them. To me, it's a very serious problem. It's a very serious problem. From Kwara upward, that is what you see.
Now, wow. Even Ilorin is almost like that now.
Yes, now we have pocket of them like that now.
Yeah, it's just because there's, the Yoruba culture is
exactly the influence of the West is actually, you feel it in Ilorin. You understand? Just like a mixture. And that's why it's not as terrible as what you see in the extreme north.
Yeah, but the problem is they're not going to school and they keep on having kids you cannot afford.
You know, Kulata, I mentioned it here. In Saudi Arabia, they made it a law that if your child, misses school for just 15 days in a session in 1 year, you are going to jail.
And the religion is from Saudi Arabia. And in Nigeria, they're saying Boko Haram.
You will go to jail. You will not see them by the time
and
we
they're
admit
saying
them
book is around in Nigeria. Where the religion comes from, book is compulsory. Hey,
yes. Those children, by the time they are sick, they come to the hospital, you will see the way the parents will be saying, you have to give me medical report, you have to give me sick leave, so that they will go and submit those things in the school as an evidence that this guy did not come to
absence,
school.
Evidence for their absence.
Absent. You understand? They take it very serious. But here now, you just see nobody you have children that you take no responsibility upon them. And that is why most of them, they don't even know their parents. I'm very sorry to say. All those guys that you see, they don't even have parents, they don't even know their parents.
But why has reform, anybody that tries to reform that system, they push back against that person real hard.
But Simba, why is Allah not doing anything about it now? How can people pray to you 5 times a day and you can't do anything about
leave that side. It's the same thing with Christian now. So just leave all that.
Mike is a very double girl. Over West, the one here.
On a man-made.
All these are man-made stuff, but but it's obvious enough that this is bad for your society, but nobody wants to do anything about it.
Those are the things that people like Azar and Ribadu, all those people that used to come here be talking about. And he just came here and he's talking about hunger.
When hunger no day, how hunger no go day? When
I told you, Kulata, 1991, I was in a restaurant in the garage in Bida. I put my food on my table just to wash my hand by the side. I looked back, I couldn't see the food again.
The same thing happened to my dad.
1991.
The same thing happened to my dad. He was a visiting professor in ABU or something like that. And I think he went to eat somewhere outside in town. He left maybe to use the bathroom or something. His food was gone. By the time he came back, it was gone. And he said even while he was eating, they'll be moving, the kids will be moving close to him, like
they'll be loitering around like housefly.
He said he didn't feel comfortable even eating. Like wow. And this was back in the day. So all these are being power.
About 7 years ago, sorry, Patrick, I was coming from Oshogbo. I took Ogbomosho, this Ogbomosho Ilori Expressway. There was this trailer in front of me. That trailer was filled with these guys. One of them just dropped from the trailer, pop, on top of the road, on the high speed. The guy just scattered like egg. You know what they did? Believe me, they just park like some meters when those guys behind started shouting. And I was shivering inside my car. I have to park. Then the next thing is that they just got some little tools, look beside that road, just dug some hole and put the guy there, buried him, and they continued their journey.
Wow.
Because nobody can identify. No, they don't even know him. They don't know themselves.
They don't know.
They don't even know his father. They don't know if they don't even. Yes, they don't know where he came from.
Wow.
You know,
That's
you know
what we
those
call
guys that
one
collect
spanner
food.
loss.
You know those
One
guys that
spanner
collect
loss.
food. You know when they collect the food,
Yeah,
they put it. It's not just for them, oh. It's not for them. Oh. They nylon.
Táwọn lọ fún lóúnjẹ.
Àwọn ọ̀gá wà lè.
Àwọn malam wọn.
Wọ́n máa dájọ́ ni. Wọ́n lè jẹ́ tán. Wọ́n máa dá sí nylon. Wọ́n gbé lọ lé.
You know, what they used to do is this. By the time they will gather them, like, okay, let's say you have 5 children. Then they will gather all the 5 children. They can move them from Sokoto to Maduguri, to one malam in Maduguri. You understand? And they will go and hand over all those 5 or 6 of them to the malam. Then is not only they handed everything to him, the life, whether you understand everything about them. They don't even want to know about them, whether they come back home or not. They don't care again. They will start producing another set because that one responsibility has been shifted to that malam. They don't take any responsibility of those one again. For anything now, because whether they are alive or not, everything is with. And then when even the malam call them and say, "Okay, your son is dead," they say, "Allah yaka, now God destined it like that." That's all.
Allah yakari.
Now, wow, this is a very, it's a regressive culture.
Oh, dangerous.
That is why when we say that Nigerian situation is a very complex situation, somebody like Babajide Keke will say, there is a politicians, they are they are this like this.
Okay, who are the one behind it? Is it not the politician that doesn't want?
Even before that, let me tell you, this is a culture. Babajide Keke, this culture has been in existence even before we started our before we even gained independence. It's not something that they started today now.
Okay.
I
don't think when we are saying that, let us restructure, let everybody know their own boundary. If we still want to live together, on what terms do we want to live together?
It's not. They are not even Babajide Keke. Even if everybody should go on their own, they are not good neighbors. Believe me, they will be a very bad, notorious neighbor to have.
I mean, if we
Babaja,
yes,
Go ahead. Simba, the way you are talking about these things, that the northerner, do you know that we have the same terrible behavior in some part of the West?
Oyo State.
Example, Ilorin, Oyo.
Ilorin is not the West, though.
Well, whatever. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For purpose of culture, West.
We have it in Oyo State. We have it in law. And when you go to Oyo State, terrible to the point that you see people making babies. So sometimes when people come online and they start talking about government this, government that, how can you, as a man, that you know that there you are earning 30,000 or 20,000, and you see them, they have 4 wives, 10 kids, and then when the wife is pregnant, they will not start going. They will not go to the hospital and start crying, and start looking for and the government is bad, the country is sad. This is that. I mean, you already had 10.
That's the tradition of those people. Mike should come and listen to this.
That's not tradition. That is foolishness.
It's part of tradition.
It is not tradition. It is not tradition. I don't think so. It is foolishness.
And then these are the kind of people that you want them to give them welfare. Won't that reinforce the bad behavior?
In fact, they'll be having 50, 60.
I'm of this opinion, even though Oroburukule in Yoruba,
Tẹ́bí bá ń pa ọ̀lẹ, ẹ jẹ́ kó kú. Don't gbogbo àwọn emotional kìíní o, we have to help them. They are not people you can help. They are not people you can help. I mean, me, is this kind of Tinubu's in my own
market-driven economy that will make everybody
So the poor should not get help, right, from their government. Is that what
Some
you are
people,
saying?
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. Some people made themselves poor. Some people made themselves poor. I'm very sorry to say. You might don't make us to look as if we are wicked, but some people made deliberate effort on their own to be poor.
That is where you see that you see, government have responsibility to educate people.
When you put all the responsibility on the government, which responsibility do you have as a human being?
What we are saying in a society where we have this kind of problem, the government will wade in. The government will educate the people. The government will employ social services to talk to them and have, a system
okay,
in place.
fine. Ajani Koko,
Yes.
fine, but can the government castrate them then?
But rather, the government is supporting the
Ajani Koko, you didn't answer my question.
People. Eh?
You didn't answer my question. If the government should be responsible for all that, then the government should have the ability to castrate them and make their women infertile.
You see, that's gonna be part of education.
No, it's not education. If you want to force the government to provide all this stuff, then the government needs to kind of like neutralize all this birthing of babies uncontrollably.
The government cannot force people. There's a way to.
China did it.
There's a way to educate people. There's a way to enlighten them.
People don't. Do you think there's going to be any education that comes out of this kind of miserable poverty?
No, Ajale Koko, you want to tell me that these people don't know that this habit is not good? You want to tell me that they don't know?
They don't know. They are ignorant.
They know. When you are telling them, they will still be arguing with you.
They don't know.
Can I?
They are ignorant. So many people that are ignorant, we argue with you until when they are educated. They are given education.
Simba, if you're in that environment, you'll be like that.
You people don't look when you have a government
you are not a realist. I live among them. I know them. Okay. You are just talking virtual. You are talking virtual.
Okay, let's Biggie speak. Look at Biggie.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, can you hear me? Let Oriola speak. We've not heard from him in months, so let him speak. I think he wants to come in.
I think Biggie was trying to interject me. So
no, it was actually Oriola. Let Oriola come in, then.
Biggie. Oh, was Oriola? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kyle. So I think I think there's a point in what Ajay is saying. So I think everybody here is saying that. I think you're saying that because you're educated. Because everybody that is educated, they're looking at it like this. I want my kids to go to school, to be something in life, to do whatever. But when you look at the other people, those people that still keep the culture, they still keep our culture and tradition. A lot of them, they doing blue collar job and they don't see it that way. Most of them just think, okay, if I'm doing tailoring, it doesn't require school. When I have kids, they will just follow my suit. They will just follow suit and do the same thing. So I just think that's the point of view of a lot of those people. If same thing in the northern side, like if I'm rearing cows, definitely if I have kids, they'll follow suit. They'll do the same thing. So I think that's how I see it. And just like you said, they just need to be educated. And if you're educated, then you think about, okay, the future of my kids. I have to send them to the best university. I have to do that. That costs a lot of money. So now you're like, okay, in order for me to have a better kid, a educated kid, with a good future, then I know that I can't have 4, I can't have 3, I can't have 6, I can't have 7. I might actually just go for 2 that I know I can make them that can have a good future. So that's what in my own perspective.
Oriola, I agree with you, but the mistake you are making is this. The examples that you gave, okay, somebody who is a tailor, somebody who is those are even a form of education. We are talking about people that did not even learn anything. You understand? And when you talk about
There's
education,
nobody that learned
no,
anything.
just wait
That's
now,
nonsense.
wait. When we are talking about education, these people, to me, they are educated because all these people, they go to Quranic school and they learn something. I think it's the orientation.
It's the culture.
You understand?
No, okay. I have different perspectives.
So you can't say they're not. What they believe is a form of education, because what the kind of education that you have form your belief. You understand? And that is the kind of education. So what we should be speaking about, maybe you have to change the form of education that they're giving to them. That's what we should be talking about.
Before you guys talk about education, you have to be receptive to education before you can get educated. With that kind of family structure and how they handle themselves, they are not put in the position where they're actually receptive to education, except you force them.
Almajiri is a form of education.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But so that's what Simba said.
Yeah, you're saying that they're not receptive to the education.
To the education we are talking about. Almajiri education perpetuates that vicious cycle that they're in.
What type of vicious cycle do you mean? Because it's education.
Having kids you cannot afford.
No,
yes,
that's the thing. No,
because if all those people, because this is not the first generation of Almajiri, this is multi-generational, that they've been going to those schools and that habit continues, then it's not helping. When you compare that to when you compare that to people that, like my grandfather's time, he had shit tons of kids. My dad, no. Me, no. They got exposed to Western education. They know better. They curtailed the habit. But we have multi-generation that have been going through this educational system that are actually perpetuating that same vicious cycle.
Oh, okay, so
even Oriola, even the ones that are educated among them, is because they have the resources. They behave the same way. They have wives. They have multiple children also.
Yeah,
so the only difference between them is that they have the resources, the other ones don't have. All of them, they behave the same way.
Yeah, but if you have resources, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have the resources, you can have as many kids as you want. That's because you're sure that I can actually have a good future. They can.
Okay,
my kids will
Oriola, how do you take this? I've seen
I totally disagree with that. You're having kids you cannot afford. I totally disagree with that.
What does that mean? People that can't afford kids have 15, 16 kids. What's there to disagree with?
Where is it now?
I'm here.
So
I'm asking you, what's there to disagree with? You're poor.
I totally disagree with that comment that someone is.
Which comment?
Kids.
Which comment? Be more specific. Which of the comments?
Having kids you can't all afford. How do you disagree with that?
In essence, technically, what you're saying is that people should not have kids they cannot afford to take care of. Is that not what you're saying?
Yes, it's common sense.
That's absolutely wrong.
How is it wrong? Why do you want to litter the world with kids and let it be someone else's responsibility?
You have asked your question, and do you know the good thing about it? From observation, I believe you live in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Those people that have all those kids, can they afford it?
They shouldn't. Because they do it doesn't mean it's right. They should not.
Hold on. I'm coming down. You see, productivity can never be stopped. It can never. And it's wrong for anybody to say, stop productivity. The human...
You call having baby productivity.
Hold on. I know you people are coming to attack me. But let me finish. Let me finish, because I know that if I can do statistics, I know that those who had their first children, second children, they struggled with it. More especially the ones that marry very early. They struggled in bringing up those, I'm talking about the less developed countries. They struggled to bring up those first 2-3 children. After some years, things start looking good and they start feeling comfortable. That is the fact. Generally speaking, human beings are turning. Sort of the productivity level is very low. For a human to say you should not have kids, you are putting the blame on humans who are fertile to produce. That is wrong. But
hold on. Hold on. Because you are fertile means you should actually copulate and populate. Just because you are fertile, that's the excuse now.
Obviously.
Okay,
now,
continue.
I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming down to that. Somebody was talking about government. All over the world, some government has tried to put a stop on this. But what was the result? The result was not pleasant. After some years, the result became very, very unpleasant. Countries like Nigeria, a woman can be limited to 5 children. That's okay. But telling somebody you should not have children you cannot take care of, I don't know who has. What you don't have power over, you do not boast about it. Because, hold on, let me finish. I'm being realistic here. I don't want to make it look so economical. I want to be very, very realistic. Now, sometimes you think you have control of your finances. You're there. You're okay. Yeah. With what I have, with the job I'm doing, I can comfortably have 4 children. Or 3. At the end of the day, the finances are gone. You are struggling.
We are talking about Northern Nigeria. How do you explain that one?
Hold on, let me finish. Listen, when I want to talk, I've said this severally. When I want to talk, I am one person that don't see color or the wind, the color of the wind. I am one person that do not believe that there is only one animal on planet Earth.
Let's go back to that productivity,
So when I want to speak, I'm speaking generally. I don't want to say Northerners, Southerners, Easterners. Because there are some Northerners who have 4 children, 4 wives. Some Southerners have only 1 wife. They have more children than they are. Yeah, that's the fact. So,
but we are specifically talking about the problem we have in the North right now. Currently, those particular people that are having bunch of babies, and Simba give the example of when I will have 4 of them and give them to one man.
Listen, let me tell you, you do not have the right to tell people they should not produce children they cannot take care of.
Wait, is your line of questioning that we don't have the right to say it, or whether it's the right thing to do or not?
It is not even the right thing to do. You don't have the right to say it, and it's not the right thing to do. But
there's 2 separate arguments.
You realize that a lot of them, it's not like some of them, it's not like they really want to have kids, but they want to be intimate. But when they have the intimacy, it comes to pregnancy. A lot of them, it's not like they want kids like that, but because they don't know how to go by it without having kids, that they don't really
they don't know family planning.
Exactly. That's some of the problem, because I don't think a lot of them want to have 8-10 kids like that. They're not ready for it. But they want to have intimacy, because if you don't really have
in the present day Nigeria, I don't think that there is nobody that doesn't know about family planning. It's because they don't want it. Yes, I'm very sure. I'm very sure they even asked them that is a sin. Yeah, they said they told them that is a sin. Wait now, Oriola. They told them that is a sin for them to control their bat. That is a sin, and that's why they don't want to believe it. That's why they don't want to use it. You people are just thinking that they are as ignorant as every. They are not. It's their belief that is making them to look as if they are ignorant.
I don't agree with what you said.
I'm a practitioner there. Just don't say you don't agree. You live.
I am.
You are not. You are practicing in US. I practice in Nigeria, so I work with them. I know their mentality.
What's the difference?
So do you know them? Do you know them? They know about this thing. Let me tell you. There was a time they even told them that they should not even take vaccine. That they put birth control.
It's all over the world. A lot of people don't want to take vaccine.
Let me tell you, that's what they will tell them by the time they come to justice. Wait now. You tell some people, you tell them that okay, you have to. This is a family planning. They know it's free. Even in Nigeria, up till now, family planning is free. It doesn't cost anything. But they will tell them that don't do it, is against your religion, is a sin for you to be controlling what God has given to you.
We have similar problem in America now, here too. Some people doesn't want to even take the vaccine or
it's not I don't want us to move away from the productivity of that Zita is talking about, because I still can't wrap my head around what Zita is talking about.
Can I finish?
Because Zita Luma told you will go baby to Nigeria, but Zita continue.
Listen, let me tell you. I know some of you, when you are playing with your wife, it comes saying you claim that you don't want it, you have had enough, you go for some certain ridiculous thing with the doctor. That's fine. That's okay by you. Because when you say a man should have the number of children that he can take care of, you are simply saying you have control over how life happens. You don't.
Yes, you can. When you have intimacy, you can control yourself. You know how to. Guys know how to do this.
People are not understanding.
Men know how to do this. You're just some lazy men that don't want to do that.
Let me explain myself. I said something before. You have it under control. That's what you said. You control yourself. You control your body. You control your finances. You even control your destiny. You're perfect. I agree with you. Then I ask a question. After controlling the control, and you say you are going to have 4 children, and that's it. And you are left with 4 children. At a particular time, you lost all the control. Would you say, I planned well, but it didn't work? At a particular time, you lost all.
That's a different argument, Zita.
Don't say it is.
You are not intentionally going to have 16, 25 kids.
You intentionally took control of what you cannot.
Yes, you took control, so it's easier to manage, even if
exactly. Which one is easier to manage? To manage 4 or to manage 25?
Okay, Simba, you birth 4, you plan for 4, you birth 4, then all of a sudden you ran broke, right? That's the scenario.
Yes.
All of a sudden you ran broke.
That's what I'm saying now. So at least for somebody who has 4 and somebody who now has 25, because you can run into the same problem. So which one is easier to manage, 4 or 25? That's the question I'm putting to Zita.
Both of them are easier to manage.
It's not. Oh, okay.
If the government can step in, because it's the same situation.
Well, if everybody is irresponsible having 25, how will the government step in?
You see, feeling good with yourself is not gonna help.
It's not feeling good to myself. I'm asking you a question.
I'm not making I'm saying making a general statement. Feeling good with yourself that look, I have 4 children. I can control them. I'm broke, but I can control them. You are a broker. The person with 25 children is a broker. So there is nothing different.
But there are levels to brokenness, no? There are levels to it. That's why you have. That's why you have a state 80% extreme poverty, and then you have maybe Oyo State maybe 20% extreme poverty.
Question. Since childbirth is actually the problem, and lack of what did you say again? Inability to take care of the children. You should be able to take care of the number of children you bear. Have you ever seen a man? I don't know if you have the statistics in Nigeria. Because if you have the statistics in Nigeria, you wouldn't be saying this not is because they have a lot of children. Because there are people down south that have only 2. They send them out as help.
To go and beg on the street?
Both begging or going for house help, where they eventually get paid because of maltreatment.
That's very rare.
What are you
2
saying?
kids, and then you send them like you send out Nigerian kids. That's extreme. That's hard.
I'll give you 3 instances.
But if you give me 3 instances, that's not empirical evidence. Now you're just giving me subjective. You're giving me subjective data.
Okay.
It's not empirical now. 3 instances is not empirical.
Since I don't want to be all over the place. Listen, let me say this. You do not have right to tell people the number of children they should have. Most governments of the world have tried it. The result was not present. You think the United States of America doesn't have right as a government to tell at least their women how many children they should have?
Wait, they want people to breed monkeys over here.
They cut my thoughts. Wait, because most of you are speaking this evening, this morning, you people live in the United States. You know how many they have? Not even our Nigeria, I think, is even better. With how many men? I know so many of them, and you do know so many of them. And what happens? They become rich having those children. Even when the money given to them, they don't use it to take care of the children. But those ladies are rich having those children. And you think such a government that all of you went to, that you call a senior client, is that not what you people call it? You think if it is right for them to say, hey, girl, you are not supposed to have more than 4, or you are not supposed to have more than 3, you think if it is right, they wouldn't do that?
Yeah, but the system is different. There's better governments here.
Hold on. Do you know how much the country is indebted to? And do you know how much that goes into that thing? That's what you should ask yourself.
Yeah, but Zita, no, Zita, we need to be able to question you, honestly.
Do you know how much that is gone, that is put in that thing their women do? Do you know how much it costs that country?
Wait, what are you?
No, Zita, you're putting abortion and all that stuff in it. No, let's not go there.
I said having children. I can never mention abortion. I didn't say that. I said their women have so many children with different men.
Yes, that they're a burden to the society too.
I asked a question. If you people think it is good, because you people claim to be in a very good country. Wow.
We didn't say that. Number one, you're changing the topic. We didn't say that, and we didn't say that was good.
Is the ghetto people that do that stuff.
You're changing the topic now.
I'm not changing the topic. Don't go there. I'm not changing the topic. Telling people to have children, the number they can take care of. And then I ask you, those women that have several children, where you are with different men, can they take care of those children?
They can't.
It's different though. I just told you that the system is better.
Madam Zita, the difference is this. Hold on.
The system is different.
Let me answer, guys. Madam Zita, the difference is in that country, the government can tax. Wait now, they're not able to take care of it. If it wasn't that it's a third world country, they would be in the condition we are in Nigeria. The difference is that they have a large middle class and upper class where the government can tax that middle class and use that money to give them government assistance.
And in your country, you don't have large middle class. And
in Nigeria, we don't have that.
We don't even have middle class anymore.
Can I say
we don't have that middle class.
Oh, really?
I have different perspectives. I think the reason why they're able to take
it doesn't make it right in those rich countries.
Listen, let me tell you, you are calling them rich country now. Let me tell you,
Yeah, no.
How much tax, if I may ask, do Nigerians even pay?
Yeah, not much.
Zita, exactly the point. If you're having 25 kids, your kids will be extremely poor. They will not be taxable. So how will Nigeria be able to pay any sort of taxes and
Who
maintain
told
a
you that
country?
people who are extremely poor are not taxable? Where did you get that one from?
What are you going to milk out of stone?
How much are they going to pay?
Are you going to get water out of stone?
Hold on. The country you are in, is there any waiver for taxation for anybody?
Yes. Poor people don't pay taxes. Extremely rich people don't pay
Yeah,
taxes.
if you make less than
who told you that?
9,000 or 19,000
I can't even remember the threshold, but poor people are exempted from taxes.
I think it's
hold
19.
on.
You don't pay tax.
What
You
you are
get money
telling
back.
me now, hold on. You say if you make 19,000 a year in the United States, the word is hearing me now, that you are not taxed.
Yeah,
so
you're poor.
Hold
You're
on.
poor making that kind of
hold
money,
on,
though.
Hold on.
The tax, but they give you the money back. They tax return. They return.
Can I speak now? You just made a comment. You said you are not taxed.
Poor people don't pay taxes.
Okay. What you are saying now to the whole world listening is that if you are working in the United States and you are earning, let's assume $10 an hour, that $10 is not taxed. They give it whole to you. Is that what you're saying?
No, they tax it, but at the end of the year,
you're going to get a refund. You'll get a refund, or sometimes it's going to be more than you put in.
You're poor if you're making that kind of money.
Hold on. From the way you
and
guys
you have
are
kids.
speaking, so you get the whole of it as a refund. Huh?
Yes, now when you file your taxes.
So when you file your taxes, they give you the whole money back.
Yes, now you get a check. What do you mean? It's filing taxes.
Azita lives in Europe now. She doesn't know.
You don't know the system over here.
But Azita, here's the deal. In Nigeria and America, I don't care if you want to have 20 children. I don't care. But if you are in northern Nigeria where there's no opportunity, you shouldn't have 20 children. That's what we are saying.
You should be. I thought they are protesting today for bad governance. I think that's what you people should be talking about. Not telling people not to have.
No, Zita, you are running away from getting questioned on this your stance. You are taking it everywhere but where we need to talk about.
Let me conclude by saying this. Nobody has the control over having the ability to take care of how many, even if it's one child the person has. You don't have control over that.
That's a different argument, Zita. Because now, come on, Zita, don't play this. Don't do it. You've been doing it since. No, don't do that. Don't do that, Zita. You tell me. No, hold on. Let me.
Wait, not tell people how many children to have.
No, Zita, wait.
That's not
wait.
That's
you can't. So you want to run a country where all of us are having 3-4 wives, and where each one of them is pumping 5 kids, because why? My sperm works and our ovaries work. So that means we should have 25 kids each.
Yes,
how will that country survive?
Yes,
how will we survive?
Because where you are, they are surviving.
So what is the solution to this massive poverty we have in northern Nigeria, Madam Zeta? What are do you think part of the solution is to tell those extremely poor people not to have plenty children?
Listen, the government has to roll out a policy. China did it, they went too far because of argument like this.
Wait, policy don't work in Nigeria.
Wait, let's see the policy she's saying. Hold on.
We need to sterilize people. That's the policy.
Then she'll be contradicting our position then.
It shouldn't.
We should.
It shouldn't.
So what's the solution, Madam Zita, now? Like, extremely poor people making plenty babies. What's the solution? Because that breeds poverty, right?
It's a what?
Extremely poor people, right? Having plenty children. That creates poverty, right?
Do you know why poor people have a lot of children? Have you ever done?
Well, it doesn't matter why they do it. Well, the point we are saying, the fact is that does it create poverty?
Everybody is talking. I asked a simple question.
They have enough time on their ends. That's why they're able to make more kids.
Okay, fine. For whatever reason they're doing it, what we are saying is, does that create poverty?
You see,
well, the answer is yes now. So for that reason, if the answer is yes, if poverty is not good, then we have to tell people that are extremely poor not to have Plenty babies.
You
But you told us that we have no right to tell them. We shouldn't tell them that. Why not? Why should we not tell them the right thing?
I have looked at countries that did it over the years. India, China. Looking at the results, they thought they will get and they never get. I wouldn't encourage any other government to do that.
All right, I have an idea. Can I bring that up? What I think is this: they already have a system of education over there, which is Almajiri, and I think that's the type of. If you go to a lot of Arabic countries, that's the type of system they use. But a lot of them, they know it's outdated. Now they're infusing like the English type of way into their system.
Which Arabic country?
If you
Don't
go
say
to
something you don't
Egypt,
know.
look, Egypt.
It's not true. It's not true. What
Wait,
you are
just
saying is
Google
not
what
true.
Almajiri is. It's a school system. It's a form of school system. What is
I
it?
said they don't
That's
they
wrong,
don't practice
Oriola.
it
That's not
again. They
correct.
don't do all
They
No,
don't
those
it
do
things
is
that
a form
again.
again.
of school system, though. It's a system.
By the way,
Oh
who
God.
teaches that Amajiri? Is it
What is it?
spirit? Is it spirits that teach in
No,
that Amajiri?
wait. What is it? Well,
I
Gita,
asked a
please.
question.
I want to
Is it
understand.
spirits that teach Amajiri?
It's some cleric that when you birth all these 25 kids you can't afford, you just send them away to some
Okay,
cleric,
so
and that
why
cleric
can't the
No,
puts them on the
government
streets
engage
to
them?
go and beg.
That's what I'm saying. It's a form of
So
system.
why
It's not
can't
like that. The way
government
you guys are
engage
looking at it.
those people those kids
It's
are
like
being
that
sent to?
in Nigeria in practice.
I
Right.
asked
They
a question.
infuse some type of
Why can't
our
the
tradition
government
into it.
engage
That's
those
why.
people those children are being sent to?
It's a school
Engage
system,
them to
though.
do what? Let's understand what we are even talking about. We are saying, let's stick to one argument at least. So, Manazita, what are you saying? Why can't government what?
He said that the Amajiris, they send those children to Amajiri. And I asked a question. I said, is it spirit that teach those Amajiri children? The answer is no. Then I asked, why can't the government engage those people in charge of those Amajiri and take
Engage
it
them
from
and
there?
do what?
Engage them to do what? To do what? To do
To
what?
introduce some certain things.
Like
Like
what?
Jonathan built
Listen, let me tell
But like
hold
what?
Jonathan
on.
engaged
Let's see
them.
let's see her idea now. Let's see what she's taking
Hold
us.
on.
Okay.
Everything on earth has a price. Name your price. At the beginning, it might be too expensive. It might be too high. It might be unheard of. But what is the purpose of the government? To save those children, to uplift those children, to eradicate to certain extent poverty. So you engage them and you introduce few things, even if it's handwork. Person mustn't go to school to be a mechanic. Somebody mustn't go to school to be an artist. Somebody doesn't even need to go to school most times to be a broadcaster. Government can come in, party with those people, they name their price, and you take it from there. Before you know it, a lot of it, look at what, I don't want to say it is a global platform, but I think somebody should go and study, first of all, two things Obasanjo did. That's why I still say he still remains my best president in Nigeria. Although there are things he did I don't like. But in policy, study how he destroyed the Labour Party and study how he disintegrated the caliphate. If
the Labour Union or the Labour Party?
hold on.
You mean the
If you're a
Labour Union or the Labour Party?
If you are a president in Nigeria,
Zita, you said Labour Party. Clarify yourself. Is it Labour Party or Labour Union?
Labour Union now, you do understand that must be a slip of tongue if I say Labour Party. Study how he disembarked them. Study how, I remember vividly, he told the late Sadwana that he's going to be the last powerful Sadwana. And I thought he was joking. He did it. So if I'm a president of Nigeria today, the first thing I will do, I will study that his template. I will use it. There are a lot of things going on in Nigeria. I can use that template. Because unionism, these Amajiris and the people taking care of them, they form something like, let me use the usual word, but it might be too far, but let me call it a cartel. They form a cartel. And they've been doing that over the years. The number keep increasing. Lodge into them and disband that cartel.
Wait, do you realize that our Almajiri system is also the type of, when they say people that pastors, they send them to their own type of school and they will become future pastors? You know, it's the same thing as Almajiri system where they will become future cleric
Excuse me,
in
you heard
Islamic.
what I said.
No,
when I talk, I like people.
You're going around like
Oriola, you just like theory. You like theory.
Hold on. You are telling me how the Amajiri system runs. Is that not what you are telling me?
Yeah, that's what I just told you.
Thank you.
So,
I'm not talking about. Wait.
What are you saying?
I'm sure where you are today, you are not using leave as your clothes.
Don't worry about where I am. Let's
hold on. I'm just
let's
making
have
I'm
idea about what you're saying about Nigerian.
I'm saying I'm using I don't know the word to use, not metaphor, but what I'm saying is that when I talk, don't put it on yourself. I'm making a general statement. I am sure where you are not wearing leaves. You are not using leaf to cover yourself. Somebody break into that. You can read things fall apart. You can always make things fall apart. The only thing is for
you
our
can't
government.
Separate people from their culture. Do you know that?
Okay.
You have to manage.
Hold on. This thing you just said now is very interesting. I've been looking to speak on that thing you just said now. You can't remove people from their culture. Right?
Yeah, that's correct. Where has it been done?
You can't remove people from their culture.
Can you?
In their land.
But
you can bring your culture into somebody's land, right?
Yeah, we know now. We know that.
No, I just asked you a question. You
said but
you cannot remove
did
people
you know
from.
how?
I am sure the life you live today
people,
was not your culture. But
you
just
can
said
colonize
boldly
people
on a global platform that you can't remove people from your culture.
Yeah, but the people that does it in their land, you know what they have to do? You know the type of atrocity they have to go through to be able to do that.
I am sure in Yoruba land, the way the Obas used to be growing up, a woman called Zita, growing up as a young girl, the way the Obas used to be in those days when I was a young woman. Now I'm very old now. I am sure it is not the way the Obas are today.
Oriola, they didn't use the atrocity to introduce Christianize us in.
And you said that you cannot change people.
They didn't use atrocity.
I don't even know where you got that word.
How did they do it?
They use propaganda.
Yeah, that's part of it.
You guys are having too many conversations. I can't even keep up anymore.
Yeah, they keep throwing things at me. They keep removing it from
Are we saying that Zita, that everybody should continue birthing kids they can't afford, and then Obasanjo that did not fix our Almajiri system, we should somehow use the system? Like, what are we talking about?
First of all, let me say something. One thing you should understand is that a woman when it comes to productivity, fertility, women have a lifespan. So all this one you are saying people should continue. I don't even know how much. I don't want to say it, but let me say it. Since you think it's having enough makes you take care of your children, I don't even know how much Atiku take care of his children. How many does he have?
Atiku has 25 or so kids, but yeah, he's a millionaire.
He's a billionaire,
or billionaire, or whatever name he is.
One name now where you don't know that is among that 27, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But let me repeat what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question? How does the Christian does it? They have a pastor school, they have Catholic school, they have so many schools.
You people are saying a lot of things. Can we concentrate?
Let's forget Amajiri for a minute. We're talking about how is it a logical argument to justify someone that can barely eat because he has sperm and his wife is fertile, then you fuck her brains out and then dump babies year after year after year because that's what nature permits, and then it shouldn't make any attempt to control it, and then
at least the good thing is that it's the most ridiculous thing you just said. But
it's not that's your argument now. That's your argument. You're calling it productivity to make it fancy.
Let me say this. The good thing is that these two people, you allow them to get married, right?
Wait,
Good.
they don't get married though.
It's like you people are not understanding
Nigeria, they don't get married. People just move in and have babies.
Really? Where is that? In the north?
Yeah, even in the south. A lot of people just live together and they have kids. Now a lot of people do marriages.
What's the statistics in the north? This thing you are saying now.
They don't. So you're telling me all of them, they have marriage? People that have 4 wives, 6?
They actually get married. They do get married, but they can divorce easily. The divorce is saying, I divorce you 3 times.
Something you want to talk about that one, they move the argument to another place. You want to say that one, they move the argument.
So Zita, how does an economy survive it when majority of its population are living below extreme poverty level because their parents were irresponsible, having them as kids and threw them to the streets, can't afford them, can't afford anything, and then you expect a few productive people in the economy to take care of them.
Yeah, that point of view is not correct though. They didn't have them recklessly. Majority of them, they have
you have a driver that drives you. You pay that person a stipend of 30,000, and that driver, hold on,
the job, right?
Hold on, and that driver now has 3 wives and 16 kids.
Yes.
And you think they're not poor?
Well, 1, they're poor, but 2, he knows that his kids, they will probably become a driver in the future, or they will become
that's luck of draw.
Yeah, but that's how they think. They're not educated like you to think that I have to send them to the best schools.
It's not about being best schools. They can't even feed.
Can I interject for a second, please? I think you guys have been talking, but you are not taking one factor into consideration. I'm sorry to say this. In most of the northern states, some of them started having baby as little as 14 years old, or 12 or 13. When they say, oh, they have reached that level of reproductive whatever, and they marry them at age of 12.
Is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
No. That denotes what you guys are saying. Oh, because they are very fertile. So they are.
No, but there's nothing wrong with what you just said.
So a lot of this wrong in this
How?
I will tell you why it's wrong.
Yeah, tell us.
When a girl of 12 years old started having baby, how do you expect that girl to have that education you guys have that you have?
That is where I said the government should come in. That's why
how can
they have education?
Let me finish. How can government come in year in, year out without control? And then you do that, you continue to do that. That means you are unfair to the rest of the region.
People will not let me. I wanted to discuss that. You people will not let me.
They have education though.
No, that is not education anymore.
It's not all about.
One voice.
This is what I wanted to discuss. But whenever I bring it out, you guys will throw something at me. Whenever I open my mouth, you ask me and not you throw it.
Talk it. Say it.
I've given you example of where people are not doing anything. Not only that, they don't even have the honor of getting them married. They have the children from 2 different men, and their government is taking care of them. You said their government is good.
I didn't say that.
But that's a rich country, Madam Zita now.
No, let's not confuse the argument. That's equally bad. Because if they're having babies they can't afford, it's not good for the society.
Wait, but we need people to clean the toilet.
Hold on, one voice.
We need people to clean the streets. We need people to clean the toilet. We need people to do all these many jobs. So that's why the government is allowing that.
Okay. The government is allowing them because the government is rich, right?
No, we need people to clean the city. We need people to clean our hospitals. We need people to clean the street. We need garbage people. We need people to do farming jobs.
Where?
That's the
Where?
reason why.
Why?
I think that your analogy is totally wrong.
No, it's not wrong. Have you been to the city to know this?
No. In terms
they
of
literally see this is Manhattan, and when you look the boroughs around it, they're poor.
Let's talk about Zamfara. Let's talk about Zamfara, big, not Manhattan. America is a rich country. Let's talk about our own country.
That's the analogy he's using.
Madam Zita, guys, I don't know why we're arguing. It's really a simple response. The America has the means to take care of those poor kids. They have the means, but we don't have the means in Nigeria.
And you
So
don't
that's the
have
simple
the
answer.
means?
We don't have the means.
Who told you?
No, Nigeria, the government does not have the means to take care of billions,
Really?
tens of. They
Where
don't.
did
We
you get
don't.
that one from?
We look at our budget now. We barely have a budget to build goddamn infrastructure. Now, we don't have the budget. Is this subsidy money that we used to be feeding? Sakpabio can feed the whole northern children
Oh,
on a daily basis and send them to school and do everything. It doesn't.
Hold on. Oh, they are demonstrating in Nigeria for bad governance. And they are not demonstrating in Nigeria that Nigeria is poor and Nigeria cannot afford to take care of them. They are demonstrating in Nigeria for bad governance. And the same Nigerians sit in a global platform and say, Nigeria is a poor country and therefore it cannot afford basic amenities for his citizens.
Well, are you saying Nigeria is not a poor country? Is Nigeria not a poor country?
Hold on. Let's not even dive. Let's stick to where she is right now. Madam Zita, whose responsibility is it to take care of a child? Is it parent or government?
Let me tell you, over the years, child care has kind of no longer totally 100% parents. Over the years, as technology coming, as development coming, a child that leaves your house every morning to go to somewhere for 8 hours.
Okay, it's a shared responsibility between government and parents. I get the point. We get your answer. We get it.
Government don't pay CC, man.
But Madam Zita, it's a simple question I ask you now. You don't need to take me all around. Okay, we get your answer. Your answer is a shared responsibility between government and parents. Okay, fine.
Can I finish the first one you asked me?
Okay.
Let me finish the first one you asked me now before you ask me another one. That's why I said I don't like discussing with people who already have opinion, who is not free to discuss and listen. You ask me a question, I'm asking you through another one. We've been doing this for almost 30 minutes now.
Okay, answer the question. Whose responsibility is to take care of a child?
Three people.
Who are the three people?
Yes, the government, the environment, and the parents.
And the parents. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
so which part of the responsibility is the parents' responsibility? Tell us. Which part is the parents' responsibility? Give us a specific part of the one parents.
All of them have the same responsibilities, except in decision making.
Okay, but the parents definitely have responsibility. So now the responsibility
decision making.
Okay, decision making.
You're right.
Okay, the part that the parents have responsibility, will it cost the parents some kind of financial resources?
In some countries, yes. Like the
no.
Hold on. In some countries, yes, it will cost the parents some financial obligation. But where you are
okay, let's say Nigeria. In Nigeria, will it cost the parents?
Where you are sitting, it doesn't. And
okay, what about Nigeria? What about Nigeria? Huh?
That's what I'm telling you. That thing where you are sitting, that is happening. Study how it started. It can be created in Nigeria.
No, it's not happening here.
There's no way. Hold on. There's no way a parent will not spend a dime the entire 18 years of raising a child. There's no way. You will spend some money. There's no way government can cover every cost from day 0 to day 18 when a child is an adult.
Okay. How many percentage is Nigerian government covering?
Well, let's assume that what you are saying come to parts where government is now giving their own parts, paying their own cost. But will the parents still have some cost to to contribute. They will, right? At some point, and somehow they will have something to chip in. Now, government cannot 100% carry the
Where you
financial
are,
responsibility.
where you are, what percentage do those women contribute?
Oh, well, if you are working, you have to. And even if you are not working, you have to. What government do is give them assistance. Hold
You
on now,
see,
government. This is what government do.
we are talking
Madam
about
Sita, Madam Sita,
people who
100%. Even people
cannot.
on government assistance in America, they don't get
Excuse me.
100%
Excuse me.
of it. They
Excuse me. You
they
made a
don't.
comment
Government does
now.
not 100% cover the financial
You
responsibility of the
made a
child
comment
for
now.
18 years.
If you
No.
are working, that's the comment you made. I thank God you made it. You say,
Even if you are
if
not
you are
working, they
working,
still
if you are not working,
they make the men pay child support for one. They force you to pay child support.
not at
That's
all.
one.
Not at all. Not
There's
at
no
all.
man. There's no man in America. They ask the child is not paying child support. You go to jail.
Nah, I
But
don't
they don't
even
make you
know.
pay child. They don't make the men pay child
Oh boy,
support.
no talk that one. No, I
They
live
don't.
with them. Anyway, that's by the way. Now let's go back to Nigeria where parents are not working.
They should not make the Nigerian men pay child support, Abi. They should just take care of them. Just make the baby and bring it to us, to the government house.
Let's
Just
talk
dump them there.
this argument. You people are not trying to
That's what they
allow
are
me
telling
to
us
make
now.
my point.
So they
Let's
should
be
make the baby and just
truthful
take it to the
now.
government. Government take we have
People
delivered.
are listening to us. Let's
Yeah,
push it.
let
Can
her
we
make her
push this
point,
point
please.
instead of being all over the place?
Make your point. Make your point.
I've made my point. I said people who are not working, because the way you people presented those Amajiris is that their parents are not working. So they don't have the financial capacity to take care of those children. But what is you people are living out in the whole of this scenario is the intent. That's what everybody ignored, the intent. What is the intent of having a lot of children? You don't even have feeling for them to keep them within you. You send them elsewhere and forget about them, according to you people. So, what is the intent? And I said, my point is, government should come in. I rest my case. Because I think I've
All
talked
right.
a lot on this thing.
All right. If I may say something, I like the fact that you're saying government should come in. But what I'm saying is this should be infused into the current education system that Nigeria has. So it will mean that if you want to do Almajiri, it's part of the curriculum will be part of it when you go to school. Meaning you go to school and you want to also, so you're doing math, English, then part of the subject will be a class that's coming from the Almajiri system. That's what I think will be the best way to infuse it into the education system, so it doesn't look like they're not getting the Almajiri type of education that they wanted. So I think if we are able to infuse it, you have to be sure that you're not forcing them, because this is part of their way of life. And in order for you can separate them from their way of life like that, you have to infuse it together. That's what I think. I think that would be the best way. And also, currently, I think when you send them to Almajiri, they actually do pay the cleric to teach them. I don't think they just throw them there without paying for service for throwing them with those people that teach them stuff. I think they still pay them. Maybe it's not a lot of money, but I think they still pay them. But I think it would be better to infuse this together with the education system. And I think what they're trying to do is separate everything, not trying to work with them. And that's what I think. I'm not sure if that's 100% true, but I think if they're able to work with them, maybe this will go a good route. Like they will be open to work with the education system, the English education system. I think that's what I think it should have been done. And if we do that, I think everything will work out the right way.
Madam Zita, now that we know that government will not come in, so do we still have right to tell the people that, hey, government is not coming in, no, so don't have too many children? Can we still tell them now?
No, you shouldn't.
We should not tell them.
No, you shouldn't. That's
even
wrong.
though government is not coming in. So now that government is not coming in, so what's the other solution?
If you have the right to tell them, if you think you have the right to tell them to stop having children, you should have the right to tell the government to do the right thing.
We have right to do both now, so we are doing both. We are telling government to come in, and we are also telling them to not have it in case government doesn't come in. And we know for a fact that government is likely not going to come in.
I'm even surprised that some people told
Madam,
me today
I have a question.
That Nigeria is a poor country.
Wait,
Oh,
but
really?
how was it done with the Catholic? Because I'm not sure. Like they have their own school system and stuff. How was it done? I mean, if they're able to do it with the Christian or with like the Baptists, they all have their schools. The Catholic, they have schools. How come they can't do it with the Almajiri? I think it should be.
Why are you
It's
taking us?
doable.
I think the scenario is totally different.
How?
You have to look at. Okay, let me give you how. When they brought education to Nigeria, I think they brought it to the southern part of Nigeria, and the culture before they came is an average Yoruba man probably have 1 or 2 wives, and they don't have a lot of children at that time. Not that they will have like 30 or 40 children. So it's not that way. So people already discipline themselves, and they already have a way of life. The culture does not encourage you to have several wives and have several children.
Wait, you're different. You are moving away from what I'm saying.
No, I'm not moving away. I'm telling you how the difference. Now, when
I don't care about how many kids
I
that
want
people
to tell
have.
you when that's
I'm
just
saying the
and when
system
they
they have.
came, listen.
You guys have one voice now. This is an unnecessary argument. One voice.
So you have to calm down. When they came, it's easier for all this Catholic church or whatever for people to take their. It's very easier for them to quickly sell their religion or whatever they are selling, and it's easier for people to fine. This is education. It's going to make my children better. So it's easier for them to go in and to enroll their children in all of these missionary schools. It's easier. But when you not just oppose it with the northern part of the country, where the culture is like we put our malam ahead of everybody. Even if the malam does not have money, we can push a lot of children to him. But when those missionaries went up north, they didn't find it easy with them. And that is why the indirect rule they use in that area is slightly different from what they use in the southern part of the country. So they didn't accept that kind of norm from the Catholic preachers or missionary. They didn't accept it. They fought against it because they think that they are incursion to their culture. They don't want it.
No. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So you have to realize that the northern side of Nigeria they were already colonized by the Arabic before the English came. So that's different. So if they don't accept Christianity, understandable.
No, I think Christianity came before colonizing the northern part of the country.
No, they did way before they moved before English came to our side.
No, go and read all those things about.
No, I read it. That's what. That's how I know.
I think religion came before colonization.
Yeah, they use religion to colonize you now.
So you cannot say they colonized the northern part of the country first before they now colonize the southern part.
Yeah, that's what they did. The Arabic.
No. Let me tell you the truth.
That's true.
Most of the missionaries they came to the southern part because of that time. The way of traveling is by water.
I don't know.
So it's easier for them to come into the southern part of the country.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. What you're saying is different from what I'm saying. I'm saying to you that the Arabians, they already invaded the northern side first. They already
so what you are saying now is different. You are talking about Catholic. Now you are talking about Arabic scholar. Which one are you talking about?
That's because you're not. That's because
Remy, let him learn all the way, so that way maybe.
Yeah, that's because you're not listening. What I'm saying is this: the way that the Catholic, the Christianity was able to have their people can become pastors. People can go to these things like that. They can learn about Christianity, and is infused in the school system that we have in the southern part. How come we can't infuse the Adumajiri system that I already have with the education? It has nothing to do with Christianity or anything. It's just the education that we have now, the English form of education system that we have. Just have that curriculum and infuse it with what they have going on right now. So you're not separating it.
Can I answer you?
Yes.
I like answering questions with what you said. First of all, when I was discussing this morning, you said you cannot change people's culture in their land. Sure, it's Oriola that is speaking.
Yes.
That's the first thing you said. Now, you said now that the Arabic, okay, let me not use the Muslims, religion was, it's not colonization, was embraced by the Northerners before the colonization. So it was like kind of difficult, according to Simba, for them to break through to them. Okay, now, the first thing you said that people don't change. You can't change people in their culture. That's, I don't know where you got that one.
Wait,
But
can I say
let me tell
something
you
before
this
you
one.
continue?
Let me tell you this. You can
You
change
said
people in
something
their
that I
culture.
didn't. Okay, go ahead.
You can change people's culture in their land. It depends on the approach. Now, the Southerners, when they came to the Southerners, they were mostly pagans. That was the kind of religion they embraced, which has a lot to do with some certain things that when you are being told, presented a different picture and how gory those things is, it's easier to manipulate your mind concerning those things. So it was easier for those people to be changed in their land. They embraced that religion. But in the north, their religion, which, okay, well, let me say this before I continue. All these things came through where you migrated from. Human beings from ages has been moving from one place to the other. So where you left, you are going to the other place. You carry some of the values to the other side. And that's what happened in the north, and that's what happened in the south. So those people in the north, their religion then was not like the paganism where a lot go on. So it wasn't that easy for them to present that holy to them. It didn't work. Because already there are things that Christianity forbids that are already forbidden. So it was like, okay, fine. There are some you are not forbidden, I'm not forbidden. I don't want to go into that. I'm comfortable that way. I'm not doing all those things you said is bad. And this polygamy, they couldn't change them. Because already presenting the two religions was already almost close to, or a little above the same thing. So that was what happened to Rola.
All right, can I say this? I don't agree with the historic perspective that you're pitching to me, and I don't want to go to history like tonight. But here's the thing: I'm not the question I'm asking is because because the Northerners, they're already colonized by the Arabic already. So before the European came and tried to colonize the Southerner, and they want to go to the North. So I didn't want to go into that. But my question really is, we already know that the Northerners, they practice al-Majiri. It's kind of like from if a way of life that if you have kids, they have to go do al-Majiri instead of them going to the regular school system that we have, some of them. Now, what I'm saying is this: how can we infuse the Almajiri that they know is compulsory for them to do with the education system that majority of Nigeria has to go through? How can we infuse it together? That's what I'm just saying.
Sorry, if I may,
the government should come in.
guys, if I may, please. Oriola, that's what they've been trying to do with various levels of success. Kano State has been the most successful so far with when Governor Kwakwanso was in power. But as soon as he left, it regressed. And Goodluck Jonathan built so-called, what did they call those schools again?
Amajari School.
Amajari schools, which was supposed to be that same concept. It was never used. So it's not as easy as providing facilities. It's really about changing minds and culture. And one other thing that you mentioned, North was not colonized. It wasn't a colony. It was, I mean, there's a difference between enslavement and colony. They've been getting Hausa slaves all the way to Saudi Arabia since the 11th century, if my math is correct. No, but maybe 12th century. And Islam has been in current day Borno state, the Kanem Borno Empire that stretched up to Libya since 11th century. But we were never a colony of the Arabs, but we were enslaved by them. So there's a difference. So I just wanted to
but
those
don't
two.
you think don't you think if they accept the concept of making their way of life in form of Arabic, because majority of, like, if you look at their constitution, we do practice Sharia now, but if you look their way of life, don't you think they already started changing them? And when you started changing people to accept other people's way of life to become their own life, they already started to colonize them.
Yeah, I understand. The thing is, people that are using that the system is benefiting are not allowing it to happen the way you're describing.
Exactly.
So that's why it's not happening. It's not
They
like
will
people don't
allow
have
it
the
to
idea.
happen if you do it the right way.
Well,
After all, the kind of Christianity, the kind of religion, Muslim religion that is being practiced in the North. Hold on. I know a lot of countries in the world today that practice that same religion, but they don't have a majiri.
Okay, I want to come in this
way. You approach it as a government. That is the biggest mistake.
well, I think they've tried multiple approaches. They've tried multiple approaches.
Yeah, but do they involve their cleric? Do they involve their cleric?
I want to say something.
Let me say
something.
One
voice now. One voice.
Let me say
one voice, please.
Let me say this. Before I end this, I don't want to talk about this topic again. Let me say this.
Zita, I came back for you. Hold on.
Everybody every human have a price. The government, the way they are approaching that Amajiri in Nigeria is not the right way. Engage those people that those Amajiri is being brought to. I'll end my case.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me
they have to involve the cleric as well. You can't just force it on them.
Let me say something. I now will base my analysis on what happened recently. Through this protest, I've seen a lot of young people from that area on TikTok trying to promote the protest. I think if we are going to have a change, it should also come from these young people. Because like Kolata said, and we all know that their leaders, they are using them for political motive or for whatever motive they have in mind. And that is why you see them when they are not in government, they jitters a lot, because it is the money, whether legally or illegally, they acquire to keep all these people at bay, and they use religion to keep them at bay. But from what I see from this protest, if these young people calling for this protest and they are very vociferous in their demand, and they now channel their effort to the same young people, majority of these people are not educated, even if we say Arabic education.
What do you mean they're not educated?
No, let me
because
finish.
They don't speak
Let
English.
me finish.
That's
please.
totally wrong. Because
Let
they
me
don't speak
finish.
English.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him get his point.
When we say education, education is not only formal education. That's informal education that you get from your parents, that they teach you how to act, how to behave. And when you talk about total education, there are so many subjects that guide you and promote you the way the society wants you to be. So, but unfortunately for most of these children, they were born and they don't even know their parents. They were just thrown into the streets at a little age of 2 or 3 years old to go and beg there or do whatever, or just send them to one malam or the other. So I see if there's going to be total reorientation in that area, it should come from these young people. If they channel their effort that, this is what is happening in our domain, we should stop doing this. If they can, like now, most of these young people from this project, they don't listen to their malam. They don't listen to their leaders. That is where the change will come from. But if you leave it for all these government officials or those people that have been, how to say, they have been profiteering from this kind of system, the status quo will remain. And I will look at it in total generality of Nigeria. That is not fair to the other region of Nigeria. Why we work hard, pay tax or whatever, and they are using a lot of the money to take care of these people. And then you are not trying to satisfy those people that bring these people into the world. How, for God's sake, in this century, how can somebody have 5 or 6 and have 40 or 30 children, and you are unable to take care of them? So we must say the reality here. So for now, I rest my case. Another person can talk. Thank you.
How is the demonstration going up? Riot, sorry. How is it going?
It's a little bit petered down. The second day was a little bit. They are losing their, what do you call it? They are not really focused anymore. Yeah.
They have to lose their momentum, because some of these outside guys that have been shouting on TikTok, go out and post it. Some of them are coming back and
they've been found now. They are hungry.
No, they are regretting it. They don't know that,
protest.
they don't know they are going to loot like this. Some of them are even tender apology.
I'm so proud of the Southeasterners. I am so proud of them.
No, Madam Sita. No. But you guys started it.
Yes, for some time now. They don't chop their brain. Make them chop other people's brain. Now, how you see them?
Because do you know what happened? When
for a long time, their people has been used to destroy them. For a long time now, they've lost their productive.
But Madam Zita, you might be
happy. Remy, let you said you will rest your case some minutes ago. Let's hear from Zita.
Me now.
Sometimes I always feel like Remy is not trying to hear anybody at all. Like it's like
no. Okay, go ahead. It's okay. No.
For a long time now, and even as I speak, they've been losing their productive age. Since Nigerian Biafran War, the Igbos have been losing their productive age. I think they're beginning to make me so proud, because I remember it's always hitting that area and the other area is quiet. If they can be smart enough to ginger for something and all of you run out in the street and they go to their houses and sit down and cross their leg and be drinking champagne, why wouldn't I be proud of them?
But that's not true.
But that's what they are doing now.
No, they protest in the southwest. Some of them came out in the north as well. So what do you mean they stay at home?
You don't understand what they are doing. What he's saying in the east.
Yeah, they didn't protest in the southeast, but they protest in the other part of the countries. They did in
what
Abuja.
Madam Sita is telling you, try to understand. You have to try to understand.
Yeah, what's she saying?
She is trying to say before they have the southern easterner have put it on their head that okay, anything protest, they are there and blah blah blah. So
and they will burn down their house. They will burn down their own house. They will burn down cause of destruction to themselves. Now they are causing it in other places. That's what he's saying. They left their own place.
Their propaganda right. They push it to other regions where they keep their domain safe and quiet. So that's what they have done in this particular moment.
No, they didn't sit down and quiet. What are you saying?
If I am that man that owns that electronics and furniture shop in Kano, I watched it on the sense of clips to me.
The supermarket. That supermarket there.
Let me finish. I wept. If I am that man, I will sue the Kano state government. And then I will sue SOWORE. Because he's the one that says he's the organizer. He's vocal. Let me finish. And I will pursue that case to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of Nigeria will have to come and read this, translate, and explain and describe to every Nigerian what the Constitution says concerning protests. If every human being have the right to organize a protest that he cannot control to the extent of making me lose my livelihood,
So where has that been?
They will
Where has
pay
that been done before?
heavily.
Where have they done that before? That they can control a protest.
Okay, let me tell you. In the UK now, people are in prison as I speak for doing a protest and blocking the road. I hope you're aware of that. That they blocked the road, though. They were allowed to do the protest. They were given the authority to do that protest because they asked for, of course, in those places, you have to go and get all those papers. But now they're in prison for blocking the road. I know, I hope you're aware of
they're
that.
causing nuisance. That's why.
Okay.
Exactly
So you
what
think somebody should not be in prison for causing that nuisance?
Well, the people on the road should be in prison. They should take them. If they believe that they are causing trouble, then they should take them to jail. So why would they take? Why would they take? No, wait 1 minute. Why would they take me? Because I said I'm organizing a protest. Did I tell people to vandalize things? Did I tell people to disrespect the city or break into shops? Did I tell people that? The only thing I'm doing is mobilizing people.
So when you mobilize, what do you mean by mobilization? Are you not telling them to come outside to protest?
Yeah,
that is why they will sue you.
What do you mean? When did he tell people?
Hold on. When U.S. government were charging Trump for insightful statement that he made, did Trump tell anybody to go and vandalize the Capitol building?
He did. He literally. Some of the word that Trump he was using was very incisive.
No.
Okay, what about SOWORE that said they should go for rage? So what about SOWORE that said they should go for rage? Is that rage and protest the same thing?
When does he say? When did he say that?
It's like there are so many things that you don't know. You are just talking, Oriola. I'm very sorry.
No. He said this of rage, meaning
where have that
for
happened?
You to vent.
And I gave you an example where it has happened. And as I speak now, the thing happened last week. As I speak now,
yeah, I saw the video.
No, it's still happening.
Why
actually,
are you
it's
saying
still happening
where
in the
have
UK.
I seen that happen?
No. That
you go to protest and you destroy things, cause nuisance.
But you said they should go for SOWORE. That's what I'm saying. You said go pick up SOWORE, and I'm saying that
I didn't say pick up SOWORE. When I talk, people should listen to me carefully. I said sue him.
For what?
You sue his sorry acts.
For what?
Sue him.
You call for days of rage.
You ask for what? You ask for what? Can you listen to me? You ask for what? You ask a question. When you ask a question, allow me to answer.
Go ahead.
For organizing a protest that he couldn't control, that caused nuisance, took people's life to the extent that I lost my livelihood. And you think that's not enough justification for me to sue his sorry ass?
Zita, if you see that man, he says, Subhanallah, look at my supermarket. Look at the man. I don't know the condition of that guy again.
May I answer?
I will sue Kano State government. I will sue SOWORE, and I will take it to the Supreme Court with everything that I have.
So before you answer, Oriola, take this into account too. Their lawyer, that Yoruba man, the name is Ebun or whatever. Thank you. That man have come out and said the process should be stopped because they are the one vouching for them. You don't know the document they signed. I think after the old dust have settled, they should pick up that lawyer, pick all of them and charge them to court because they are the organizer, they are the mobilizer, they are the one giving assurances that everything will be fine. So sometimes, do you think the government are also stupid or foolish? They
kick them. So let me.
I know you people call Nigeria Jagara. That's why he asked me.
All right, let me ask you because you didn't answer my question.
Let me tell you this. In as much as you believe Nigeria doesn't have any law, but let me tell you, I know in Nigeria, you do not have the right to organize anything that will destroy life and property. If I am that man, oh God of mercy, help me.
Okay, can I respond?
What are we do to Kano State government and SOWORE? Oh, Jehovah.
Okay. All right. So you just told us your pitch what's going on in UK right now. people are protesting and they're disturbing the street, they're causing nuisance on the street, and they have to pick them up. They pick those people on the street up. Now, the same thing can be done in Nigeria as well. Pick the people that are going into robbing and vandalizing. Pick those people up. So what do you mean that the people that organize? We already know that if you organize anything, anywhere in the world, when they organize any protest,
let him land. Let him land, please, Remy.
When they organize protests, we've seen it. Some people come with their own mindset. They have some different thing in their head. They might already told them no vandalization. You can't do this. You can't rob. You can't do that. But some people will come and infiltrate and do some other things. So you're now telling me that I organize stuff and I don't know how someone get into our mix and start doing something else. I should be picked up for that.
Okay.
That's
where I don't agree with. Now, can I respond to you?
Have you landed? Have you landed?
Yes, he has landed. Let me quickly
let Remy go. Let Remy go first.
Let me reply.
Yeah, go.
Let me reply. You see, before this protest started, some people came into this platform and gave a lot of instances, of which they included the president. They gave instances of where he demonstrated, right from when he was a young man, to subsidy, to wherever in London, in places, blah, blah, blah. And then I ask you, I'm talking about organizers of protests. In those protests, you mentioned his name and that of, what's that pastor's name? That pastor that sees vision never works. Thank you. You mentioned their names that they organized protests, including what's this Benin man, Labour Party president in those days. What's his name? Never mind. These are people I know that have you people mentioned on this platform, and I give it to you people that they are chief organizers of protest. And then I ask you, in those protests, did you see anybody going to a store that is locked? Because that man did not open his store. Because the mere fact that a business owner locked his store is solidarity. He didn't open. You broke into his store and vandalized it. That means you did not actually, you didn't do your job as an organizer. And that's enough to sue you. If you come boldly on camera telling the whole world that you're organizing a protest in a country, while you see somewhere else in the world and litter those people in the streets to cause mayhem to my business. I don't know that man, no. But if I should get his information, I know what to do. I swear. I know what to do. Next time when you organize
can anybody
protest,
fight? Can you fight the government?
Which government? It's not Nigerian government that told you people to go to protest, though. Nigerian government did not say they should go to protest and loot the man's store. I don't know where you are asking me, can you fight the government? I'm not fighting the government.
No, what I mean is, if you say that man should sue the Kano State government, did he have the financial force?
Hold on. He said, I support the protest. That's why I included him.
And what
Did
I want
you hear
to
that?
Yeah, I will know.
I support the protest. That's why otherwise I wouldn't have included him.
Did they ask him to loot?
Look at what this boy.
Okay, Odiola, you make a very good assertion the other time that the government should have control. Then that is why they called them for a meeting. Now Nigeria does not have the security force to control the rate at all of 36 states of the country. The total population of Nigerian police force is not up to 1 million. That they are going to get 36 states. And I want to ask you a very good question. I don't know whether you have seen the video of what transpired in Kano, Yobe, Zamfara, the rest. How many of those thousands of kids, some as little as 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 years old, running in the streets? Not even adult. I'm talking about underage people. How many, if you see such video, like hundreds or thousands that are running at the same time, how many are you going to apprehend? When they loot pharmacy shop, that supermarket, they set a lot of cars on fires, how many are you going to apprehend with that kind of force you have? And remember, you have 36 states of the Federation. And that is why they're calling them not to go for the process in the instant. Because we don't have it. We don't have the manpower to cater for all the...
No, Remy, the question we should even be asking me is this: if you call for protest, then you should take ownership of that protest. You should lead it. You should be on ground.
And face the consequences of the protest too.
Yeah. Are they there? SOWORE is in US, so it was calling for protest in Nigeria. So is that the way they do it?
No, they were there though.
I need to see that
group is doing it. The group.
SOWORE is not in Nigeria. It's not. It's
no.
Not in Nigeria.
The group.
Article 2 is not in Nigeria.
The Take It Back group is the one that organized it.
Oriola, why are you talking like a baby? You said group. Which group?
Oh my gosh. So you're telling me that if I have a group now, the name of the group is called Take It Back. So that's kind of like a group thing. So if they organize,
who is the leader of the Take It Back? No, tell me. It's like you are just talking based on assumption. Take It Back, is it an organization?
Wait.
Is it an organization?
It's not assumption. It's an organization. This was on TV.
Led by who? Led by who? Who is their chairman? Or register under which law or what? Then who's the chairman? Who's the secretary? Who are the expo? Who are the leaders?
It's an organization. They already have a representation. They have people going.
No, Oriola, the mistake you are doing is a very good question that he asked you. That Take It Back movement was just they just coin it out. It's not a registered organization in Nigeria. Listen. What we know SOWORE for is that he is the leader or founder of AAC, the political party. So that Take It Back movement was not registered here in Nigeria. And they can come to and say, okay, this is our association.
Yeah, but Nigerian government didn't have any problem with it when they were asked.
No, they do not understand. That is why they said their lawyers come out. I'm representing Mr. So. You do not have I and you, we do not have access to what they signed. And from what I can see, for that lawyer to say that the protest should stop, he is trying to protect his name because you are the representative. And this goes south. And
it's not
a little too late.
It's not the only lawyer that came out. No, they have a face.
Too late.
They have a face to this.
Oriola,
it's not the only lawyer that came out.
Wait, can I
let me respond to him real quick?
Oriola, the way you talk sometimes anyway. What you're saying is that I did protest. Because you use the word protest, and the word we are using here is protest. And then you are saying that a protest in the word, in the sense of it, in the meaning of it, is what is happening in Nigeria. Oriola.
Protest is always like that. It's going to be rowdy.
A simple question.
Protest is always rowdy. I don't know what you're asking me a trick question.
Then it's not
what
a
you're
protest.
Asking me is a trick
then
question.
It's not a protest. Then it's not a protest.
But it's always like that everywhere. Where in the world do they have protests that doesn't get rowdy?
Protest.
Where?
No.
Please. You have to draw a line between a riot and a protest. Go and check it. Draw a line between a riot.
I know
and a protest.
They start burning things, looting.
And I asked you say they are protesting. Is that a protest?
No, that is not that protest. Madam, hold on, please. Do you know what's baffled me much? I saw 2 videos. I saw a guy climbing on the traffic light, destroying it. I was thinking in my head, is this Northerner? Do they have brain at all?
The traffic light is the bad governance. No, traffic
Madam
light.
Sita,
you see,
I saw Madam Sita, let me finish. I saw the second video. People, like drainage. When you do a drainage, you use a slab to cover a drainage. People are removing the slab that cover drainage. They are breaking it into pieces. These people are animals. Somebody that has the brain.
They're not. See,
no,
when
they are behaving like animals.
Hold on. That's why I said it was not a protest. Because I've mentioned.
Madam Sita, what is a slab of a drainage got to do with protest?
That
and they are
wasn't
breaking
a protest. They're not doing protests in Nigeria. They're rioting. You see, when you organize a protest, you have a mission, you have a vision, you have a reason, and you have a demand. And when I was speaking this morning, I told you people, I mentioned the people you guys mentioned on this platform before this riot started. And you said, after all, they have organized the protest. I thank God that you guys remembered. If you remember they have organized a protest, I ask you, that one they organized and this one that is happening now, is it the same thing?
There's nothing there. There was
Wait, let me ask
broken.
you a question real quick. Let me ask you, do you believe a protest can be infiltrated?
Then it's not a protest again.
No, answer the question. Do you believe
a
crazy
protest
people
cannot be infiltrated? No,
it's
a riot. Let me tell you why hold on. Let me tell you why a protest cannot be infiltrated.
Tell me, please.
If you are an organizer of a protest, you will organize them in groups. You have the names. Because protest is not free for all. When it is free for all, it's a riot. You get the point?
No, that's not true. What you're saying is not true.
Hold on.
You're just trying.
Hold on.
Can you let her land, please? Oriola, please.
I don't even know. Let me just hold myself. Protest is not.
Continue, my sister.
Protest is not a free-for-all action. A free-for-all action is a riot. You cannot tell the whole Nigeria to come out and protest. If you make that statement, number one, you don't know the meaning of the word protest. And secondly, you want to cause chaos. So protest is organized in a way that there are people, groups, where they are going to start and where they are going to end, who they are going to talk to, and those people will be notified that they are coming. Now, you make a demand secretly, or let's say legally, through the written process, and that demands were not met. The reason for a protest is for you to show your well, let me use the word anger, that your demands were not met. So you organize it in a way that you start from here, you start from here, you start from here, we converge here, we move like this, we get to that person. And you will notify the person because the person will come out to address you people. Now it's going to be public. He will say, okay, I have heard your demands. Give me so and so time. And within that time, you come back if he didn't do it. But when you organize a protest that you say, let the whole Nigerian come out. You know how many people are living in Nigeria? That they should come out in the street. Thank God they didn't, because there won't be enough road for them. They should come out and demonstrate. You are organizing a riot, not a protest. A protest is meant for people who are thinking, who has a reason, and who want to achieve their demand. Not for people who want to destroy and loot people's stores and burn houses. It's either you are rioting or you are trying to do uprising that you think will end in a revolution.
Yeah, I think we don't know what the meaning of protest. Yeah, a protest here is, I know people.
Are you still there? We can't hear you.
It's like it dropped.
Yeah. Well, me, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that it was infiltrated and
don't use that word infiltration. That is the word that the opposition will be using. That is an excuse. That infiltration is an excuse.
Yeah, but there's no way you're gonna have protests.
Let me tell
Some
you,
crazy people
yesterday, Oriola, let me give you instances. You don't organize protests with faceless people. This protest is faceless. Nobody is taking responsibility for this protest. There are just pocket of people here and there that are just okay. Let us go and protest. That is the problem. If you look at the protests that we have had in Nigeria before, I think yesterday I mentioned it. In 1929, the Aba women, they rioted. And they have a specific place where they do their demonstration. I'm talking about their protest. They protested and they have a specific place. They have a body, they have a leader. In 1947, the Ransom Kuti led another protest in Abeokuta, in Alake's palace. You understand? In 1983, Nadeco, they had a protest, and they know that it's Nadeco. They have the people, they were there on ground when they were leading the protest, and they have specific places where they touched. In 2012, when they are talking about the subsidy, it was in Ojota. Everybody will converge in Ojota. It's not as if you will be doing the protest all over Lagos or all over Nigeria. They gather in Ojota, and that is where they had their protest. That's what Madam Shita is telling you. But by the time you said the whole country should come out and be protesting, that is mayhem. That is no longer a protest.
Yeah, but literally everybody knows that everybody cannot come out. They just have. Well, I'm not supporting like the protest or whatever riot. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, they know that not everybody's going to come out. Not everybody.
If you, it's like you are just having. You don't even know the level of destruction that these people have caused.
I know. What do you mean?
You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. You are not on ground. You don't know. Let me tell you, the people that are. Let me finish. The people that are even saying that their hunger is killing them. They don't have jobs to do. The little job that they have, they've already destroyed all the jobs. Is that what a rational thinking human being should do?
Okay. Simba,
they went to a rice mill. Not only that they looted the rice mill, they burnt it down. An industry that employed them, that pays them money.
Yeah, but don't you think that those?
So you are talking about infiltration? Infiltration. I don't even know. You are talking like all these obedience.
Let me say something. Don't you think those ones are planned? Some people.
Before they start this process,
those ones that are planned though.
Before they start this process, listen, Oriola. Before they start this protest, the government proposed a very good idea. They gave them places where they are going to converge for the protest, but they said no, we are going to work in this.
Wait. I understand you. Don't worry about that. What I'm saying is this: you see people that are burning places, a targeted place that they are burning, like the Center for I think the MTT, whatever it is, people that were burning or that went to the rice mill. Those are targeted. That means some people were behind it. They just use the protest to cover face.
That is not
even the supermarket is also targeted.
The pharmacy shop. They also go and raid the pharmacy shop. For what reason? Go and take medicine.
When that happened, it's not a protest. See, I don't
they
know
invaded
if
the pharmacy shop and took everything away. You don't even know whether the medicine is good for you. You are just taking it away. What do you mean?
Let me say this. I don't know. Oriola, have you participated in a protest before?
Nope.
Okay, that's why you are saying all these things.
No,
if you
but
participate in a protest,
I just never want to.
I'm not talking about riot. I'm talking about protest.
Yeah, but
if you participate in a protest, you will know that when you converge, they make a roll call. You don't just come and join them in the street.
I don't disagree with you, but you're not seeing my point. The point I'm saying is this.
It is not infiltrated because when they see a strange face among them, if there are 5 groups that is supposed to convey in Ojota, maybe somewhere in Ojota, when they land, everybody, are you ready? Is everybody here? Each group among them has 4 people who are in charge, who knows people in their group that registered to protest. So when they come out, they see a strange person. You will see, watch them on television all over the world. You will see them waving them out. Like,
wait,
you
I
get off the
watch
thing.
it.
So why are
The
you saying
Kano.
that a protest will be infuriated that somebody who took a roll call, know people who are in his protest, we see somebody looting a store, will not denounce it?
Okay, let me say this.
Hold on. Have more than 24 hours, the man's store was looted. Has SOWORE denounced it? The answer is no. Has the Kano state government denounced that? The answer is no. You are asking, where in the, I don't even know how you, wherever, where in the world have I seen that happen? I've given you an example. You ask me, why should they be sued? I have given you reasons why they should be sued. And then you said, can it be infuriated? I have given you reason why it cannot be infuriated.
Well, I don't, but yeah, well,
Thomas,
you gave me your option, you gave me your own reason,
Thomas,
but I don't agree with them.
Thomas, at least we've stayed a long time on this topic, and
yeah, well,
you see,
we did,
we've really
but I don't
discussed
agree with
it
any points you said because
you have
it
your
was
opinion.
definitely infiltrated.
You have your own opinion. I agree. Perfect for you. We come here to discuss. You say your opinion, I say my opinion. I am not forcing you to buy my own opinion. Okay,
yeah,
I understand your
didn't
point.
force you to buy mine either.
I understand your point, and you are not gonna tell me to buy your own opinion. I'm not gonna buy it, because I'm somebody who discusses freely. You have not really given me reasons why protests can be infuriated.
The government said this before the protest. They said they know some people were planning.
Thomas, can we change this?
Yeah, but
this
see,
thing? You've not given me reason why a protest can be
That's
infuriated.
the thing. Yeah.
I've given you reasons why a protest cannot be infuriated.
You have to understand that point of view is always going to be different. And whatever angle is coming from, you have to at least see, even if you don't agree with it, you have to still understand that definitely this is another point of view. My point of view is the government already say this forthcoming that, some people will take advantage of this to cause riots and destroy things. And that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. It's a protest. It's a riot. I agree with you. But it didn't start it that way. It started as a protest.
No, it didn't start as a protest.
I watched the news.
It did not start as, that means you are not watching what happened.
I watched
it never
the news.
Started as a protest, because
which one doesn't start as a protest?
If you watch the time those people came out in Kano and the time they looted those 3 stores, it was within 15 minutes. So it wasn't, it's less than 15 minutes. So it was never a protest. They started with those stores. So you can't call it a protest. You can never say it started like a protest.
I'll look up the video for you. I'll look up the video for you. Even they were saying it. They said
no.
It started as a protest, and at the end of the day, they started moving to the government house, and they started burning
They
things.
looted the house, the stores before they went to government house. Listen to me. If you have somebody who videoed that thing and sent it to you with time, because I told you people like
no, it was on the news.
I'm not talking about news. Forget about news. I'm a social scientist, so when things are happening, I have people on ground. I forget about the news. I'm talking about somebody who was in Kano who videoed that thing from the time those people came out and the time they went to destroy those stores. That's what I'm talking about.
So you don't believe in the news anymore?
It was never a protest. And if those people were guided, they will come out in the street. They didn't even try to protest. Let's assume that they came out to protest and then somebody, according to you people, infuriated them. These people did not even try. They just came out and started with those stores. So it was never a protest in the first place. And again, you said protests can be infuriated. You have not given me reason why protest should be infuriated. In the word protest, because I have given you reason why protest cannot be infuriated. And even if accidentally somebody elsewhere who is not part of the team that was protesting do something, the organizers will come out and denounce that thing. We do not know that person. Look at his name. He is not part of us. Look at our own name. Look at our own group. That's how it is done. But I asked you, has SOWORE denounced that chaos? The answer is no. Has Kano State Governor denounced that chaos? The answer is no. Then I ask you, why did you say protest can be infuriated in the name, in the word protest? You have not given me a reason. Thomas, please, can we change this topic?
Madam Zita, if I'm a leader of a protest and I say, okay, we should be in Ojota, and then some people now went to Oshodi to go and loot, I can say, no, this is not where we are. We were doing our own protest. Those people in Oshodi are not part of us. Is that not what you are saying?
Yes.
But when you don't have a location, you don't even have.
Yeah, but the lawyer did today, though.
What did you say?
The lawyer did. He said stop the
Which
protest,
lawyer?
not stop the
Which
riot.
lawyer?
You guys just mentioned it. You said the lawyers denounced it.
After the damage has been done.
But they can't foresee
But what?
they can't foresee the damage that's coming,
guys,
though.
How can you not? Even we that on this platform, we foresee that. How can you say you can't foresee that? Is he a dumb person?
Yeah, I know. The government actually put it out that they
It's
get
not government.
intelligence.
Maybe because you have not been coming to this platform.
No.
Since they
The
mentioned,
government said they have intelligence that some people would use
it's
that
not about
to.
government. You should even know. Even a rational thinking man
it's a
should
common
know
sense.
that you
Yeah.
can't do such a
It's
thing in
common sense.
Nigeria. How can
Yeah,
you?
but
It's a common sense now.
But that's what
No?
I just told you. There's no way you're gonna have protests that people would not use it for their
But
own agenda.
It's the way they go about it. It's the way
protests in
they
Nigeria
went
that
about
people
it.
will
That's
not
what we are saying.
infuriate.
There
So
are
why are you
protests.
saying
I
that?
can give you example of protests that people have controlled, and
Wait,
it doesn't. In fact,
you gave me the 2012 and people died.
yes.
So
Where 2012? Who died in
Where the
2012?
people died in
they
2012?
This guy is saying.
yes,
Where?
people died.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
Where?
person
Where?
died in
Where?
Lagos.
Where did the people die in
One
2012?
person died in Lagos. This was on the news. I listened to
Thomas,
news.
you don't
They
get
were talking
another
about it.
topic.
Man,
This
why?
guy,
This was on the news. They
Thomas, you
said
don't
in
get another
2012,
topic. Now,
people
this one
died.
you
One
come
person died in
mention
Lagos. They named
protest
the
now.
guy named Demola something. And they said, I think in the part of the north, couple people died, about 17 or so. So what do you mean people doesn't die? NSAS happened like 4 years ago. Same thing happened. So what do you mean protests
Thomas,
cannot
don't
be
you have
infiltrated?
another topic?
Oh,
What
no,
have you people been
my
saying?
protest we go talk about today. Nothing more than protest. Yeah. But you said?
When I heard part of our will is that they should bury her very fast. So I heard.
Why? Why did they want to do that?
No, he said they should
You know
bury.
the funny thing. You know the funny thing. They said she died of cardiac arrest. I start wondering, is that a disease called cardiac arrest? How can you say anybody will die with cardiac arrest? That is not the cause of a death now.
You are talking like a doctor now. Heart attack. Nobody carry out the postmortem. So how do they know that he has heart attack?
In the show or after the show?
She know after she finished singing, she just sat down, she take a sip of water, then that was how she just slumped. And they took her to a hospital. But before her arrival in the hospital, she was already dead.
Yeah, so she probably has a pre-existing disease or something already.
Did you watch her perform?
I only watch the video. I only watch the video of her performance. And she was very energetic.
At that point, she's not been doing, I don't think she's been singing like that before for a long time now. She's not been, performing like that, and she's been sick for some time now. coming to do
I
that.
can
I
see so
remember there was a time
she lost some weight.
huh?
She lost some weight.
Remember, and
Sorry,
she came down.
I didn't hear what you just said.
It lost some weight.
That was too stressful for her. That was too stressful. If you watch her perform.
Okay, you thought that she has not been singing for a while. They just or what?
Yeah. They didn't organize it. Maybe they wanted her to show her effect because she's known for all those, remember when we were young, she sings with grace. So maybe she wanted to do that again, but climbing down this, she came down from the podium and then climbed back. That was too stressful now. After checking body when some certain age, you don't do things like that. And again, I hope she did not empower herself to do that.
I think she's not. Maybe she's
No, there would be pre-existing disease that she's nurturing that it might not be open to
and
people.
I hope she did not boost herself.
And there are even some silent things that she might not even know, because we don't have this habit of actually doing an extensive medical checkup on ourselves. There's nobody that would die suddenly without a pre-existing problem, especially cardiac problem.
That's what I said.
It might be all these silent arrhythmia that can just.
Which one is silent arrhythmia? Explain.
The art, it functions in two components. We have the mechanical function and the electrical function. It's actually the electrical functions that resulted in the mechanical function. So there's it has a way of coordinating its function that it goes in a rhythmic manner. So sometimes the thing became busier, as in it's not coordinated. You understand? And it will now make the art to start malfunctioning. So some of them are there. You can be having the symptoms. That one you can go to the hospital, but some of them can just be silent. They might not be symptomatic to the extent that but may make you to be very sick. Do you understand what I'm saying? But suddenly they can just appear.
What's the symptoms?
There are so many. Some of them can so you can be having palpitation. What I mean by palpitation is you will be seeing your heart pounding. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is one. Two, it might even be making you to be weak sometimes. When you just do a little exercise, you discover that some form of exercise that you can tolerate, you can't tolerate them any longer. You can be sweating, you can be having chest pain. There are so many symptoms that can come with it, depending on the type. So even ordinary chest pain can be something exactly. Some of them can also happen suddenly, and that's why you see even some athletes they just drop and they drop dead like that.
But Simba, let me say this: I have somebody that I hold in high esteem in your profession. He told me something one day. He told me that human body is like a car. He said that he will use a car.
A car,
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
He said a vehicle can never wake up one morning and abandon you. He said it gives you a little sign. If you ignore it, that's when the havoc comes. He said, no matter what, your body will give you a little sign. If he gives you that sign, and you know that you don't get such signal in your body, that you should go and see a doctor. Don't ignore it. But we live in a
He's
world
right.
that you lift your hand in the morning, it pains you slightly, and then just
You go and
maybe
take
give you a
paracetamol.
sharp, and then you get better. You continue you say, this hand
Yes,
pain me,
yes.
and that's it. You move on.
Yeah, but that's why we said she might
Exactly.
have pre-existing disease or something going on.
The pre-existing
Yeah.
disease it will show you a sign before it become prey. That's what the man is telling me. Before
Okay,
it become that prey, it will give you a little sign.
Madam Zita, let me give you an example. I am a doctor. There was a day I was just having a discussion with some of my colleagues. Then all of a sudden, I discovered that I was nearly collapsing. I just have this dizziness that just comes suddenly. Immediately I noticed that I said, no, something was wrong. I just stopped talking. I stood there, I got a chair, I sat down. Then immediately I got a little better. I went and checked my BP. My BP was up there. You understand? That was the only thing I noticed at that time. Okay, so I went and see a cardiologist who are now advised me, okay, I should go for an echo and ECG. Lo and behold, I went for the ECG and I discovered that I have what I mentioned arrhythmia that time. And that was some people will ignore it. Immediately they become better the way I became better. They will just ignore it. They will say maybe this thing is just transient and they continue their life. Do you understand what I'm saying? But when I noticed that sign, and since that time has been on medication.
You can imagine. So if you have ignored it, you wouldn't have been talking to us today.
No. Exactly.
Yeah, but don't you think we don't have the culture of visiting hospitals?
This guy again.
Yeah, do we have the culture
No.
of
Okay, then if you don't have the culture, you die now. What
if something is wrong with you in Nigeria, people will just go to pharmacy and buy stuff. They don't have the culture of actually visiting. And when you look other places, like every year,
Is it the culture because we just like how would I put it? Taking shortcut for everything.
Medication.
No, not even short. It's not
Self-medication.
even only in medication. We like shortcut for everything. Shortcut.
I think
People
I've told you
we don't
quickly
have.
of a
You
story.
understand? You remember? You see people going to bank. They will be quiet. They will go to bank. They will sit down. They will wait for as long as possible to get their money. But when they come to hospital, then you see them coming with rage. They don't want to even spend much time because they don't value it. You understand? They value their
You're
money
very
more
right.
than their health.
I told you
let me
quickly a
ask you a
horrifying
question.
story that happened in Port Harcourt some years back. A woman was rushed into the hospital. You know how this private hospital behave. It's 200, right? It was 200 then. Pay registration so that is to pay the paper. Register in the hospital.
To get the card.
The woman said she no get money. Talk go up, talk go up. The woman said she no get money. Everybody was, madam. The doctor said, okay. By the time they find out that the woman's eyes was dilating, they rushed her into the doctor's bed. The doctor was trying to look at what is happening, check her BP and all those things. The woman passed out. You know how they do course now, trying to remove wrapper and everything. They found, was it 15,000 or 45,000 in her hours? It's not funny. It is not funny. It is not
Madam
funny.
Sita,
It
fire
was
straight.
horrifying.
If I'm God,
Madam Zita, it's only in Nigeria that people will complain that they don't have money, but when they die, they will see money in their bank account.
Or relations will even bury them so flamboyantly, all those uniforms. When you go to the village, you see a man who, if you know, you will see poverty is written all over him. When the moment he close eye, bam, all the relations will come from far and wide. They will make t-shirt, make a wrapper, come and be showing their ugly faces in camera and speaking. I said, what kind of life is this?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The problem, we're not seeing the problem. What I'm the way I'm seeing it is this: if to say that every year there's a routine that everybody has to go to do their checkup every year. You do for your health, you do for your teeth, you do for your eye, all of those things. Like it's compulsory that every single year, just like every other mature country are doing, that when you pay for your healthcare, you make sure that every year you have to go visit your physician. Don't you think? That's what I'm saying, that we don't have that culture. If we do, a lot of things will be found, and once the doctor notices this, they will start sending you have to do this, you have to do that. That's what
No,
I mean by
you
we don't
are
have
right.
that culture.
You are right,
Let me tell you
Oriola.
something, Oriola. That thing you're saying, people do die anyway, even where they have the culture of going to see a doctor. That is not what I'm discussing. What I'm saying is for you as a person to have value for you. It has nothing to do with, because in the culture where people visit hospital every 6 months, depending on your age, they say every 4 months, every 6 months, every 1 year, people still die anyway. They might even be dying in more number than we are. But the important thing is, how do I value myself? That is the important thing. Culture. You sit in the bank, just like Simba said, for hours, waiting for your turn. You stand in the sun, waiting for something. Some people would even go to visit their friend. The guy is not around. The guy went somewhere. They will sit in front of the house, waiting for him, just for a gist. But the moment they get to the hospital, it's as if they're using needle on them. Some people buy a bottle of beer, 5 bottles of beer, they drink. But they can't go to the hospital and pay that money for treatment. It's you. How do you value yourself? Not culture. Because the people that have the culture, they too do die massively. But how do you value yourself? That you went to the hospital doesn't necessarily mean you will survive, but it necessarily means that you value yourself. I want to know what is wrong with me.
Wait.
Just as you want to know what is wrong with your car.
Yeah, well, I hear you, but it's still everything that you make like a routine for yourself that you have to do. It's more like when you do your car, you service your car. Like they will tell you every 3 months, it's already there. You have to go there. So it's a culture for you there. You have to make sure your car runs. If your car doesn't run, you can't go anywhere.
You know what, Oriola, what Madam Sister is saying. You know, some people, they even value their cars more than themselves. The way they take care of their car, if they take care of themselves, if they take care of themselves, it will have been better. They follow that routine diligently. Do you understand what I'm saying? They will if they service their car, they said, okay, so date, so they because they value the money they used to buy that car, they will not miss that day, but they will miss their appointment for hospital. They will have reason not to come. They will say, because they feel that they are healthy. They feel that it's not necessary. Do you understand what you are saying, Oriola?
Right, I see your point, but that's what I'm saying, that the culture is not the culture that will make you that, irrespective whatever you think, you know that you still have to do it. If it's there that, okay, I believe I'm good though, but because of so, I still have to do it. I think that's what other places as, like, in the extent that if you, so for example, if you know that if you don't go every year to do your physical check, by the time that you wait till you get sick before you go, it will be way too expensive for you to pay out of pocket.
Why do you, okay, let me tell you
Your
this.
culture is it to have a flamboyant wedding? This one you keep mentioning culture, and I keep telling you it's individual. The value you have for yourself.
Exactly. Because
All
even
this
in
thing you are saying culture. all the things Nigerians are doing today, is it their culture? Then,
no, when I see. Wait, when I say
Oriola,
culture, I don't mean in
where you
terms
work,
of
you are a health worker
tradition.
in US. Just hold on, sorry. You are a health worker in the US. Why do they call people? Why did they remind people about their appointment to come to hospital?
I'm not a health worker. Yeah, but but the reason why I believe that they give people appointment like every single
No,
year.
they will give them appointment maybe a day before the appointment. They will call them and say,
Yes, they
okay,
do that.
why do they
in
need
my
to do that?
company, if it's time
If
for you
people
to go for
value,
medical,
if they really value themselves, do you need to be reminded? Oh, say your mechanic will call you and say, okay, your car is due for so. They will
Yeah,
not
they
call you,
do.
but you
No,
will
they
go.
do.
You,
They do.
I beg you, leave that one. People are more diligent to things that are not more important to their life than what
I
their life.
understand your point. Yeah, a lot of us we don't take care of ourselves like we should. So I basically see your point. We don't really
And
take care
Madam
of
Zita,
ourselves.
let me even give you
Simba,
some.
let me say
You
this
discover?
before I forget. Do you
Okay.
know that in my company, they put it as a rule? All these people that are saying culture, they put it as a rule. If it is time for you to go for your medical in the year, they remind you twice. The third time they report to the clinic will report, medical will report you to your boss, and it can cause suspension. This is the people who you realize is talking about culture. They remind you twice. And if you think you are too busy, that you will not come for that medical because they don't want anybody to drop dead in their office. That's a lot of money for them. They will report you. The next reminder will be to your boss. And then you'll be in your desk. Your boss will walk up to you and say, why are you not going for the medical? Dear them, you'll be suspended. I'm talking about culture.
Well,
It's how much you value yourself. It
yeah,
has
but
nothing
do
to
they
do with
do the
culture.
same in Nigeria where they will remind you that you should go do your checkup? We don't do that. So that's the thing. If we're doing the same thing, it will become a culture where we know that every year we have to do these things.
Oriola, you're not listening to me. I didn't say the country.
The
I
people
said the
that they are
company.
reminded,
I
why
said
they
the
supposed, at
company.
least with the culture of the reminder that have been doing, they supposed not to be remind them again. They supposed to have learned it. If it's a culture, they supposed to have, at least they have been taught that they have to be doing it routinely, but they still refuse.
And I'm talking about a company. I'm not talking about a country. There are two different things. I'm talking about a company. Make
In
it
fact,
a
Madam Zita,
law
let me tell you this.
that
I have two
if they
brothers.
remind
I
you
have two
first one,
brothers.
second one, they report you to your boss, and that's the third one. If you don't go, you are suspended.
What we used to discover in Nigeria is this. You will admit somebody for a particular ailment. Then when you are doing routine investigation, that's when you discover that they have more than what, in fact, what you actually admitted them was even milder than what they have been carrying. Let me give you, for example, there was a time my one of my brother had a BPH, we call it benign prostatic hypertrophy, this prostate problem that men used to have. And then we will now say, okay, let us do some investigation to prepare him for surgery because we want to remove that prostate. That was when when we did an ultrasound, a renal ultrasound. Then we discovered that he actually is living on one kidney. You understand? Believe me, Ade is somebody that was already above 50 years. He has been, right from birth, he has been surviving on only one kidney. The other one is absent. That is one. The other one, that was when we now knew that when we were doing the routine investigation, that was when we discovered that he had hypertension. That was when we discovered that he has diabetes that he never knew in his life. And he was not admitted for such conditions. You can imagine hypertension coexisting with diabetes. He has been walking around with it, and he was admitted for preparation for surgery for prostate. You see, so that's
This
what you
thing
are
you are saying,
saying.
Simba, do you know? Okay, have you ever well, I had a situation where a friend of mine, not that she knocked the woman down, no, she just drive past, said it's the breeze. The woman was not really injured. She just had bruises. And then this, my friend, my colleague, she parked her car with the woman's daughter, and we know how we behave in Nigeria now. She now took the woman to hospital, like, let's clean the bruises. Before you know it, all these things we are calling was at a point my friend said, but now bruise I come, doctor said na lie. The woman is hypertensive, she's diabetic, she had I think one thing in her eyes. My friend pay
Maybe
money.
cataract. Maybe cataract.
My friend pay money.
Why?
No, be
So
you
is
bring woman
Bruce?
come hospital.
So is it the one that caused hypertension, diabetes, and everything? Is it the accident that caused that?
You don't know how we behave now. If she don't do it, she's the one that killed the woman. That's what they do. Most of them are living like that in everywhere in the world. A little
And
thing.
the other thing is that we hide our medical history also. So all this one, even this Oyeka Onwenu one, she might have a medical problem that is not open to most people. You understand? And the way we conceal a lot of things, I don't want my parents to know, I don't want my children to know, I don't want my friends to know about what I'm going through. I don't even understand that.
She according to them, I was not there. What she said shows that I think she was going through something that seems as if they abandoned her, because for some years
I think she has some, she has some family issues. I'm talking about nuclear family issues.
That's not even the area I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a celebrity, Before it used to be Onyeka here, Onyeka there. That they call her for movie, they call her for birthdays, they call her for weddings.
Okay, so fame. So now that she's great, she's supposed to understand that you can't reign forever now.
No, it's not a question of reigning forever. You see, I don't know. It's not okay. Let me tell you what one of these celebrities in Nigeria. There's one thing she did one day that touched me. One woman that used to add, they call her Mama G. I think it was this year. One of those younger ones she used to act with in those days, or maybe in the shooting, she enabled them to grow. Do you understand? Like, don't act it like this, do like this. They just bought a present, bought things, and went to visit her. When they came, she was shedding tears. She was like, "You remembered me? Do you understand? You remembered me." I think that's what Onyeka was talking about. When somebody makes statement, I read through it. She said, if they don't celebrate with me when I am alive, they don't want to see me when I'm alive. They don't want us to eat that food together, laugh together, crack that joke together when I'm alive. He said, why would they come to do it in my absence? He said, when she died, they should just bury her. No celebrating, no this. That the children can hang out with some friends and eat lunch. They can crack jokes about her and say things about, funny things about, and that's it. They should not do like all those elaborate, everybody will come, go. She said, it's better, and I see reasons with her. I see a lot of reasons with what you just said.
But Madam Zita, what is actually trending these days that people having, because if she actually has a partner that they are living together, she's not, because the children have left her. I think she has only two children, two guys. One, I think one Tijani. In fact, usually I think I don't know. Maybe she had them for a Muslim man or something like that. Because those children, I think they have a Muslim name. And then she's just alone now. Virtually, all those things they have a way of affecting you. And old age, emptiness syndrome, and all those things. I wonder how we can prepare for such a time. Then, coupled with what you just said, somebody who has been famous, was at least everybody was celebrating her before. Suddenly, nobody asked after her again, and all those things. Because if you remember, even the kind of relationship that she used to have, I remember there was a time he had a relation with Fela, he had a relation with Obasanjo, had a relationship with Sonny Ade, Sonny Okosun, and all those celebrities. Is all those things will have an effect on her now that she's just left alone. Nobody's even talking to her. She's not enjoying the kind of
Can
fame
I
that she used to enjoy.
say something? I think the
Okay.
problem we have is the fact that, for example, she made a lot of music. She made a lot of films and stuff. She should be getting royalties or residual,
The
meaning
problem is
when
not money. It's not money. It's
is
not about
money.
money. It's not as
A lot of it has to do with money because a lot of them, by the
No,
time
I
they
don't
get
think it's
she's
old,
not
Onyeka is
broke.
not
She's
money.
not broke. She's not
Onyeka is
broke.
not broke. Don't
It's
go
not.
there.
It's
Onyeka
She's
is
not
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 about
broke.
broke.
money.
Do you
It's
know
not
how
about
much
It's not
money.
about. Not
Jonathan
about
gave
money
her
at all.
to sing during his
Oriola, sometimes the way you
2016
talk, self,
election?
you talk like a boy.
It's not about money, and I think Simba, you have painted it very well. When people get to a certain age of old, especially in African culture, the community, of course, that kind of woman, she will live in a very good community, of course. But at the same time, maybe the children already grown and they don't check on her often. Maybe the children are already married, so they have their own family.
Remy is not even African culture will not even put her in that condition. Is this borrow culture that we have now?
Yeah,
Everybody is
so
living on their own. You
if,
understand? Our old African culture, people will still be. It will still be in the community. The children will never leave back. The uncles, the aunties, the sisters, the cousin,
The
the
uncle's
nephew,
children, the
everybody.
uncle's
everybody will be
children,
checking on
the
her.
Yes.
uncle's children,
It's like
Uh-huh.
a
uncle's
family together.
children friend sister. I
Uh,
mean, it's
Madam Zeta, you know that I don't cherish that thing until when I went abroad several years ago. That one day I just inside my own apartment by myself, nobody to talk to, nobody to wink to, even your neighbor doesn't even say hello to you. In the community where you live, nobody care about you. Then I realized that although you might have that good road, electricity is 24 hours, water is running, but that thing that we have in our country, we miss it a lot.
Do you
Where
know
there
why
you,
do you know why you have it in your country?
I don't know.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. You see, sometimes, according to Orion, I say you cannot change people in their culture or their tradition, whatever. Sometimes we do ask for things we are not ready for. You ask for things, you see something in the surface, you like it, then you want it, but the underlying hidden penalties and hidden consequences, nobody sees it. Do you know why it is like that? It's because of their judiciary. That's why you don't see people feel free to communicate, relax. It must be planned.
Yeah. Even you
Approved
know,
by the other person before you come together to laugh, gist, crack joke. Even at that, you see somebody struggling not to feel free in a place he should be very free. Why? Because he doesn't want his sorry ass to be sued. He doesn't want somebody, maybe if it's places like United States, somebody's gonna shoot him. So it is
What
the
are you? I
judicial.
don't. This is not true. I mean,
no, no,
In
no, no.
Nigeria, let
What
me
you are
finish
saying,
now.
What you are saying, you don't get to realize. For example, I live in a Nordic country, or sometimes they call them Scandinavia, or whatever they call them. Here, you can really see a group of 4 or 5 people come together in the street to talk. You can never see. You can see 3 or 4 people as a group walking along the subway or somewhere, going to the train or whatever. But see people like in Nigeria, you gather in the street, just chatting, doing whatever you like.
In Nigeria, you can go to where they are reading newspaper. Excuse me, wait, Oriola. In Nigeria, if you don't have anything to do in your house,
Well, you
go to
call me a boy now.
You go to a newspaper shed.
Hello,
you see people there gathering.
Hello,
and
I'm here to attack you, Simba. Simba, let me borrow. I'm here to attack you.
Dipsy baby.
My sister,
how are you?
Dipsy baby.
Very well. I feel very well. This Simba is such a. You were saying it as if you were there. They are Oyenka dated Obasanjo, Fela. Were you there?
Okay, Tom Soleno, Dupsy. That's the reality now. That's the reality.
It is a lie. She
Maybe you are just speculating.
She did not even date Sonia. Were you there? Were you there? Is she your cousin?
Okay, is that why you think?
That's right.
Is that out of everything that we have been saying, Dupsy, out of everything that we have been talking, is that the only thing that you can see? Is that the only thing we can see?
It's not good the way you mention women. Anybody can die at any time.
Well, I'm not using that one to shame her. We are just talking about the kind of. I didn't shame her. It's not. We are talking about what she had, the kind of fame that. Wait now. Why are you looking at it from that angle? Why are you are? I know you are a feminist. You have a woman here that we are talking about also. What we are talking is totally different from what you are talking about. I didn't say it in a derogative way. We are not saying. I beg you, Dupsy, go and sleep. It's time for you to sleep. Go and sleep.
You should be sleeping by now, Dr. Simba. You should be sleeping by now. She dated this, she dated that. Simba, she don't do anything.
Oh, thank God that you. Actually, Dupsy, I miss a gun.
I'm always abusing the comment section.
But when next is your show? I'll come and keep your company.
No, it's always one man that is always disrupting the show. And we wanted to have it last week Sunday. He said it was,
I enjoy your Ibu. Just continue. It's fun.
I'm expecting you on Sunday. That's if you are going to have the show. I'm not sure yet if you are going to have the show, but I'll be expecting Zita.
But what can we say? We are just talking about old age, what happened to people, depression, and all those things.
Sometimes people are happily married to their spouse will die. So it doesn't matter. Maybe you're a single woman or a single mother at your old age.
But everybody needs companies. That's what we are talking about. We need company of people generally. It might not be a spouse. You understand? That's what we are talking about.
Okay. Okay. I'm listening. I'm with you guys. Keep on. Zita, I'm listening to you. You know I always enjoy you, my sister.
My sister, how you do?
I'm very well. Yeah, so we've been having it again. But
don't you miss me?
We couldn't have it. Hey! My Oxy brother. Oh my God.
How are you, my brother? How are you, my sister?
Dipsy, you are greeting your kangaroo brother.
Yes,
we are blood now.
Yeah,
we miss you. We miss you so much.
I miss you too.
Thomas, story me, Dupsy, she wa bú mi láàárọ̀ yìí ni.
Me, Dr. Simba, I can't. What means English? Like Dr. Simba.
Lucy, why they gbádùn mi o? Wàláì tàláì, wàá gbádùn mi gan.
You're always against us. You make sure you abuse women one way or the other. But it's good for people to have somebody at their old age. I agree to you what you guys are saying. But it doesn't mean that Moyenka was a single mother or probably she was married. I don't know. But she wasn't that loose. The way, she was.
No, she was. She was married. She had 2 kids.
Yeah. Okay.
She was.
Yeah. Yeah. And she wasn't a
She had
loose
2
woman.
mates. She had two guys.
Because she was pretty and she was a young celebrity then, a lot of people tend to match her with different men. It's normal for people to do that, but she didn't date all those people. I'm telling you, she never dated them. They were just close. They were just close.
Wait, but what's wrong? What's wrong with it if she dated them? Is there anything wrong?
No, I don't like when you start listing men for a woman. She's a woman that carries herself with poise and with grace. You can't just be naming different kind of men after that kind of a woman. Do you understand? That she dated Dila now. We have to stop it.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that though. If she
no, you can't say that. There's a lot of things wrong with that.
Well,
she's wrong with that to a lot of people. Don't say that. How can you be naming? How can you be saying she
maybe that's the way you say it. I don't see anything wrong with the fact that
your life will not allow you to go again.
That's the way I say it. Simba shouldn't say that. That's the way she was very gracious, very great woman, a celebrity, somebody we respected so much. So please don't be saying she dated this there. Somebody like Obasanjo, to do a singer.
Obasanjo is saying your name, Lucy. She will say your name.
Could that be a singer? But you're ugly. I don't even like it. I can hear you, my sister. I can hear you.
You see, anybody can say anything about Onyeka.
Yeah.
But one thing you cannot take away from Onyeka is always looking graceful and dignified.
Very correct.
You can say anything you want to say about her.
Very correct.
Anytime Onyeka comes out, she looks very dignified.
Very, very.
Her face,
I love her so much.
Everything about her looks dignified.
Very, very dignified.
So
I just love her poise.
When people are saying there are things you don't take away from her.
Exactly. I agree totally to that. I agree. But I don't even want this Simba to be saying that. Especially Simba, you Simba. Especially you Simba. You especially. I don't even find you.
So the roju mi rí ni tó sọ mí tó jẹ so the roju mi rí ni.
Okay, I'm listening to you guys. You guys should consider.
Okay.
You guys should consider. I'm here. I'm still with you.
I just want to quickly share a quick update. I just read in the news just a few minutes ago. The police in Kano State, they are searching house to house to recover looted items. And
what kind of nonsense is that?
The hell?
I am updating you with what is going on now. Not all the looted items, but at least some of those computers they stole away from the ICT center, they have recovered some. And they have recovered some items.
Actually, Remy, they did that same thing during NSAS.
Yeah.
During NSAS, they did that in Ilorin because they actually recover a lot of looted items also, and they arrested some of them.
So
they arrested some of them.
They are also arresting them. They say over 400 people already arrested in Kano already by now.
If I were the owner of those 3 shops, I repeat myself, I wouldn't care. I will sue SOWORE and the Kano State government. They will put back my store. It's not negotiable.
Kano State governor, I think it's the governor, not the government.
Simba, Madam Sister, I want to ask you a question. How in Kano people vandalize a pharmacy store, taking medicine that is not OTC?
Why are you saying
everybody are just stealing medicine for what?
Wait.
They don't know what it's meant for.
Wait. In the United States in 2020, do you know how many Walgreens and CVS stores got shut down because of that demonstration? People went to Walgreens to do medicine. I don't know.
No,
medicine,
CVS
they
and
don't know what is the
wait, one
use of
minute,
it.
one minute.
Just go and take it
CVS
and drink it.
and Walgreens, they don't only sell medication; they sell other things as well. They sell consumer products, so you can
Listen. Let me
definitely.
tell you, Oriola, every pharmacy sell consumer products. Every pharmacy, not only Walgreens, they sell. If you go to Nigeria, the pharmacy stop. Some of them even sell bottled water.
Yes. They sell some things.
Because
They sell groceries
sometimes you
also.
want to
Yeah,
drink
I was
water.
just making a point that it's not only medication they're stealing; there are
Yeah.
other
So
things
you
too.
want to
So
say now they
when you
left the
break a
medication is
store,
only the grocery that
I
they
don't
took.
know. I wasn't there, so
They
I
took
don't.
everything, even the syringe and everything. I don't know why they are using that kind of medicine. Oh my God. So that's what we are saying. You go and take
This is
medicine.
real lie, eh?
I mean, you're asking me like, how would I know? I'm not there. I don't know what they're stealing.
No, Simba, my contention here is that you took a medicine that is not OTC, you don't know the usage of it. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to eat it or swallow it? You don't even know.
Don't be
But this
surprised. They will go and sell it. They will go and sell it. That's what they want to do.
sell it to another quack on the
Yes,
roadside.
now they'll go and sell
yeah,
it.
they sell it. They sell it. That's what they do.
And then they will not sell it to gullible people again, and then their kidney or liver is in trouble again. Oh my God! See the wahala. From one protest to different wahala along the line.
Those are the people who are you destroy a road, destroy traffic light, destroy
And Madam
burn government offices, destroy
You burn down industries. You burn down industries.
you destroy slabs, you destroy all
Madam
those
Zita and
things,
Simba,
and you still
I
want
want to
Nigeria
ask you
to be
another
good.
question. That kind of medicine, if it get to the hand of people in Lagos that they sell medicine on the bus or motor or whatever they sell, that this medicine is for every usage, our gully people will also buy it. They will come on the bus station, some on the subway, on the bus most times.
Are they still doing that talking now, Remy? Are they still
I don't know.
selling? There's no more law again now. There's no more law again. There's no more
I
law
don't
again
know.
now.
But what I know that is very conversant in Nigeria today, I will tell you is this. Even in Yoruba land, you will see that small chemist shop or pharmacy shop selling medicine and some small items. That woman is also a nurse, just as nursing assistant. She will turn herself to nurse. And when people are sick or ill,
She's not even a nursing assistant. She learned that chemist. They will go there. It's like apprenticeship. Oh. You go and serve somebody who has a chemist. Then after some maybe 2 or 3 years, then she will do freedom for you. Get certificate. You go and open your own. So if you say they are nursing assistant, you are giving them another name that doesn't belong to them.
Maybe you are right. But I'm trying to say this kind of people, they are giving people injection.
Yes.
Yeah, but
they even admit and give drips.
Whose problem is that? Don't we have regulators? So I don't understand why we are saying it as if the regulators are working, they're doing their job like they need to. We won't have that problem. Like if you don't go to school for something, you shouldn't be prescribing medication for people. You shouldn't be treating people like you're a doctor. That's why we have regulators, but they're not doing their job. So why are we making it seem like those people? I know they should have common sense, but common sense is not common. So we can't blame them if the law, people that are in charge of the law, they're not doing what they need to be doing, but they're getting paid. So I don't understand why we.
I think
them.
Oriola. Sometimes I do think that if we don't, I think those are the kind of thing. I can sound to be mean, no, but it can be funny. Those are the things that actually regulate our population. All those people that used to go and commit suicide with all these people, let them go and do it, please. Because there were too many, self. Anybody that doesn't know that if you are sick, you need to go to hospital, you go and give your life to one woman to be messed up with. That's your problem. It's not my problem.
Do you think Nigeria needs a kind of law that will stipulate? I know you have talked about it before, that maybe a family of 4, 2 children, father and mother, is enough for now, because we cannot regulate this thing.
Madam Zita is here. Madam Zita is
I know
not.
she's here. I know she's here. We don't have the data to say this is the total population of the whole country. And if you cannot regulate this, how can you plan for the future? When people are
Remy,
just
it doesn't matter. You have the
okay,
law,
just
you have the
continue to stop
policy, but
Don't say
nobody
that
is
again,
doing
no. I'm
anything.
going, sha.
You have
just
the
continue
law
to
in place, but
Better
nobody
today.
is following up on it. So
okay,
it
Bye.
just
doesn't
continue to
matter.
drop babies like flies, right? Continue to drop it every 9 months.
This is your okay. Everybody is messing up their job. Even your police is messing up their job. Your military is messing up. Your minister is messing up. They don't follow the law. They just do
But
things
we
out
have
of
to
their.
find a solution. This is a country. Sometimes I just wonder that before you, for example, I know a woman, each time I go to Nigeria, it's every time carrying a new baby. I was supposed to even ask people around, what is going on? How can you be having baby and you are begging for money, begging for help every time? You do not stop having this baby, you continue. And before we close our eyes, in the space of 5 years, you already have like 6 or 7 children. What are we talking here about? And there's no power to even cater for 2, and you are dropping 7, and to not cram
And that one is a baby. She's a baby factory.
and to not make it worse. God said, Papa, the husband too already have another wife, making 2 wives, and the husband, what does the husband do? Just go to Lagos, just go and hustle there. Does not have enough money to feed them. So I wonder, this man, your husband is not capable enough, and you continue to open your lap every year to drop this baby. And then people will not be pitying you in the street. Some people will give you this. What kind of lifestyle?
Let me Simba, for example, like you guys as a medical doctor, you always try to look at the patient history based on whatever treatment you want to give them. Now that person that you said is having baby, for anyhow that he and she wants, look at their history. Maybe that's the same way their parents were, meaning they have so many babies, they all find their way by the time they are adults to become whoever they are today, and they don't have
So
the education or the mindset.
if you say something like this, then Simba should supposed to have like 8 children, because Simba told us in this platform that she also came from a big family.
But he's educated.
So, and then all those children in the northern part of Nigeria that you said they are going for Arabic education, why is their attitude or maybe their behavior does not change over the years? Why do they go and loot unnecessary looting? Why do they go and do so many things that is
most women that have children like that are not mentally stable. They are not okay in their minds.
This your mental this thing now.
No. I'm telling you, Simba, I'm not even joking. They usually do research on all these women. They are not okay. I'm not even joking.
No, we are just talking about northern women, not forget about southern.
It's not only northern women now. It's all over the place.
But they started having children at 12, for God's sake. 12 years old. To have a baby.
Some of them is lack of education. They don't know what it entails to raise a child anyway. So they just continually have drop children every time.
Right.
And this man called Simba. Please let me talk about this man called Simba. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? That if people want to go and commit suicide, let them go ahead and commit suicide.
Yeah, I can't believe he said that too.
I can't imagine. And this guy,
I don't. Before I said it, you didn't hear. Before I said that, I didn't mean it. I just said it as a joke. I just said it as a joke.
Funny coming out of your
I beg you, Dupsy.
You said that, Dr. Simba. You said that from your mouth. Imagine that people should go and commit suicide. No, you have to pity women that has a lot of children. They are not okay, most of them. And it's lack of education too. Either you're a northerner, you're a Nigerian, you're a Caucasian, you're an Asian. You can't be having children.
There are different form of education. Let me say this. Apart from what you get from the four wall of the classroom, you learn from the community also. That's why God gave you the brain, your eyes, your hair. You see people. Can't they admire good thing in their life?
No, they can't comprehend it. That's another thing you should say. They can't comprehend it. You can see a good thing, but you don't even know the value. You can't comprehend it in your mind that this person is in a Mercedes Benz, or the child is driven to school in a very sophisticated car or very good car. You can't, as a poor person, you can't comprehend that. You will see, you admire you, but you can't actually reason it out in your brain. You don't understand. It's a mental,
but let me tell you, Dusi, you remember, even in our culture, you see some people, they know that in this family they are doing well, and they will take their child and say, please, I want my child to be with you. You remember?
I agree. I remember very well. And I think it still happens up till today.
You understand? But we don't see, and why? So if some people know that we admire these people, they are doing well, and I want my children to do well. Okay, go and stay with these people. You understand? Why? That's what I'm saying. It's not only to something, so they know. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't have the brain to know what is good from what is wrong.
No,
but
I'm
you
saying
can
that
admire it.
You might not be able to comprehend it. That's what I'm saying. To just process it in your brain.
I
to
think
be in
they
that kind of
admire.
situation. Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
think they admire it. But the thing is, sometimes you can't put yourself in that shoes.
Exactly.
It's more like when I see a millionaire or billionaire, I'm like, I like to be that person, but I know like maybe I can't be that thing. I think that might
but
be
at
what
least
it
you are
is.
making effort. You understand what I'm saying? You are making effort. It's not
Are
as
you
if we
making
just
effort
give.
to be like Elon? Are you making effort to be
Yeah,
like Elon,
exactly. You
Dr.
can't
Simba?
think
Are
like
you
that.
making an effort to be like Elon as you are now? To be like Elon Musk? Are you making an effort to be like him?
I might not be like Elon Musk, but I'm making effort, and that's why I'm still working, and that's why I'm still diversifying. I want to improve. I'm improving myself.
Thank you. That's the correct answer. Very good answer.
No, I don't. No, you don't understand. People can't comprehend it in their brain. They can see it, they can admire it, but they don't even understand the process.
Do you know why I'm talking? Do you know why I'm talking this way? When you look at the total population of those children in the north, and not just that is what is happening in the southern part of Nigeria, you see truckload of young people coming to the south every day. The other time I went to Nigeria in 2023, I went to SOWORE area where they used to sell suya and the rest with my family. There are not as many people like that, but now there's several of them there. And most of them, what are they doing? Some are just roaming.
Point of correction. Southwest, not just generalize south. Southwest. That's the final destination.
So many people. The other time there was an interview, we interviewed some random people in Lagos, and I discovered that so many people are from Taraba, all the way from, do you know how many kilometers?
Yeah, but why
Taraba
do you
to
think?
Lagos?
Yeah, why do you think they had to
No,
move
what
from
I'm
there
trying to say,
to
no,
move
what
to
I'm trying to,
Southwest?
what I'm
Because
trying
they're
to say
looking
is
to get better. They're looking for a
yes,
better life.
exactly. Now, let me tell you something. Now that you don't put a control in the way they make babies in those areas, then there will be more problem for people that live in Lagos or any southern western part of Nigeria because they want a better life, and the infrastructure is not enough to cater for millions of people like that. Even the so-called Ibadan now today, as it's now congested. All those people, listen, let me finish in 10 seconds. All those people they send away from Lagos doing Okada or whatever, all of them just troop to Ibadan. When you drive in Ibadan, it's a sorry sight now. There were so many bicycles around you. You cannot drive carefully. You cannot drive. You cannot enjoy your driving. Everything is, you need to experience it.
All right. So whose fault is it that there's no
What I'm trying
opportunity
to
from
say
where
is
they're
that
coming from?
what I'm trying to say is that we need that population control. If we want our country to grow, we need to put a stop to people having 20, 40 children without taking care of them. So we need to have a population control. If not,
but you can only be persuasive in modern time. You can only be persuasive about it.
that persuasion will not work, my friend.
So what will you do?
That persuasion will not
No,
work.
hold on
We have
now.
to
Let's be
enforce it.
practical. So what will you? Will you castrate people?
If it's possible, I will do that. Why not?
What kind of dictator are you, Remy? You are a dictator.
Of course,
It's
what
not
do you
even a
expect?
dictator.
If you want good for your country,
Somebody does
look
that
at
is
a
a
country
demon.
like China. They have
Somebody
over
does that is a demon.
1.3 billion population. There was a time they stopped their people. You can only have one child. But just opposed to today, when they are
hold
going
on, hold on,
to
hold
age,
on now,
let me
hold on,
finish.
hold on, hold on, Chairman. So in China, that time, when they say you should have more than one children, if you have more than one, what will happen to you?
Okay, I will tell you what will happen to you. Their government, if you get pregnant, they make sure that they remove the pregnancy. The government, I'm telling you, they remove the pregnancy. And if you have that baby, you go and hide your pregnancy, you have that baby, they will make sure that that boy or that girl will never go to their register. And you don't have any benefit. That means the government does not recognize your baby. So everybody fall in line. And they fall in line immediately.
Yeah,
But
but that's
now,
a communist country, man. They control
no,
people.
no,
We don't live in communist countries.
listen,
Come. We
Oriola,
live in a democratic country. So there's no
listen,
need for us
Oriola,
to do
that is
what
the
you're saying.
mistake. That is the mistake you people are doing in the West.
What
I lived
mistake?
there for a
You
long
want
time.
us to live
Let
as a
me
communist?
tell you what happened there. That place is not a communist country at all.
Oh,
I will
what
tell
is
you,
it? What is it?
it's
Is
a
it
kind of a
democratic,
mix.
right?
No. How can you? No, to the China is no longer a communist now. How can
What
you
is
say
it? What
this,
is it?
Oriola?
Is it
He doesn't know
democratic,
what
right?
he's talking about.
They are more like a capitalist self now. They are more like a
They are more even
capitalist
Yeah,
more
now.
they practice
capitalist
communism and
They
the
practice
capitalists together
communism
when
now.
it pays them.
They practice communism.
Before that was then. That was then. Now, is there any
What was
communist
then?
country
Let me
again in the
tell you,
world?
let me tell you what you do there, so that you can
Patrick,
understand.
do we have any communist country in the world again?
Yes, we do.
We have.
Oh,
We have.
where?
He asked me.
China and North Korea. China and North Korea.
No,
North
they are
Korea is
different. They are totally
authoritarian.
United
different.
States.
All this
United States.
They are
dictatorship.
different. They are totally different. Let me tell you.
So
Let me tell you the
hold
question.
on now, Remy. Jeka push back.
Who said United States? You just mentioned United States
Okay, the
now.
question.
Jeka push back.
United States practice communism.
They are not practicing communism in China,
Hold
and
on.
I want to tell you what they do. You don't allow me to talk.
Let's do. Hold on.
Okay,
What's
go ahead.
the name of the ruling party in China?
It's the Communist Party, China's CCCP. Yeah, Chinese Communist Party.
Okay. That alone gives you
No,
an impression.
no,
Hold on
no.
now.
Okay, before you go on, I will
on.
ask you a question. Have you ever been to China?
Yes, I've been to
How
China.
many days or how many years did you spend there?
No, I didn't spend
We
years. I
have
didn't have to
Chinese.
spend years. I don't have a basis
How
for
many
spending.
days did you spend there?
Hold on.
And which city have you ever been to? And which city did you
guys should
Wait,
speak
are you
Chinese. Let's
saying he
find out.
can't speak about China because he doesn't live there?
Well,
I
no,
don't understand the
it's the
question.
ideology that govern their society, not because they are doing an election that makes it not communism. It's the
So if you
ideology
let me
behind it.
after you,
You've been talking now.
Patrick, I will
Let's. You see, the way the system is run is a communist system. The political system there is communist. They can have an economic system that favors capitalism because they are trying to open. They are not living in a vacuum. They are trying to open.
Yeah, when it pays them.
Yeah, but the social system that is running there is a communist social system. That is why they could take.
Give me one or two examples to show they are practicing that communist system.
Like the one you say they are. If you have more than one child, they can take your pregnancy and go and abort the pregnancy against
Their
your wish.
biggest company is owned by their country. That's
Okay. Can I
Now,
respond
the
to
government still own companies. The government own company. Even the China Civil Engineering Construction Company is partly owned by government.
But
all the
Nigeria
biggest
still
companies
company.
are
Does
owned
that
by
one make us a communist?
No, but they
Even
are more.
Nigeria.
So, Patrick, do you know that all their legislature are being voted for from their council or community? Do you know that?
But they all belong to one party.
No. I asked you a question. Whether they belong to one
How
party?
many parties do they have? They only have one. This guy is top now.
Do you know how they select their leader from their community?
The president already been approved to be there till 2036.
Thank you.
So what are you talking about?
By
Which
members of the
democracy?
Communist Party.
What kind of language are approved? Who approve? What do you mean by approve?
The Communist Party approves it.
What did you say?
The Communist Party members.
You see these night shift people. Their tone is different from the evening shift.
What they feed you in the West is not the total truth, and you don't know the system they operate. And if you give me 1 minute, I will tell you how they operate. And I will tell you why they give that president more time to continue. It's not that the president say, I want to be there for 10 years. And everybody say, yes, go ahead. It's not that way.
Yes, that's what it is. He changed the law to make him stay there for that long. Stop it.
Okay, so what is like? Why not do their constitution?
The Communist Party, they meet at their what do they call their parliament? Is it Supreme Council or what do they call it? And they all voted for him to be there till 2036.
Okay, the question I want to ask is that not the constitution that back it up? Yes or no?
No, we are talking about the democratic system. When you're talking about the democratic system where people voted.
My question, this is how they do it. My question is very simple. They elect community leaders.
All your questions are usually simple, Remy. All your questions, you never ask a complex question.
They elect their community leader from their various
attribute of night shift people.
From their various locality, and for 3 weeks in every year, all of these secretary, they call them, or party member.
Baba mi Adale Koko, Ekalesa, Remi Onija sọ̀rọ̀, ti ẹ pọ̀.
All these night shift people, àwọn oníṣẹ́ alẹ́.
Onija sọ̀rọ̀, olówó agogo.
Remi and Simba.
Onija sọ̀rọ̀.
Oṣùkú Babati.
So for 3 weeks.
Remi, okay, no, Remi dúró ná. Dipsy, Ọlọ́run agogo ni Remi, èmi olójú kí ló pè mí lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. Olójú èdè.
Simba.
Ìbejì ni wọ́n.
Ẹ máa jẹ́ ìbejì.
Ìjọba wọlé ní sẹ́ńtà.
Dipsy di fún mi.
Simba alábẹ́rẹ́. Simba alábẹ́rẹ́.
Adéwálé.
Simba alábẹ́rẹ́. Ẹ̀yin night shift oníṣẹ́ alẹ́ yìí.
Ìkan náà mi tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé ìkejì àti straight ni.
Baba Adele Koko, you see these night shift people, the Kigbo ni wọ́n. Their own discussion is always going south. They never agree with anybody. Simba, Remi, Babati, Doku, to complete the squad. And oníṣẹ́ alẹ́.
But I think you enjoy this oníṣẹ́ alẹ́ more than the oníṣẹ́ àárọ̀. Because you always hear this.
Àárọ̀ làwa wà ń bí náà. Àwọn ò bá ń ṣiṣẹ́ òru.
There's never a time, This session is not always grass. It's about both grass. Remi and Simba never agree with anybody on this show. Never.
No. Actually, what they are saying here today, the communist system you are.
What is normal? Say me, what is not? What is normal in China? Everything they do is abnormal. So we can't compare their system of government to the Western world.
What they are feeding you in the Western world is not the whole truth. Things are not run that way. The impression, the perception that you have is totally wrong. If to say the way you are talking, that they control them 100% like chicken, so that country will not have seen that growth. I'm telling you, all those people like Alibaba, Jack Ma, and the rest, these are private people. And you talk about the biggest company in the world.
Where is it today? Where is Jack Ma today?
No, Jack Ma already sold his thing to the Japanese.
The country forced him to sell it.
They forced him now. They strangulated him. The
reason is this. I will tell you the reason. Every country have their rules and regulations. In China, you cannot go toe to toe with the president.
China, North Korea.
The president of Nigeria cannot control 200 million people. Talk less of 1.3 billion. What are we talking here? A city in China is more than all the total population of Southwest. A city in China, they have more than 25 million. Shanghai alone is about 35 million people.
That is why everything they make is not always last, even weekend.
That is why we are telling you, we agree with you, but we are telling you that it's not democracy. It's a more or like dictatorship and authoritarian society.
Of democracy. Anybody that does not follow the American democracy, you cannot criticize them that way. We are saying
Remy,
that
Remy, what is India practicing? You know, India is more populated than China. What they're
now, yes,
practicing
now they are more
democracy, you know?
populated than China. Yeah, they are more populated than
Yeah,
China.
but they're practicing democracy.
Is it the same? Is it the same democracy like America?
It doesn't have to be the same way, but it's still
That is their
democracy.
homegrown democracy.
No, they practice parliamentarian system of government.
Yeah, it's a democracy
Yeah,
because they
but
have to
it's
pick their prime
democracy.
minister every
They
month.
have opposition. They have this thing. They have their Congress, but this one is just like military council.
Right.
When the military council meets, whatever decision they make there is the final.
You are wrong, 100%.
What
And if
India
you
practices
to
is
listen to me, I will
democracy,
explain
just like
the way
UK
I
and
will
other
explain
countries.
the way they choose their own leader too. If you
Why
give me
do you want Nigeria to practice what China is practicing? Because I don't understand why you're fighting their battles.
if Nigeria practice that one, that country will see that growth.
Sure,
Nigeria will improve.
Control
Because of
people.
this democracy we are practicing in Nigeria, it slows us
Remy,
down.
why don't you go back and live there, man? Why do you leave? Go
He
back
needs
and live
China
there.
so bad. It's like his former girlfriend from China or something like that.
No. The world, I am a liberal person.
Oh
I have
yeah,
a free mind.
yeah.
They did not send me packing. I go away in my own free volition.
Go back, but you're defending them.
Why are
go
you
back.
saying? Why are you talking this way? I think you are talking like somebody that is not educated.
Thank you, but go back. But why are you defending them?
They fall in love, but I want more Chinese.
Exactly. Kept defending them. Go back. Go live there.
Oh, I recommend the China system for what we can practice.
But he doesn't want to live there.
He's
liberal.
To control the population is not that hard. It's already been simplified. You know, if government really that serious, there are certain ways they can control. And thank God for some medical breakthrough these days. You know, in the past, in the 60s, government used to, organize, or should I say not organize, but carry out some experiment that are secret in nature. Only few people knows the true nature of it. Just like COVID, government can target certain group of people or certain age group, perhaps those who have had maybe 4 kids, and then uh, recommend an injection, and then give them without them knowing what they've been given, and make them sterile.
That's
And they
not
can
true.
do
That's
that.
against the law. You can't do that in a
Listen, brother. There are some things that government does that is against the law, but because of national security, they would do that, and
Like
there's no
what?
court in the land.
Like
And
what?
for example, let me give you an example in the United States of America. There's a documentary that actually shed light on that. At the during the 9/11 era, when America now decided to go after those perpetrators, they were able to capture a couple of guys, and they brought them to their base in Guantanamo. As at that time, torture wasn't allowed, but because of the egregious nature of the crime that they committed, it was sanctioned at the top level. I'm talking about the executive level.
You're talking
That
about foreigners. We are not talking about
look,
foreigners now.
whether
That
foreigners,
doesn't tally with
hold on,
what you're saying.
whether no, whether foreigners or a citizen, as long as you set foot on that country and you are subjected to the rule and law of that country, you are covered. As human being, you are covered. That is the point.
Wait,
But
how
they
does
broke the law.
terrorists subjected to US rules? They're
The,
terrorists.
listen, my brother. Just today, the Secretary of Defense actually, there was a plea deal between one of the 9/11 perpetrator and the court, and the Secretary of Defense signed off that death penalty is not taken off the table. It's still going to be part of it because they don't want any form of deal. It was already been proposed even before he became the Secretary of Defense. That's to tell you that even though as a culprit is still subjected, is still enjoy some privileges. Okay, so now those rights, they violated the rights as a dignity to human being, whether the court actually uphold that they committed the crime or not, they shouldn't be subjected to the kind of torture that they would use to extract information from them. But they broke the law, and they did. Now, those are the exceptions, and they will do it, and they get away with it because in the
That
name of
they're not
national
their
security.
citizens. That's what
So
I'm saying.
if any
They
serious
can't do
government
that
want to
on
do
their
it,
citizens.
brother, let me tell you this: they did that in the system in America against the black community. They did it.
When? What
Okay.
year is this?
I'm not certain about it, but it was in
Exactly
the
before the
60s.
civil right movement.
They
That's when they've
listen,
been
brother.
doing this
Listen, there
crazy.
are a lot of it that has been carried out without your knowledge.
Yeah, but
Let me just let me just spill the beans to you. There are a lot of those clandestine.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying that
You have no
before.
idea, brother. You have no idea. You have no idea. Against your will. They actually did. And for now, it's for that report to come out, for such secret to come out, maybe perhaps in the next 80 years, when you are long gone, then the FBI might decide to release it, or the executive might decide to waive and then release it to the public. But I'm telling you, a lot of those secret clandestine operations are being done. Nigeria can do that if they really want to do that. That is if
Yeah,
persuasion
I don't
fail,
I see
if
your point, but I don't
orientation,
agree with what you're saying.
if
And
it
I
is,
don't think
if
they can do it in Nigeria. There's no way they can control
why
all.
not? Why not? But you have to start with reorientation. Remember when hate first came in the 80s? I think the orientation started in the 90s, late in the night in Nigeria, and people didn't believe that it was real at a point, and it took federal government to orientate the citizen for them to be able to be aware that hate is was still real. And till today, a lot of people, well, the awareness is already out there, and people know there's hate, and people are being cautioned, to some degree.
And who
But
has the highest population of it in the world?
I don't know, maybe your people. I don't know
Yeah,
what
that's
you
what
mean
I'm
the
saying.
highest. But the point I'm trying to make is this: if persuasion fail, or you know, creating awareness fail, government can go at any length to ensure that
And
certain things
buy
are being
people
done.
again.
It's not
Hey,
about pie. It's about targeting certain group, age group. For especially you that you've already, maybe you are still okay. You are in the business of baby making. And for the likes of Babajale Kokona, that would be a good candidate for it. Because only that grandfather, some of the mom, all of Skawanya show,
yeah, but
Jaberebo,
I
you
think
know.
the best way is education. That's what I think. The best way, because you, for example, I'm not sure. You probably doesn't have 6 kids, 7, because you know that. Okay, I want my kids to have the best thing in life. So there's no way you want to just start like having so much baby. But those people that you're talking about, they don't have that type of mentality. They don't see themselves becoming a doctor or becoming millionaire or billionaires. They don't see themselves. So, and they have so much time on their hands, so they can have kids as they want. But the moment they're educated and they started thinking like, okay, I want to be a doctor, and I might want my kids to become engineer or this big people entrepreneur in life, then they start thinking like, okay, maybe I don't have to have so much kids. Maybe I should have 2 so I can bring he or she to the level that will be one of the best in the world. So I think that's just, but when you're saying to control with the way you're saying it, oh, hey, there will be whoa. Yeah. For you to like start doing that to other people's kids, I don't think a lot of people would, especially if you leaked. If you leak that something like that is going on, it might be a problem.
So, Oriola, you are proposing persuasion, right?
Yeah, let's work. I mean, earlier they said they already tried so many things to infuse the English education and Arabic education together, the Almajiri system. I just think that we just have to find a way to kind of like persuade them, just like you said, to be able to make sure that
So,
they.
if persuasion does not work, what other option do you
I
have?
don't know. I mean, we just have to work with them. I mean, there's a way that president can call like the traditional leaders, the clerics, and speak to them to see how they
So
can
how
figure
can you
these things
call
out.
a traditional leader that have 5 wives and 40 children Or how can you call an Malam in the community that have 3 wives with 24 children? And how can you now tell him and they send all their children to Ahmadiyya school or Arabic school, whatever they call it? How can you now call them to change their culture or their mindset? How do you convince them, their leaders, that they should stop this attitude so that the follower will not also emulate them? So
Okay,
how do you do
so
that?
I think in life the best way, when you look at science, for example, they will always do like a sample. They call it a sample test where they would take maybe like they would do maybe like 20 or 200 people for like let's say 6 years or 5 years to put it to test to show people that this can actually work. So let's ask them, for example, the places that accepted them to infuse, just like I think somebody said that during one of the one of our Nigerian president time, they put this thing kind of work until that person left the office. So let's say, for example, while the person was in office, what was the success rate? Where are those kids that enjoyed that program? Where are they now? Like now they can now bring it to the table and show people that okay, when we did this, this is what happened. See how we were successful in bringing this kid to become something in life. Now would you like that same thing? At least some people want to see something that you're introducing to me work, or let's see the success rate. If we can do that without forcing people, I think we'll get somewhere. But it might take us 100 years, which I don't think is too long. It's just like a baby step, little by little. Let's do a sample test. Like okay, let's do 1,000 people that accept to go through the program. 10 years later, let's show the leaders, okay, here's the success rate. See how these people are doing well in life. And those 1,000, let's say half of
So
them were successful.
from your analysis, you mentioned something. You said one government tried and another one came after that one and they stop it or it's no more going. So
Yeah.
it's like you said, a baby step and can take 100 years.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so with 100 years, they will not be contributing to the pool. I mean, we have the big pool in the center. They will not be contributing to that pool compared to the rest of the region.
Wait, when I say 100 years, I don't mean that 100 years for like to be having all of them like in 100 years. When it's 100 years, then we will have everybody like that. That's not what I meant. I mean like when you do like 10 years, you show people, a lot more people will show interest.
My thinking might be a little bit outdated, but I think it always works. And I always say that carrot and stick. For example, if you push them to school by force, by fire, and you provide an enclave where they live, and you also like provide an opportunity for them to thrive after they leave the school or whatever, maybe after they leave their secondary school. And those of them who want to go to the university, maybe the whole country have to agree on it, have to go for free education, not paying any tuition fee. Whereas at least they are getting something. So that way, it's like if we see you on the street, not going to school, we are going to take you away from your parent. We don't care. So that anybody does not just litter the street doing nothing.
Yeah, but that law is in place already. It just they don't enforce the policy.
Even if it's in place, they don't enforce it. Because when you see what is coming out, if you see a lot of this video, you will shake your head for that country, Nigeria. It's like some section are like we really want to grow, and some particular sections
but, Remy, they did this under Jonathan, just like somebody said.
Yeah,
Jonathan
it's true.
was okay. Wait, so Jonathan was there for 6 years. Now let's bring what the data for the people that were there under Jonathan. How were those kids? Where are they now? What was the success rate? Did some kids
Hey, that was
continue?
nothing. That thing that you are considering, he said he built some Ajumajuri school, which we cannot even see. You understand? So all those things are just political. There was
So it
nothing on
doesn't work.
ground.
Okay, all right.
It doesn't nothing on
All
ground.
right, so it's
Nothing
a
on
lie.
ground.
All right, okay. I thought like they actually do something. I mean, everybody's saying it as if he did something.
So that is why I brought the idea of all these their young people, pushing them outside for the protest on TikTok, on social media platform. They are the ones supposed to push that again because their grandfather, their father, they are not willing to let it go. They still want to have that children. They still have to have as many wives. Maybe that is a kind of show off that I have more wife than you. But those children or those that are young people on social media they are the one that push them out. They are the one that said disobey your elders, disobey your malam, disobey all these things. They are the one to push this. If they can push it successfully, I think that area will turn around. But for now,
I think
the
we're
way
in a rush. I think we aced to do things like we want to do things now, and tomorrow we want it to be like, okay, it's good. That's why I said this will take like 100 years. If you have to take baby step little by little, you just accept the people that wants to do this while you already have the Almajiri and the English system together.
Oriola, it's like most of us, we don't even know the meaning of that Almajiri that we are talking about. What Almajiri means is actually Almajiri is an Hausa
language,
language, but they coined it from an Arabic language. What it means is a migrant. That's what it just means. It's not a form of education. It means migrant. You understand? But the way we coin it in Nigeria, when because the target is not even those ones who stays with Malam in specific places. Those are the one we are talking about. The Almajiri one, they are the Fulanis, they are like they are nomadic. They are moving from one place to the other. You understand? So those one, the kind of education that they're supposed to provide for is just to be for something that will be moving with them. It's totally different. This one that they will take children and go and put with one malam somewhere, and that one will just be using them for anything that he likes.
Yeah,
He
that's the
can
one
loan them.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm
That
talking
one
about.
is not Almajiri. It's not Almajiri.
It is. Look at that's what I read about the education system. They will migrate to a cleric and stay there, and they will learn stuff. And I think Yoruba people are doing that too. Like they will move people from some part of Southwest, and they will go to Ilorin now and do their education, which is learn how to be imam and stuff. And when they're done, they'll go back to where they come from and become leaders. That's what I think it is.
And that is one we are talking about.
Yeah,
That
that's
is the
what
one
I'm
that you are
talking
in.
about. Yeah, they will
But
go. It's like a
the
school
real
system.
Almajiri education system is actually for the migrating Fulanis, the one that move from one places to the other. They don't have a specific place. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I do. The Fulanis don't belong in Nigeria anyway, so they came there in 18 something. So yeah, that one is different. That's why there's scatters everywhere. So yeah, I can understand. And from what I learn and hear from people, they're different types. They're those one that they're stationary, they move and they stay in one place, and there's another one that they just keep moving, they don't stay in one place. So if that's what you're saying, that those ones that chase after the cows and don't stay in one place, I think those are different from the ones that actually they 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 find their house in a place. They move.
No, the problem we have is that we thought that it's only Fulani that raise cows.
Oh
You
yeah, that's
understand?
not
Once you
true.
see
Yeah, that's not.
when we see somebody with cows, then automatically we conclude that no, this must be a Fulani person. It's not because we even have what they call the Bororo. The
Yeah, yeah.
Bororos are not Fulanis. They are not Fulani. They also raise cattle. In fact, those ones they are even more fearful than the Fulanis. Yeah, so there are so many tribes that does the trade of animal rearing, especially cow rearing.
Yeah,
But
Yoruba
once we
does it
see,
too now. Yoruba does it. They raise
but
cows
when
as
we
well.
see anybody with holding a stick and is following cow, everybody will just
Let's
conclude
put
that
it
no,
together.
this must be a Fulani.
Yeah, that I guess back in the days that's what they're kind of like known for. So they are automatically like, yeah, we does that a lot in Nigeria. Like we stereotype people in a way. Like, and there's a lot of things in Nigeria that people are being stereotyped. When it comes to like the richest people in Nigeria, they stereotype. When it comes to the people that do this, the stereotype. Just so something happened in the past and they hold on to that and they think that that's what it is today. So
It's not even. You remember. You remember. It's not only. We don't even do that to only human being. You remember any toothpaste in Nigeria when we are young is McLean
close up. Yeah,
or
McLean.
close up.
Yeah.
any seasoning, any seasoning is
It's
Maggi.
Maggie.
Just Maggie.
I know that too. Yeah, anything. Yeah, we give them a name like anything that is this McLean, and it's not McLean. Anything that
It's not
And then
McLean.
everything is Indomie now. If it's
yeah,
Any
everything
noodles is
is
Indomie.
Indomie.
Can I make a contribution about the Almajiri thing you're talking about?
Okay, go ahead.
So this is from someone I have someone that is close to. We speak at length, and the person is Fulani. I would describe him as an elite Fulani, a very well educated man. In fact, he's a lecturer in one of the universities around me over here. So he's been poached from a few universities around this side of Europe, the United Kingdom, Ireland, the likes. And you know what he said to me about the Almajiri system? He called it a very wicked system. And one thing he said to me about it, is that most of the stakeholders are engaged in a system. They're engaged. He said it's not an intentional thing. I think there's a misconception that individuals intentionally do this. But he said the problem of the Almajiri system is that it benefits the elite. You see, the elites, they have cheap labor. Okay, so these Almajiri people, they might just give one of them, some some food they're gonna throw away. Those ones, they send them on the errand. So it's a way it's cheap labor. So the elites subconsciously don't put any much energy into defeating it because it's cheap labor. Okay. It also, it's cheap labor. For the politically active, it's easily mobilized block votes. For the Malam, the bigger the number of Almajiri children he has, the more reputable he is. He has no obligation to feed them, to provide for their needs. All he just has to do is just to have more Almajiri, children. During the day, he leaves them. They go out around the place. They try and fend for themselves. They beg around the place. For the parents, the problem is that they've not been like someone said already. Number one, there's an apprehension about family planning and contraception. But there's also the fact that there's no consequence to having these children because there's an output for them. They can always just put them out there, give them to a Malam and turn around and move along. So it's not as though they are producing children because there's some grandiosity about having 10, 20, 30, 40 children. The way he put it to me, it's not necessarily that. But it's a system that is self-perpetuating. So to defeat it has to be a conscious matter. And the conscious matter that has to come from the top. The elites, the likes of the elites after, and that I think one of the reasons why some people fell out with Sanusi was because Sanusi, even though Sanusi was an hypocrite because he himself has a reasonably sized family, he was speaking up against producing children that you cannot care for. And that's why Sanusi fell out with some of the people within the canon, because somehow they saw him as an hypocrite. That's the first part. Number two, it was pushing ahead. It was being very, it's looking at the future, and they were still dwelling in the present. So that's it. It's this thing. I think it's bigger than. But Jonathan didn't do anything. Don't let us mislead. Jonathan just gave some people some malams money, and those ones claimed that they built schools, and they chopped Jonathan's money. He didn't do anything. There's no Nigerian schools that were built. I think the other problem is the concept of formal education that we have in Nigeria. The formal education for us is Western education. It may, and I think what we need to do is to expand education so that it covers, the standard, standard education. Well, we don't do standard 6 anymore, but whatever, standard, primary, kindergarten, I think that they have a way to call it. Cover that, and then cover Islamic education, but have it standardized so that there's a limited number. They have to, for instance, do mathematics. Mathematics started, if you go to the likes of, Turkey and even Egypt, they do Arabic education as well. But they study algebra, they study mathematics, algebra, they study what's the stuff, the tracking of stars and the sun. They do all that stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that they should infuse it with the Almajiri. Like they should have
but standard Arabic education actually covers that. Mathematics and algebra started in Arabic
sorry,
education.
Some of the terms that you're using.
Aro, let me say this. I attended Arabic school while I was in primary school. And the same primary school that we use, the same building that we use in the morning and the afternoon for normal Western education, in the evening we'll come back to that same class. We have our Arabic teachers there. And the form of Arabic education that they are giving us that time, we also do mathematics. Do you understand what I'm saying? We do mathematics. We have classes. You understand, like stratas. Primary 1, primary 2, primary 3. We have grades. You understand? And it's not only all these only to recite Quran that you are teaching us. We were being taught every other thing, but in Arabic way. You understand what I'm saying? That was in the 80s. I was talking about what happened in the 80s. So I don't know where they are getting their own concept from. Is this same Arabic? All these Arabic countries, they use Arabic to teach medicine, to teach geography, to teach. So it's not about the language. I think it's the manner and the way they are carrying out their thing that is the problem.
Like I said, it's a matter of interests. The Malam that is meant to be doing teaching them Arabic, because he now has no obligation to do that.
Hey, but the only difference between the one the only difference between the one I attended and they organized in my own area in the Southwest those days, those Arabic teachers were employed like normal teachers and they get salary.
And they get salary, yes. So
they get salary.
It is up to the Sultan of Sokoto. If to be serious, if we were to put it at someone that I think can really correct it, the Sultan of Sokoto and the governors, because the Sultan of Sokoto is the head of the Islamic, between him, the head of the Sharia court in Nigeria, the head of the Sharia court in Nigeria is recognized by the constitution. These individuals can standardize and make it a legal requirement that this is the way the Arabic school is going to be run, and standardize the Arabic school, and even bring it, okay, either under the Sharia court, okay, or they can bring it under a sub-department of the Ministry of Education. So within the Ministry of Education, they can have a sub-department that deals with Arabic education and standardizes Arabic education. And like you said, the teachers, the tutors will be standardized themselves. They would have to go through training. They have to be certified, and everything will be standardized.
Okay,
And then these people
I
that
wrote
it
we
doesn't
have
have to be
people like
religious.
that study these things in college education, in the universities, that are teacher. It's like, but they believe this traditional, all this traditional way
I
of
don't think
going
they
about
believe in
it.
tradition. No, like I said, as this person I'm speaking to is an elite. Let me just say that he's actually a family member to the current emir. Okay, but the both of them, all the emirs, yeah, it's literally their family member. He was still over there like for Salah or like less than a month ago, and he sent me pictures. They were all sitting together with the emir. Like he had them, because I actually forgot to tell him to help me get a copy of a signed book of Sanusi's signed autobiography. He put it to me very, very succinctly, and it doesn't. He's someone that does not hide. Like, this person doesn't like Buhari. He doesn't hide his words. And he's one of them. They know him as their brother, that he doesn't hide behind the finger. He gives it to them live. He gives it them direct. He doesn't. And I will be covering for people. I'll be saying, no, maybe it's not that hard. They will tell me, no. I should stop that. That these people know. It's very direct. He put it that it's a situation where all the stakeholders, there's nothing that motivates them to change it. So it's not a matter
But
that they
the
are conscious. They
consequence
are not doing
already
it. It's not an
is
intentional thing.
glaring to them now, Aro. The consequences are coming now. We have the Boko Haram, we have the banditry. You can see this protest also.
But you see that they are shouting now.
This mayhem.
You see that they are shouting and they are complaining. You see they are shouting
Complaining
and they're
about what? That what?
That's why I complain about insecurity now. They are the biggest victims of insecurity.
So they didn't know that the consequence is the insecurity is the consequence of what they have failed to do to the problem they are faced to solve.
But you see, but in Nigeria, even look at us in the southwest as well. There are so many things we want to do consciously as an ethnic grouping. There are so many things we want to do, but politics sometimes gets in our way. You see?
Yeah, I just think that the way this should be done is more like we don't have the thought process correctly. And I see where you're coming from, but some word that you're using, I don't agree with it. Like the term defeat, you have to defeat them, or you're using the word that Emir is hypocrite. I don't believe that. And
he's an hypocrite.
He's not. I don't think
because he did speak up about it. But the person speaking up about
but he has
himself
money he has a lot of kids and he has money to take care of them. So
I'm not saying he's an hypocrite, but I'm saying that's the perception, because that was one of the things that was said when they did actually, like, when they impeached, no, not impeached, but when they dethroned them. That was what was said. Ganduje said that. He went on TV and said it. Ganduje
that
said
was all politics.
Yeah, but no, it was politics. But you know that Gandhi only was able to do that because of the kingmakers themselves and some of the people around that had a falling out with Sanusi because of Sanusi's progressive stance. Ganduje had a political issue with Sanusi, but he was only able to exploit that political issue with Sanusi because of the kingmakers and their own traditional conflict. So they had conflict with Sanusi about the traditional ideas and its progressive nature.
All right, so let's focus on the education system. What I think is this: I see your point that I don't even understand why Nigeria have two different constitutional way of doing life. You have the Sharia, you have the other one. What's that? I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. But I think that since we already have the Malams, they're in charge of this Almajiri system. Every one of them, they send it to them. I don't think we need to break that. If we want this to work, I don't think we need
to break it. No. We need to break it because the Malams.
Let me explain my own. I don't think we have to break it. I think we have to work around it. That's what I think. They already have a system going on now. Instead of them, I'm not sure if they're doing this at their home or they're doing it wherever they're doing it. Let's now create a type of school system for them. Create a school for them. The Malam will be in charge of it, but they will have to follow the curriculum that is put together. So now they don't feel like they're powerless. They still know that they have something. Like, we have to work around it. This is a culture.
No,
It's something that's been. It's something they've been doing forever, and you just want
But
to all of a sudden separate them.
Oriola. I think we need to move forward. We need to change a lot of things. Because I live in the Middle East, and I've never seen anywhere where they will take their children to one malam. All of them, they attend normal conventional school.
Well, now,
so I don't know where they got this their own system from. In the Middle East, there's nowhere in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Kuwait. You will not see them taking their children and say, okay, they will take the children to go and meet one malam, and they will be staying with one malam, is one that will be educating them. You will see the way they value their children.
How are you going to do it? You're going to separate them?
Let me tell you how it should be done.
Would you enforce it?
Let me tell you how it should be done.
You have to work
in
around
Nigeria.
it.
We have something in Nigeria that we don't treasure. And Mike is over here, and I know Mike always talks about this. In Nigeria, there's not a single village, okay, and there's not a single community, not within a single local government, that we do not have traditional rulers. And there's not in a single state in Nigeria that we don't have what we call first-class traditional rulers. And luckily for us, the traditional rulers, a lot of us still defer to them for what we consider to be the traditional ways that we do things. When we talk about the traditional way we should operate, we can always still defer to quite a few number of traditional rulers. And in the north, for instance, the Sultan of Sokoto is the head of the Muslims in Nigeria, and is also part of the heads of the Sharia institution in Nigeria.
Of Muslim, but northerners, not all of them are Muslim. We need to get this correct.
Yes, no. But
so northerners
education we're speaking, the education we're trying to address it's only the Islamic education. I don't want us to use the malams.
All the Christians in the northern part of Nigeria, they're educated.
But the Christians will be forced to go to Islamic schools.
No, are they also educated? You are trying to solve a problem, but you are focusing on one part.
No, we will solve that problem as well. Because that problem for Christians because it's not like there's a lot of Christians giving birth to children and send them to malams.
Where do they send them?
They just leave them, and those ones just roam the street.
Are you sure?
It happens in the south. It happens in the north. In Rivers, all the time in Rivers, there's this roundabout in Rivers State that used to be full of orphan kids that used to come from everywhere, from the southeast and from the south, and they used to all go and congregate in this big roundabout in Rivers before I mentioned did something about it. The thing about people having children and abandoning their children is not peculiar to the north. Actually,
yeah, that's correct. It's everywhere.
It's rampant. It's rampant in the southeast and in the south. It's very rampant in the southwest, but to a lesser degree.
Yeah, but let's focus on that school system because I'm trying to
let's talk about the Arabic school, because
you don't want
one dysfunctional
my own way. What's your own way?
Let me finish. Let me finish my own idea. Because one dysfunctional thing is the Arabic schooling system that we call the Al-Majiri system. It's dysfunctional. So we cannot use those malams because those malams are corrupted.
So what will happen to them after you
They're interested in furthering the system whereby they encourage individuals to have children because if you have those children, send them to me, I'll look after them. So that a man knows that if he has a child and if he can't take care of the child, he'll just send him to the Al-Majiri system. And then he can just close his eyes and act like, all is well. You know what I mean? Now, I believe that the Sultan and the first class, emirs, okay, they can actually, a department to be formed under the Ministry of Education, okay? Within that department, okay, the board, okay, would consist of emirs, okay, and individuals and sheikhs who understand the Islamic principles. They will be able to form a standardized curriculum that would make sure that any child, okay, now the children will not be put under the care of any malam. The parents, we have to break that. For the ones that are there right now, the federal government can put a funding up to educate them. However, that funding, and so that will take care of their upkeep. Okay, they'll be put in boarding systems. Okay, however, they have to break the situation whereby they will not be. They will only take the ones that are there now. They will not keep accepting children into that boarding system, because if you create an avenue, people just keep having children and just close their eyes and just give them to government, and they will become federal government's children. So they just have to take the ones that are there now, put them into a boarding system, and the emirs and the chiefs would form a board that will standardize a curriculum that will involve the teaching of Islam, okay, religious studies, mathematics, possibly English, if they choose to, or standardized Arabic. Because a lot of these people still do not know how to read and write Arabic. For all the saying that they are going to Arabic school, learning Arabic is fine. Being able to read and write Arabic makes them, for all intentions, not illiterate. Because then they can say that they are literate in something. Okay, if they can study English.
Aro, we need. Thank you so much. We need to go. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Yeah, we need to go. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, everyone. Yeah, it has been a nice session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for coming in. You come at the at the last time. Yeah.
Thomas,
I was teaching people.
Shame on you, Thomas. Okay, shame on you.
It was Madam Zita. This is Madam Zita that actually made me come.
That I showed up here and I was not even allowed to speak. And
why?
Allow you to speak of yourself.
No, you are a veteran. You are a veteran on this platform.
Patoski, Simba, Oboinimo. I'm calling everyone out.
No problem.
Yeah, you guys shame on yourself.
No problem. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Yeah.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Vaya.
Every local.